Paffgen. Yeah. Alright, let's just roll the ad. Why do I always do this? Damn, I wasn't even ready for the ad. This is so funny. I started too prematurely. I had this all set up, and then it took me so long that I never reopened it. I don't know why I closed it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a mess already. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gonna be one of those nights, I guess. Also, nothing in particular planned. So, anyway, back to this ad. Okay. Oh, was that not on mute? That's so funny. I'm really sorry about that. My microphone situation has changed in the last few days. I use a Yeti mic, so whenever I'm using it, hello. Sorry if I just I know you're not really supposed to do that to microphones, but I'm so confused as to why like the past couple days the name of the mic has changed in my settings on both my computer and my software. Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad sign? Just went from it just keeps changing names actually just this week. I am sort of attributing it to Mercury being in retrograde because it's big with communication, you know, the planet Mercury. So when it's in retrograde, it's moving backwards, so it causes a lot of disconnect or regression in conversation, and we rely heavily on technology to have conversation, and therefore we see glitches in technology to interfere with conversation. Perhaps my opener being nothing less than smooth, or the opposite. See, I don't even think I said that right. Unless, of course, it was sarcasm, which I guess if I say that, why wouldn't I know if I'm the one? Anyway, I'm sure we'll do some cards tonight, but I haven't really fully decided which cards. Kind of leaning towards the mystery deck because they feel the most appropriate, but I've only used the Cosmic Deck of Initiation so far this year, and I just wouldn't even see the purpose of pulling out the mystery deck when I'm feeling low energy, other than the fact that the mystery deck is probably why I'm feeling so low energy. That was a joke about aliens, because that's typically what I use that deck for. Perhaps it's just my nature, and it's come up in the past few days about my love for things like X-Files and aliens, but something tells me to use a mystery deck tonight. That being said, let's warm up a bit, man. I can't just jump into that. That's intense. Like I said, I haven't even used any other decks since last year, since last calendar year. So I'm not real sure. I'm not real sure if I should do something before, or if this is more talk about some of the things that have been rolling across my mind. Because the thing is, I'm gushing, man. I'm just gushing blood again. 2 months in a row. This usually doesn't happen. It's kind of pissed me off, make me question everything, but also seeing it as a sacrifice that I'd be willing to make for the things that I want in this lifetime. Yeah, like serving karma in double time, just being born with female body parts. Wow, what a concept. Now I know, quite out there. And of course you can reduce that time with human alternatives, right? But then you'll still owe that karmic debt. Just a theory. Just, who cares about sex? But, and I do mean sex as in the sex you're born, not sex the act. But I also think sex is probably overrated with everything that goes on in the world. Sex is cool and feels great. Yeah, that's rad. Totally have had bouts of hypersexuality. Wouldn't trade it for anything, I guess. But also, it's not that cool. I mean, you guys are just so boring to think that that's like top tier living as a full grown person. It's so goofy. I was referring to sex as in how you're born, which of course is like 3, right? Male, female, and whatever the politically correct third term would be for if you have both or neither, I suppose. So, once again, warming up. Y'all like alien shows? What is this, stand-up? I thought this was tarot. Yeah, we'll get to the tarot later, okay? Should we check in with the demons? We're talking karmic relations, karmic life sentences. We could check in with the demons. I was going to do like a New Year's thing, but we don't have to wait that long. It's still 3 months out. So, or 2 now, but if there's any requests, I'm feeling like we should avoid the love deck. We can do that for Valentine's Day, I promise. But it's became oversaturated when I was doing all the decks more regularly than I have been lately. But if somebody needs something, Thoth deck, same thing. I was gonna wait till the new year. Y'all can wait 2 months for a tarot reading, That's why I think I like the initiation angels, and I'm leaning toward the mystery aliens, Just sort of like general vibes, general inspiration, and like channeled messages. We could go Halloween Oracle, but I don't think anybody feels like getting the shit kicked out of them verbally with shadow reading at the same time. So I think we should avoid that until the new year and new energy and things clear, or at the end of the year, I should say, we work it all out, right? Or is that something we should lead up to? Are we gonna have a full night of tarot? I don't know. I don't know, because it sounds like I can justify doing Halloween Oracle shadow self readings for the next few weeks, but lol. Yeah, Ash, we're all familiar with Hit 'em Up, so maybe I shouldn't say we all. LOL, 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 LOL. Appreciate it. Some do, perhaps, need that. I pray that everyone can figure out a way to avoid it, but I've also thrown a few hands in my life, so, and that includes that myself. So even I know when I need the shit kicked out of me, right? Cheers. Cheers. This is water. Just gotta stay hydrated at the disco, but, What's up anyway? I kind of don't even really remember you. Yeah, the August era. You were there for all the love readings, I feel like. It's funny I brought that up tonight. I also haven't streamed for more than like 45 minutes in the past few days, / this week. And if my screen is this big, it means I'm not using tarot, FYI. So, of course, this is the time when I'm open to people saying whatever it is that comes to mind or that they want to disrupt with, and there's never anyone disrupting when it's the open floor kind of thing. They just will randomly say stuff during readings, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. So what the fuck was I saying? Kind of funny. I did that to someone once. Not on the internet, which is even more startling, I'm sure. But I'm using no less because I digress. 2013. I guess I don't even realize how young I am sometimes. What'd you get? Okay, no. Spill. What the fuck vinyl did you order? We need to judge you, whoever you are. Tell us your sun sign. Or give us your whole chart. Who cares? And what brand of headphones? Because my Papa Rock headphones may have been geared towards children. I don't know. They were a gift. But they have been solidly dropped on the floor. And even chucked that shit in the last 3 years. And 4 years. Going on 4 years with these headphones. And they still work great. I love the earmuff, and I think they were like $12 to $20 somewhere in there. Highly recommend some Papa Rock fucking, I don't know. No, they don't sponsor me. I wish, because mine are not in great shape due to the aforementioned dropping and chucking. Okay. Where are you at? Are you... like, why am I even gonna say when I'm with it? What does that mean? Oh, those are the headphones. Got it. Took me a second, but I'm with it. Okay. So, that's cool. I literally don't know anything about black metal. And if I had to guess, I would say Rammstein. And even if I said Rammstein, I only know Du Hast. So, I bet it is cool, though. And I bet the artwork is really good. That's probably, yeah. I know metal, like, hypes some people up, but it just intenses me out and gives me anxiety for the most part. But then there's some stuff that I listen to that some people may consider metal, so I guess it's, like, just the harder stuff. It's the same for, like, I like emo, but I really don't like screamo for the same reasons. Anything someone's screaming, unless it's just like a scream here and there or something, just the like actual screaming the whole time takes talent. I get why people like it, but like I personally am just like, why are we yelling? I feel like cat bug. Why are we running? Sorry, I wasn't trying to like. Okay, yeah, I feel like that's probably something I would like. You know what I mean? It's not really metal I dislike, and I should stop saying I don't like metal. I don't like people screaming in any genre of music, is what I really mean. And nothing against them, because I get that it's fun. I just see, like, I'm screaming half the time. I'm not trying to listen to anybody else do it. You know how many times today I just had to let out, like, a solid just because Cram City, bitch. I'm in pain. It's just if that wail sometimes, because it doesn't matter what you do to a certain extent. You build up a tolerance for everything. So eventually you're just like screaming into the void about the void in your void. Yeah. Yeah, good talk though. What the fuck am I talking about? Who cares? People watching my stream, but like, I'm not listening to this lady. She's crazy. And hardly a lady. So, kind of like there's always stuff throughout the week that I should really learn to like write it down. Which I intended to, because I have a particular place to write stuff down in regards to the stream, and I just always leave it where I stream, so when I'm out and about in the day, I totally just miss writing down the thoughts, and I am also convinced that I'll remember them and whatnot, and it wouldn't be a big deal, but it's sort of a lie that I tell myself, I would say. I don't always remember. A lot of times I remember, but a lot of times I fucking don't. So there was a few things I wanted to bring up in the stream tonight, and now I don't really remember what they were. Some of it was like going further into perhaps, I don't want to say society because it's too vague, but American society is still too vague. Transitioning the conversations that we have a lot and radicalizing the way we view politics and celebrityism to discussing different personalities to talking astrology. There's definitely a shift, I think, in the whole tarot community to like, it's less about the cards and more about the messages, because the work needs to be put in before it's kind of like, I don't want to say too late, but there's some kind of energy that's like too late. And I'm going to take this opportunity to be very honest, especially before I get into doing tarot readings tonight. Once again, you'll know when I start, my screen will shift to being just this little box and the chat on the side. And that's how you know I'm doing tarot. If you're ever notice that I'm live and you don't want to listen to me talk or like be a part of the open floor part of the conversation, you can always come back for the reading. But before I get into the cards, I want to discuss my own sort of personal history with the tarot in regards to being a consumer, such as yourselves, right? Even though I've been reading tarot a lot longer than I've been like listening to tarot or even getting tarot readings, so I kind of joined the community as a reader, and a lot of my consumption was for good measure, research, taking notes, even not necessarily comparing, more taking notes. You know, when I finally decided to start my own channel, or even what inspired me to do so, was realizing that people did that, you know, because I was reading cards for individuals or live at events and stuff like that. But it wasn't until 2019 that I even decided that I wanted to do tarot online. And it was 2020, like really a couple months before COVID, that I started doing it. Why did something just move on here but nothing changed? That was kind of weird. Is there like a super big lag? That's okay. Maybe my internet cut out. Who knows, man? Anyway, I've noticed, okay, and I'm including myself when I say this, because like I said, I've been a reader the whole time. I noticed that there has been this like kind of ongoing narrative, for me anyway, in the readings that I give personally or give myself or consume from other readers. There's just the element of pulling the leg or chasing the carrot, right? And I kind of never would have considered that until it got to this point where I am so immersed in what I do, and I do watch and pay attention to what readers I'm listening to over time. And I kind of see something kind of breaking down right now. And I'm not saying it's tarot, but I am sensing that this ongoing carrot narrative is being dropped to bring in a new era of all of this stuff. Light work is a big one to me because I've been listening. Okay, can we make this about Kate Bush real quick? Is that going to make people mad, or did Stranger Things make this cool again? Because for a long time, Kate Bush was just like weird, right? It wasn't until I was probably like 19 years old that I met another human being who liked Kate Bush, besides my family, right? So, to put that in perspective, that was quite a while ago. Anyways, there is so much of Kate Bush's discography that I like, and I think all of it's like pretty arguably good, but they lean more towards Never Ever Forever and like Hounds of Love and more of the exciting storytelling pop Kate Bush, and not so much the I don't know, like Suspended in Gaffa or 50 Words for Snow, kind of more intense stuff. But this, right before this, I always think of, I don't always, sometimes if I don't know what the vibe of the night is going to be, I'll just pick like a random pun to make out of something I like. And today I was just doing Kate Bush puns per usual lately. But instead of sticking with Hounds of Love, I went with The Dreaming for obvious reasons. If you follow me on Instagram, you would see that it's The Streaming. Yeah, so clever. But the title, Suspended in Paffgen, I don't know how to say her last name. I thought that was really funny because Suspended in Gaffa is on that album too. And Paffgen is Nico's actual last name. It's so dorky. But that's such a vibe lately, right? Is being like having that heroic fantasy element of living a daydream, not even living in a daydream, but living a daydream, just being marveled at the idea of being human, seems to be a strong hold right now. And then also the gloominess of maybe just winter or impending doom constantly on our shoulders, and a timeline that was once viewed as infinite becoming more and more finite. Hey, you too. I know I'm finally on here at a decent time. I've been starting my streams at like ungodly fucking, like I always start late, but it's been like ungodly hours, witching hour that I'm starting up. And it's like, what am I even doing? I last for maybe 45 minutes. So I intend on doing a nice long stream tonight. And I do have some decks on the table, but we're not ready to use them yet. Like I've told people, once the screen changes, you'll know it's tarot time. But the gloominess and the gothiness of winter and war time, right? Very much Nico. So I've just been really reveling in my idols, I guess, even though it feels weird because Kate Bush is alive, so it's like I can't just like channel her like I can with Nico or anything like that. But Kate Bush has always been a huge inspiration, and she continues to be. And her cleverness for reinventing things is just, it's a darling quality, I think. And I love that she just shied away from the spotlight because she did always have stage fright, I guess, or at least when it came to singing, it seemed that she just was able to do her own thing because she was so much herself. And Nico, sort of same thing, but like a different outcome, was that she was so much herself that she was to do whatever she wanted and no one could stop her. and she did drugs, instead of like just bowing out or whatever. Not that Kate ever stopped making music, but yeah. That's random. I don't know. I was just explaining the title of the stream because I didn't know what was. I'm suspended in Paffgen. That's AKA it's winter. It's just winter. I feel like a lot of people are low energy. Everybody just wants to hibernate, even though we don't. Our bodies are clearly not actually equipped for winter weather. We just dress up. So it's like, what are we supposed to be doing, and should we be out in these elements? But also, if it's going to get colder and could become an ice age, as much as everybody assumes that global warming means the planet will get hot, we don't actually know that. It might need to cool itself off. Everything in nature works in tandem with one another. Come on now. Always pay attention to, like, if I'm saying something you resonate with, look at how long I've been streaming, or look at the time clock. Just because I'd love to see like an angel number affirmation in what I'm doing, even where obviously I look away from the screen and I read the chat, and I am distracted by this, to be very honest with you. I stare at my own art and my own reflection a lot while I'm streaming. So, see, and I looked up at the time, it was 26 with 6 viewers. That's what I mean, where it's like sometimes nice when you do tune in and you see kind of confirmations, right? And angel numbers can be any numbers that feel angelic to you. It doesn't have to be a number sequence to have significance to you. Okay, 1738. Hey, that's an angel number. Like, come on. It was also the last time I went to Starbucks, my total. So I was like, cool, worth this shitty fucking pastry I shouldn't have ordered and felt lied to about to get that. I don't get what you mean at all. I don't understand what that's in reference to whatsoever. Yeah. Look at this moonlight, though. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Doing wonders for my mental, for my aesthetic, for my environment. I love having a moon around, Groot was like, I'm going to get you the moon. And I said, okay, bet. Love that. Really love that. So 111 is the most common, basically. But what does even common mean? Like it just as a number sequence comes up more often? I still don't really fully understand. Oh my God, you guys. This is crazy. I am just gushing fucking blood. Yeah, no, sorry for the absolute look of shock and terror. It's a bloodbath. Because, yeah, fuck any type of control, right? You bitch about gun control, but you expect me to take birth control? Do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear it? Control what? No thanks. I can refuse birth all on my own. Thank you so much. The fuck? That's insane. That is insane that anybody could even come up with the logistics of gathering that data. Or that they could even observe something like that. How cool. I think people are actually really incredible, and it sucks that I don't really typically get along with them. I hate that about myself. Or that I've just been a horrendous piece of person and attracted a bunch of questionable people being a questionable person, right? So, and that's not to say it's everyone in my life. There's also a certain extent of people can be both good and bad for you, right? They can be good people that aren't meant to be yours, right? So it's not even like everyone I know is a terrible person. That's not at all the statement I made. But I do find myself getting disheartened when I interact with others. That sucks. Some of it has to do with exactly what we're dealing with now. So I gotta go kind of check out the situation because it was a lot. And I only had 30 minutes until the next ad was gonna pre-roll anyway. So I'm gonna have to be right back, y'all. Alright, y'all. I'm here again. I just needed to put some iron back into my body because this shit is crazy. Not gonna get into it. It's a different project, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to make the stream about my PMDD, but I try to let y'all know where I'm at in my cycle because, my ability to stream is affected by it. I'm actually surprised that tonight is when I started the earliest and have the most planned, but I may have eaten too fast because it seems like I'm getting the hiccups, but I was eating really fast because I was trying to get back to the stream. So, any last minute things y'all want to add about your days, yourselves, questions that you may have, general topics that you want discussed in the next 20 minutes before we start tarot? I am actually surprisingly okay. My cramps were way worse earlier in the day and last night even. My mental is getting better, but also pretty fucked up still. So in a few days it'll be even. What does that mean? What does that mean when people do that? Are you trying to join a list? I don't have one. I don't have my commands set. I've been asking people, and I try to Google stuff, but it's hard to find direct information about things like Twitch, and even in some of the communities I'm in involving Twitch, people have been really not nice to me and very unhelpful. It seems almost specifically to me. They were kind of dicks every time I asked questions. It was weird, right? But what does that mean? Join. There's nothing to join, really. Because I'm not doing tarot yet, but also I never knew it like that. Is that what that is? It was just a guess. You're not the only one. That's why I stopped to ask. I'm not trying to single you out. I feel like every time I stream, people do that. Is that what it's for? They're trying to get on a tarot list? No, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, okay. I don't have any automated commands, but I kind of should probably, because some people ask other things too with that, and I should just know better. I wish people could understand that, like, because I'm more like jack of all trades type person, and I don't like just do tarot 100% of the time, I can't dedicate a ton of time to learning about Twitch. I have too much stuff to do, and I only get 2 good weeks to do it. And like right now, I'm getting hit with like a super fucking. Look how many people dropped out when they realized that I don't do personal reading. That's so funny. That's okay. Everybody's different. I like the general readings. I like the hey, see, you finally caught me. I told you I'd be here at a good time today. Do you think the Discord was helpful? I feel like it died. Hey, thank you. Why oof, or is that a good oof? I'm like, yay, 5 months now. That's really fun. And I took a whole fucking month off, so I really appreciate that, bud. This is actually, okay. Oof. It was 42, and I just love, like, thanks for all. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but also Laurie Anderson. I just cannot get enough of everything. And then I referenced it in my latest Instagram post, which was kind of funny and off the wall. And I don't know what I think. Maybe I don't think about things too much sometimes, or maybe I need to put more effort into what I'm doing or what's in front of me and blah, 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 blah. But I'm just trying to have fun for the most part, for sure. And this has been a lot of fun. And people like you, and you personally, make it possible for me to be able to do this by doing things like subscribing for 5 months. That's so fucking dope. Thank you. I really am obsessed with Kate Bush, though. I might have a problem. I've always loved her, but lately it's just like her music is hitting so fucking hard. So, 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 so hard. I love it. So what's up, y'all? I am gonna do tarot tonight. Chill. All my streams, like right now, I'm feeling good. I feel like it's early. We got a whole thing planned. The past two streams, this is when I was clocking out and I was exhausted and I was like, I gotta go because I was starting at the end of my night and my days are so jam packed busy. I went from having like one of the most wicked fucking rags I've had in, I don't know, years. I think I'm disillusioned. I think I put it out of my mind and forget what it's like each month when I get the mens, you know? But this last one in December was like evil. It was like insidious. It was disgusting. It was painful. It was like traumatizing and also very much PTSD inducing fucking madness, bloodbath. And usually that happens like every every other month or like every 3 month, every third month, every sixth month. You know, there's usually a break, but this one is it's it's a banger, dude. It's a banger. It's very upsetting because in between them, I was sick, like sick, so fatigued and muscle sore and just like the fluctuating headaches and the inability to stand and the dehydration. No puking or anything like that, but just light eating and just like not being able to, you know. So that's like the past month of my life is gone. And so even though I'm fighting this one, that's why I randomly interject about it, because it's like, pardon me, something crazy in my body just happened. I'm trying to work through it. I'm trying to be able to prove that I can work and cope. Sometimes it is like outside environment or people will trigger me, and it's like, if you not let me follow my protocol, it is going to be a situation, because that is PMDD for you, baby. And I can work by myself. But I sometimes have a hard time working with others because this shit makes me cagey and insufferable, basically. But I got no time at this month. It was just back to back to back. Fuck. So the past couple nights I've been working my ass off during my usual stream hours because I won't get anything done all day because I can hardly think and it takes me like 8 hours to wake up instead of my usual 3. I know I'm always like this to an extent where I work at night, but usually I can do office hours before streaming and then stream for hours on end, and lately it's like all getting crammed into, I don't know, a 5-hour block at the end of the day. It's really weird, but this is the first night I'm feeling back on track. That's why I'm like, yo, my warm-up, 45 minutes, thank God. That means we're in for a treat tonight. That means I'm here, I'm present. So even if I didn't feel like it, even if I didn't want to, even if I know sometimes sitting very still and doing nothing is better for me, I also know that the caginess comes from being still and empty and not doing anything. But I know that the more I move, the more temperamental I get and the more unpredictable it becomes, because actual movement can just be too much for my body to sustain in any given moment when I'm like this, aka bleeding, gushing, fucking suffering, you know. But ironically enough, I do think it has something to do with what now? Alien abductions. Yeah, that's what I'm writing the book about. Is all my years of research on the fact that I have only ever self-diagnosed myself with PMDD, but I have like physical evidence and so much proof that that's exactly what it is, and no doctor to back me up because my medical records are basically as bad as having a criminal record, and just, you know, sharing my medical history in hopes of a doctor treating me correctly actually just usually leads them to laughing at me for some reason. So I'm going to discuss all of that, right? Remember, slow moving process. I'm hyping up the book so I like remember to do it, you know what I mean? Because I haven't worked on that shit in like a month. And I'm like, I finally realized I can just speak it, but then I'm like, damn, that's going to be so much editing, so I'm at a standstill with it. So many doctors are rude as fuck. People need to realize that, like, One, narcissism is way more common than you think, and having narcissistic traits is totally possible without being full-blown personality disordered, right? Two, you cannot assume that doctors are good people. You cannot assume that doctors are even good doctors. That, like, it's not as same as, like, being a cop, but it's not like being a firefighter. Because, I don't know, I feel like firefighters are, like, generally just pretty unarguably heroic. They're running into burning buildings, you know? Like, there's really, and they have to be so strong, and it's so physically taxing and mentally straining, and, like, I get emotional thinking about firefighters, because that to me is like what an actual like human hero is, you know? But doctors are not on that level. Doctors are historically sadistic. When you look at SS doctors, or even what was it, the Tuskegee trials with the syphilis, like what the fuck? That's all doctors and medical. You know, yeah, you can't fake being a firefighter. You can't. Even if you're a bad person, you still are doing something so like, you get honored, but not in the same way as doctors do. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they get paid as well as doctors either. Like, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people get into medical for the wrong reasons, like money or sadism or just narcissism in general. So, yeah, a lot of doctors fucking suck. And we cannot just assume that going to the doctor is ever going to be a solution for people with rap sheets. Yeah. Kind of love it, right? Gotta love it. But I'm sick of also being quiet about it, and succumbing to the whim of what these professionals say, just because they have a judgment on my appearance, or where I appear to be in life compared to where I have been, right? So, fuck that, fuck them. Yeah. Absolutely. And the thing is, they're just studying a textbook. That's like, just because you went to medical school, you are not somehow above other people or somehow any better at your job than anyone else who went through the same process to do what you do. I don't think that you can't just talk about a doctor like a physician the same way you could talk about a surgeon, because surgeons have to have so much practice and have a true skill. Like, you cannot just imitate a surgeon. You can definitely do surgery for the wrong reasons, but like, man, surgeons really have like Frankenstein in their blood, right? It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. Like, that's a pretty, not even prestigious job. That word comes to mind, but like intense, right? Like, that's intense. But doctors are really just studying a textbook and saying, well, I memorized my textbook, I'm more important than you. And it's like, bitch, how many fucking other degrees involve memorizing a textbook? Shut the fuck up. Prove you're a good doctor. And if you dismiss everyone and put them on meds and take Big Pharma's paycheck, you're not a good fucking doctor, newsflash. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up. Like, literally, you know? We have to just stop putting people on pedestals. It's not just celebrities. It's not just, you know, whatever. But we have to stop equating a certain type of person to a specific type of lifestyle, and realize that these people or any type of person can be anyone, anywhere. And to stop letting them gaslight us into believing that they are somehow exempt or better than anyone else because of what they do. That was a but it wasn't a joke. That was more of a mic drop moment, but I wasn't about to break my microphone over it. I'm gonna laugh instead. Okay, so anyways, any other thoughts? We got like 5 minutes before I about roll this ad and we switch to tarot, and then we can talk more in between. Probably good to take breaks so that I don't burn myself out. I kind of wanted to do the Cosmic Deck of Initiation first, but that's usually what I save for last so we can soften at the end. What do y'all want to do, especially with the mind? That's okay, lurk away. I love you. 1-1, Dom was right. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but I'll end with the Cosmic Deck of Initiation because that's all we've gotten through the past couple nights. But if I were to only get to one deck, which one would y'all want it to be, and why? Up for contenders. Where is this like game show host coming from? Oh, what would it be and why? Halloween Oracle. Okay. I don't think I'm feeling like talking to anybody. But earlier today, I did get this message of like, it felt like for someone I know or someone in particular. But then I realized that because I stream and it's been a long time since I checked in, it could be anybody. So there would be a message for someone if you lost your father, passed away, and you were around the age of 12 and it was like unexpected suicidal or like overdose situation, then he is sort of concerned and wants to talk to you. So if you need to hit me up, book, um, get yourself a private reading on that, then do so. But that was a message that I got. It's been one of the only messages from any deceased that I have gotten, other than Nico seeming to be as enthralled in my Kate Bush era as I am, because she is constantly reminding me to stay true to my roots. Look at how, like, this is Nico. As much as I joke, damn, like, damn, I really love her. And it's so hard to fathom that before the age of the internet, when we were still using dial-up, I think when I was in high school, like, I can't even remember. When did Wi-Fi become a household thing? I feel like some of my friends had Wi-Fi before others, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's so crazy. We were still getting used to LED light bulbs when I was in high school, so, and it wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't that long ago, but it's crazy how fast it happens, right? So, back in the day, you didn't really just know everything about everything, or know anything about anything. And it's hard to look back and fathom that Nico was already dead by the time I knew who she was. I'm not even talking about the 90s, bro. I graduated like not that long ago. I remember the 90s, but that's what I'm saying. Like, even when we were in the early aughts, it was still kind of like that. Like, I didn't have a smartphone until 2013, but some kids or rich kids, like, yeah. I was late aughts too. Like, crazy to think about the progression of technology really happening in these bursts and booms. Like, just ridiculous. And it's so funny. Like, I remember sophomore year, I still had a flip phone, and like, I worked. No, I think junior year I got a job. So like, I was broke as fuck, and I wasn't about to spend 99 cents on ringtones, right? And fucking, like, we would just record songs to be our fucking voicemail and our ringtones and our alarms and shit. And my fucking ringer was the Humpty Dance. So stupid, but it's also wholesome. You can't do that stuff anymore. And it just, I don't know. I really appreciate technology. I think it's cool that it's brought us all together, but I wish it was something we did less in each individual of us. And as much as people criticize others for saying that, oh, you're old, you're a hypocrite, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, that's fine, but can we not agree that it should be dialed back and slowed down a bit, and y'all are feeding the machine? And it does make me wonder where people's true alliances lie, other than themselves, which is inherently narcissism. So, personally, I prefer nihilism. If you're fucked, I'm fucked, we're all fucked. Cool. Who cares? What are you trying to get ahead of? There's nothing to get ahead of. There's nothing to win. There's nothing to, what the fuck? There's no saving. Like, who cares? We all die in the end. That's just how it goes. Like, no matter how it goes. Fuck minimalism, maximalism. Nihilism is exciting, it's fun, it's big. That's what I'm saying. Like, the other night, one of the only things that I mentioned was that it fucking sucks that the best thing people can think of is to, like, reproduce. How fucking boring. But also, like, it's cool. I love kids and we have a great time and everybody's happy and I love families. But yeah, fuck minimalism is horrible. Minimalism is killing nature. Minimalism is killing the creative mind and the third eye, and it is what calcifies your pineal gland, is looking at square buildings that resemble prisons for every fucking turn, twist, corner that you look, and fucking uprooting and outright just destroying architecture as it has developed over history. I don't know who the fuck Steve Reich is, but I don't like his name. Because it's Eve, not Steve. And third, what? Yeah, I don't trust that guy. Are you kidding me? You're gonna try to sell me on that? Okay, before I get a little too intense about nothing, really, let's take this ad break. And do y'all want to keep chatting, or do you want tarot, or should we try to like lighten? We didn't even take our vote. Let's not rush into the tarot. Okay. Minimalism is music. Interesting. Didn't think about that. Probably less mad. I guess I was thinking architecture, art, and design. Wasn't thinking music. You got me there. Okay. Damn. No, you really did, though. All right. I'll be right back. Hi. Okay, maybe I'm not ready for tarot yet. Okay, what are we talking about? Wait, whoa, what did I miss? Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, that makes me feel like we definitely should do the mystery deck tonight. If I feel like it, we're gonna read your asses with this one soon. It could be tonight, it could be tomorrow. I feel like taking on 3 decks is just like an intense idea. And the only reason I'm willing to do the Cosmic Deck of Initiation as a closer is because it's a little more gentle, and we've been using it so much that I feel like it'll just be a few cards. But I think we'll wait. for these. Probably gonna wait for these. Probably gonna wait for these. Not totally sure. But this will be good before the new year. So I'm thinking just like in general, it's cap season. This retrograde's about to end. People are kind of fucked up and backwards right now, and I get that, but we also like y'all had all fall and like the beginning of winter to figure it out, and to get cap season is grace. Like to go to a retrograde at the end is the only reason people are giving others time and being sympathetic at all, I think. And that's funny in a sense, but also it's like you either get it or you don't. It's get on or get off, you know, and turn on or get off, right? So the whole thing feels that the transition into Aquarius season, because Aquarius is such a notoriously detached sign and a fixed sign, and the water bearer is so odd, right? It does, people always do kind of associate Aquariuses with aliens, and I'm not really sure how much I resonate with that based on the Aquariuses I know, but as an Aquarius moon, I'm kind of an alien person, and we know that. I actually, my taste buds have been a good big point of fascination recently, but they've been the same taste buds as I've always had. And so it's that's it. And then I just see coincidences, and I'm like, that's funny. Care to elaborate? No one does. But yeah, so my own vibe being very alien-esque and having a major Aquarius placement, I guess I have to admit that Aquariuses do have that alien energy, right? Or connectivity, or, you know, the ability to change frequencies, as air signs are very adaptable. So Aquarius season is going to be very much work-oriented. It's going to be the boost that people need to get through the rest of winter, because then we still have Pisces season, which is going to be a little more relaxed. People are going to start warming up. Things are going to start heating up. Things are going to start making more sense, clearing out, and being a bit more joyful and celebratory. But first, there's work. I almost started singing, "Let me take a selfie." Dude, that whole era, like, trash party era was a divine time to be alive. And, like, as much as I was always jealous that I didn't do the Woodstock thing, I feel like it's so pivotal to be in this present time to help people realize that even if I can't lead a revolution, we still need one. You know what I'm saying? I guess it's like you should definitely choose your leader when it comes to revolutions. Otherwise, you just have like a Hitler on your hands. If somebody tells you that they're the self-imposed leader of a revolution, that's probably a red flag. Let's be honest, right? And that's not to say that any person can't take a job to help catapult their ideas or ideals into motion. And I think that would be the difference between people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Because Bernie came from the ground running. Okay? Let's just leave it at that. Old man probably should have got out of politics a long time ago, because that shit is dirty. And he should have stayed on the ground. But he deserved that moment, right? He did the work. And he probably still does a lot of good things. But yeah, no, politicians are really good people, right? But that's what we were talking about. You can't just say that everyone is good in one job and no one is good in other jobs when everybody's doing a damn job, right? But that doesn't mean the people we perceive as good guys aren't necessarily corrupt or doing evil shit, right? So it's a double-edged sword. There's no winning. There's no winning with it. That seems random, but we are segueing into doing the alien deck. So Aquarius season is going to be all about work, 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 work. Work, 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 work. So I think I'm going to be a bit busier. I think I'm going to have projects to do. I think I'm going to have some gigs lined up, and some different movements in the upcoming month. So the vibe may change quite a bit in the next week for everyone, because we're going from Capricorn season being like, Making lists, checking it twice, Santa Claus vibes. Literally, were you naughty or nice? Stop trying to limit people into two categories. Are you good or bad? No, neither. Both. What do you want? A third thing that you don't even know about yet because you refuse to stare into the abyss of your own soul and get comfortable with nothingness enough to see God in your own visions, okay? So, like, relax. Like, let's kick back, listen, okay? That was a lot. That was a little intense. That's why sometimes when I'm sort of commit to things, because it's like I know I'm gonna say some wacky shit like that because I have like no filtration system and no sense of reasonable reality, as I've already lost my grip and I'm just now sort of getting the hang of it again and still not sure I want to grab on, and then in a few days I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, and clinging to it. So alright, it's a little intense, but we're getting into tarot vibes. So, if we're gonna be working in Aquarius season, that also means we're gonna be working on the self. Okay, so maybe the focus will be the Halloween Oracle. We might check in with people during that time, especially because Scorpio season is a great time for that, and fixed energy, we love to see that. This deck also really resonates with fixed energy, so this is probably not going to go away until the new year starts, when we kick back up with the Thoth deck and the probably the love readings. I think that I won't use the love deck until, well, I did promise Valentine's Day, not promise, but I mentioned Valentine's Day. We might do a Valentine's Day special to wrap it up. Just to wrap it up, we're not going to fixate the end of the year. These old played out love stories, we're going to start fresh at the new year, Aries season, with a new story for people. No more dwelling, wondering, none of that. It's like things are moving at, things seem to be moving at a slow pace because I think a lot of us made decisions a while ago about what we wanted or what we were going to do, and there's been very little budging on either end. I think when we use the mystery deck, we risk having a twin flame reading, so I guess I'm discussing some of this now. Weren't we just talking about that? Look, there it is. Boom! Love it, because it's so common. So we do risk that becoming a twin flame reading, and that's not necessarily what I want, because obviously my crowd, my channel, my personal opinion, taste, and vision would definitely prefer to do some alien stuff, but the aliens are like, no, we are the ones doing the twin flame connection, so you have to honor that too. So if it comes up, it comes up. But anyway, it seems like there's no budging, right? There's no budging. People are who they are, and that's fine as long as you're on the climb, right? You don't want to be descending into something terrible and be like, this is just who I am, and that's not a great place to be. But if you're like, this is who I am, that is, right? I don't know. Maybe you can help me with that when we get descriptions. Would you be down to stick around, even though I'm kind of a clown? And who knows when this is going down, but I got this deck, and I think it'd be best to ask someone like yourself who seems more professional. If you know the names, do you know what they look like? They describe themselves, or I get images, but I don't know which ones are which. You know what I'm saying? So I gave you freestyle poetry about alien species identity. How could you say no to me? Okay. So with all this non-budging, right? Capricorn season is once again getting everybody's last requests, kind of. And so even though we decided on something we'll say Lionsgate, I feel like that's when a lot of people joined my channel. That's when my readings were starting to get a very specific narrative from time to time, and when I came back regularly streaming after a few month hiatus, there is a lot that was unpacked, and I think a lot of us repacked very quickly and was like ready to move on and leave stuff behind and lighten the load, while recognizing that everybody carries a bag when they travel, right? So even though it feels like everything's taking a long time, it's actually just that we are in a place where we're so either self-aware or evolved or developed in the way that we need to be to recognize that we are able to make these decisions faster and know ourselves and be dedicated and having stayed the same and not necessarily fixated, but like I said, dedicated, and not to the extent of martyrism, but just hangman energy and sticking to your whatever, insert your whatever, roots, guns, etc. And it's high time that people make it clear that this is it, and then boom, Aquarius season, we're putting in the work physically into our careers, jobs, dreams, it's what have you, but also mentally, to our health, to our habits, to our whole mentalities, really, and what we believe, and idealism, and blah, blah, blah. And also emotionally, like being able to be vulnerable and understanding what intimacy actually is rather than relating it to sexual needs. And also recognizing that you can have both intimacy and romance with platonic or otherwise non-romantic relationships. And the more you do that, the healthier your romantic relationships become, right? Because a lot of people are trapped in toxic monogamy and don't even know it. And that's not to shit on monogamy itself, but the culture of hating one another, restricting yourselves, and covering up cheaters and scandals by just saying that's part of life. So, yeah, that shit's fucking toxic. Shut the fuck up. I don't care about your sexual preference. I don't care how many fucking partners you have. That shit is toxic. Okay? So, emotionally, there's going to be a lot of work to put in to prove that you're worthy of the things that you've asked for. And the thing is, just as divine timing, and just as I was saying earlier, with my own tarot journey and listening to these readings and feeling like it was building to something and never really getting the results, but also seeing now and recognizing how much progress I've made and how in tune I've become and how, I don't want to use the word powerful because it feels wrong, but I'm very much in control of myself and my gifts, and I've refined and reskilled them to an extent that I've proven to be quite good at what I do, right? And I am very proud of myself for that, even if I have very few monetary successes to note, right? That's okay. The month of the Aquarius season before us is going to solidify those things. Yes, we've done the work. Yes, we think the ship sailed. Yes, we thought we were going to get it in Libra season, but that was because we were supposed to get the idea or know what's coming, when in reality the fruit comes in the spring. So crazy, especially when we talk about next year. We talked about next year all fall, thinking this transition from December to January would be it, when really we know that we're on the zodiac calendar, especially around here, right? So there is a lot where it does feel like it's slow moving, but it's actually just like the schedule that we've all adhered to for thousands of years. Kind of revolves with the universe, not even just this planet, but the greater universe around it, the galaxy that it exists in. That's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'd say that's pretty cool. So, inner work constitutes as the mental and the emotional and the romantic and somewhat the physical. We're going to be concentrating on that for Aquarius season. That's what I've decided. This Halloween oracle for shadow self readings, for Dark Night of the Soul journeys, that's what we're going to be doing in Aquarius season. And we may do a few shout outs to the deceased. We can check the list and see who we didn't get for Halloween because I took a hiatus. Dude, I got trolled off Twitch. I'm really grateful that stopped. I don't know if that was like a personal thing for it's just Twitch in general, but it seems like just gonna knock on. But I am grateful that that era is over. So we will be doing Halloween Oracle for Aquarius season, which does start in a matter of days. I may do Janice's birthday, which is the 19th. She's a Capricorn, but usually because I stream so late, it would probably be the transition from her birthday into Aquarius season would be super appropriate. Last year for her birthday, everybody kind of showed up. Um, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Everybody showed up last year, and it was a really good time. And if they're down again to have a birthday for Janice, I would love to do that to celebrate the transition from Capricorn to Aquarius season, January 19th. And there is something inside of me telling me that it's time to do the thing. That's this thing, I think. So, what do I need to do? I'm hearing turn off all the lights and get a controller thing. So I don't know if that message is for someone else, because I don't really have anything that I'd consider a controller. So if you have a controller in the sense of digital music, right? Isn't that a term on like a board of some sort? Controller? I don't fucking know. Music production is obviously far from being a strong suit, let alone even a skill set for me. Do that, or if you're using a PS5 or whatever controller in that sense, doesn't have to be a PS5. I don't even know why I said that, other than somebody probably does have a PS5 or whatever. Um, but that's what I heard. So we are going to transition into tarot now. I kind of want to. I think I might turn the lights off. So let me take. It's like a little early. I was gonna try to stall, but if I'm actually feeling it, I want to go for it because I haven't been feeling it until right now, where we're about to transition. But I am going to check my lighting because they're requesting we keep it dark physically. I think sometimes with they might be light beings. I don't know. That's cool. But Dom, get ready. If you need to pull up your data bank of alien species, like I said, we can try to describe as many of them as possible, and you can tell me who they are if you know them. We're going to take 3 minutes. Like I said, I'm going to see about the lighting. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm excited. All right. Once again, I was trying to stall because I have like 30 minutes in between ad breaks, but I don't think that doing it before the 30 minutes gets me any extra time, but I'm not sure. It's like, damn. So, all right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm here. But I'm just doing a few things still. Okay. Alright. Last minute touches. ASMR. Okay. Tarot time. The lighting seems like not that much different, but it's much darker in here, and I have the moonlight, but it's green. I wish you could see it. I wish that it could float. That would be cool. Oh, buddy. It's okay. I'll just turn it back on. Where's the remote? I just had it. Usually the yellow is the most consistent. Okay, it's just not being consistent right now. Okay. Green it is. Green. Oh, my ear's ringing. So somebody's green. We're talking aliens. I would guess reptilians, right? Like, I know the basics, but somebody green is coming in strong. And there is a defense for reptilians on this channel because I don't know if I'm biased after watching People of Earth or if it's just sensible, just like we talked about with doctors, celebrities, politicians, etc. No one job, no one race, no one creature, no one species, no one anything is going to be all inherently good or all inherently bad. And so I feel like reptilians got that rep for being this evil breed of aliens you can't trust and blah, 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 blah. But there's tons of aliens who have been colonizing Earth for thousands of years, maybe even millions. So like, why the fuck blame it all on reptilians or act like what they're doing is so much different? They're just the fall guy, scapegoat, etc., the underdog, basically, and get blamed for everything when they've been here longer than most other species and do feel a bit of claim to domain because half of their species evolved on this planet when you look at dinosaurs. Okay? There's like, it's just so funny to see the variety between species on planet Earth. It's like clearly we have way different origins, people. We all have some radically different origins, and I'm starting to see how very plausible, possible, or even true or apparent it becomes that it's because we come from different species, integrated with maybe the natural life forms of this planet. Welcome to the shit show. Just kidding. We'll say welcome to the circus. It's a mental one in space or whatever, but this is what it's like to channel alien messages. I didn't even pull the deck out yet, but y'all's intrigue intrigues them. It gets them down here faster. It picks up the frequencies faster. It's crazy. It's like somebody's trying to disguise their voice. It's like some reptilian coming forward and being like, some of my people are evil and some of them aren't. Like, please stop judging us just in the same way that you talk about other human beings that way. I'm getting this weird voice. It's like a voice changer. It's like somebody is secretly keeping their identity secret. So someone who walks among us is definitely reptilian. And I don't know that it's like one specific person. It's probably many people, but at least a couple know who they are. Whereas a lot of people don't recognize their own DNA being akin to extraterrestrials. It has been so long since I've used this deck. It feels so good to shuffle it. It feels so good to shuffle it. I'm really glad that y'all were here tonight for this, because we have a room to good rockin' time, don't we? I absolutely love it. I cannot get Leonard Cohen out of my head though, bro. Did he die? I keep forgetting. I look it up and then I'm like, damn, is he dead or not? And he's a Virgo. I think it's cute that some of the most poetic men ever have been mutables, because we got Bob Dylan, a Gemini, and then we've got freaking Leonard Cohen is a Virgo, and then we even have Bob Marley is a Sagittarius, and Lou Reed is a Pisces. So it's like very cute, these poetic, well-stated men being mutable like that. Yeah, I've been shoved in a tank. I was leading a resistance that went nowhere because they overpowered us and they had the power of water. I wouldn't if I were you. I started having waking fucking nightmares with aliens, aka possible abductions, right? Because I also wanted more aliens in my dreams. I wanted answers. I wanted to know more about that. Yeah. There's like... Oh my god. You want to hear about this dream? Because like I could bring it full circle for you and tell you what happened to me 3.5 years ago because of it or in regards to it. I'll tell you. Because that shit was really crazy. It's like a whole thing. I love that concept. Have you seen Ancient Aliens? Because I know I've briefly brought this up before, but it really pisses me off that people call them pseudo-archaeologists when they're just regular archaeologists that have an unpopular opinion that most people disagree with, but it has no actual way to disprove that what they're doing isn't archaeology, so people need to stop calling it that. There's a lot of really cool theories on how ancient technology worked. I get that. I get that it can be a stretch, but at the same time, that's all science is filling in the gaps in any way that we know how. And the thing is, anything involving extraterrestrial life is going to be considered a stretch for some people, whereas it's going to be seen as logical for others. I'm just saying. I also didn't get past episode 4 because it just kind of felt repetitive. Yeah, okay, good. I just don't think it's fair to call it pseudo-archaeology when talking about actual archaeologists. That'd be like saying a pseudo-doctor just because they, like, disagree with your medical opinion. Like, you don't get to call them fake because they came up with a different conclusion, you know? Especially because that's how science works, is keeping everything as theory and being open to suggestion. And as long as you can prove it or at least experiment on it, people will give you a chance. That's tactically how it works. So, goddamn, I live my life by the scientific method. You can see it play out in my everyday choices. They're not necessarily all good ones, but they get the data. I'm getting super high for the aliens because I'll think less and channel more if I'm just like high as fuck. It's a proven science, speaking of. Spirituality to me is very scientific. I think that, hi, Avi Amo, thank you for the follow. How's it going? That's gross. We are kind of talking aliens right now, so welcome to the stream. This is what you get when you join Illy Millie, aka Illuminati Mystics, the one with the decks, and a whole lot of other shit. False rhyme, but hey, it was freestyle to begin with, so I'll take it. Anyways, I will be pulling out the mystery deck soon enough. In fact, I've already pulled it out, but the conversation's going pretty well, and we're getting some channel messages already. So stay tuned. I may not do personal readings or traditional style tarot. That sounds familiar to me, actually. I don't know if I've seen it, though. My partner's into stuff like that, so there's a chance that he was talking about it. Sounds pretty cool, though. Yeah, okay. It's kind of strange to think of a samurai movie starring Tom Cruise, of all people, LOL, if I may, or do. So, anyways, we were talking about alien music earlier, right? Like people who channel aliens discussing the music that aliens make or like listen to. And it's funny because this was something I didn't bring up, but somebody else brought up about the minimalism that comes with some of the extraterrestrial sounds that we receive from other beings. I like listening to static. That's, bro, evidence for me being an alien is extensive and reasonable, and I am very disturbed by some of the observations I've made, particularly when it comes to my taste buds. I have felt very alienated from other people because of some of those things. In a way, it's not fair. Somebody should have just told me, you know? I feel like Fox Mulder. Anyways. It got so quiet in here, it's kind of funny. You probably couldn't hear just the sounds of a house make, but I could, and I was sort of talking over them for Lord knows how long. And here we are. It's very quiet. Right. Like, I've definitely had some visions, some questionable visions. So on topic of aliens, how do we want to go about this? Do y'all have questions? I feel like there might be some receptive. We can try to call the council. I call the council, but it's like a representative from each rather than like a group of people approaching me. It's like, I don't do it often, but god damn it. Didn't we just talk about how I haven't had a troll in here in so fucking long? Wait, are you being genuine? Because this is like the same script as the dudes who start quoting the Bible. Are you about to start quoting the Bible, or are you a real person? Y'all, what's the verdict here? Somebody act quick. I'm gonna be so upset. Why did we have to bring up trolls at all? It's like you can believe that stuff, but we've been down this road with people before, and it usually just really just comes back to quoting the Bible, which is so funny and ironic on my channel because we love to explore theology and we also do love Jesus Christ. However, we really don't fuck with the white man's Bible. We just fucking don't. What? Wait, is this not about... What does that mean? I don't know who the Montauk brothers. LOL. I mean, I believe in a lot of things that are pretty inexplainable and some things that don't even happen in this reality or, in a sense, this dimension, and that there are so many layers to things that we really don't understand, and once you see it, you kind of can assess things for yourself, but I think people take it too literally sometimes and don't recognize how much is at play in any conspiracy theory. For example, I've brought this up before, but let's just do it to lead. Oh, we talk about that all the time. That's a running theory. I love that. Of course it's an alien, angel, or aliens. Yes. What? That's what we've been talking about. Why? Source, where have you been? Where have you been? Because how have we not put this together already? Like, yes, that's what goes on with this channel. Who's disrespecting your guides, bro? Oh, no. I think that was a little bit misconstrued because we thought that you were one of those troll people who were going to start quoting the Bible. I could be wrong in defending someone, but Dom's pretty chill and not very judgmental and definitely was talking about aliens earlier. So, okay. Oh, that sounded sassy. I don't know what's going on then. I'm going to stay out of it. Look up my shit. What am I looking up? I'm reminded I also wanted to talk about photography. LOL. Yay, Happy New Year, everybody. Okay, kind of forgot what I was doing. What am I looking up? Neff is something? I, uh, I'm glad you're a person. I thought you were one of those weird Russian bots who try to push Christianity via, like, patriot fear. It's a weird shtick on here, and I got worried. And I think we all got defensive, and I hope you still have a good time and are still here with us. Nephilim, I'm guessing. Okay. Yes, so where are you from? Can we, what do you mean you don't know what a troll is? We're talking like internet trolls, like people come on here. It's weird, but the Bible is a science book that ministers make money off of. That sounds like you're mocking me. No, but that's because very similar ideals have come up on my channel. So, the Bible being a science book is interesting, but I do feel like the story of Jesus does entail some alien like creatures, but whether or not he's undercover at the CIA is questionable because if he was human, but also if he came back to life, could be eternal. I totally get that. I actually met someone that in a spiritual psychosis or was drugged, right? Thought that I was with Jesus. Called him by the wrong name. He's like, nope, just this guy. But like I knew it was Jesus. It was very weird. So for you to just come at me and say that, I'm like, at the same time, don't tell me that shit, man. I'm convinced that you're probably right. Because the way I mean, that just wouldn't even surprise me, right? That's kind of funny and really whatever, but maybe Jesus is an energy, and if you've ever seen X-Files, you should watch it. Thanks for the follow. This is a really weird time to get a follow, so I appreciate that. Please don't ask me for a tarot reading. We have barely gotten into the cards, and we are channeling aliens right now. Okay, how old are you? Where are you from? What's your sun sign? If you can't answer some of those questions, I'm gonna have to boot you. Because, like, some of the stuff you're saying seems genuine, but some of it seems really overdone. Ooh, okay, right, okay, so amen to that. Amen to that. That's what the beauty of nihilism is those things are gonna exist regardless, and even if they do, oh well. Okay, so we were gonna do the analogy before we got too into the alien stuff because we want to kind of get a basis on where we're at, because we are seeing how even though we do conspiracy on this channel and we're all very theoretical people and we're all very open-minded, we can see that we are having like this kind of misstep or miscommunication. That's stuff I don't even know, but I'm a Taurus too, so that makes sense, and I do love Geminis, so bet you're a fucking cutie. Probably got a baby face because of that Gemini rising. Okay, sorry, thank you for verifying your humanness and your, and I didn't mean to like ask your age, but I think it surprises me sometimes when I realize that I'm talking to like super young people or like much older crowds at other times. Although a lot of my viewers seem to be in very much my age group, oftentimes the like 28 to 32 age range, but some people are like a lot younger and some are a lot older. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's good to be, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's good to be able to discuss these things. I just don't want to get too aggro with anybody. Or for me to get too aggro because I don't want to get frustrated because some stuff I agree and then some stuff I think it's like, oh, took it so far. that's like, have you seen X-Files? Okay, like, whatever. Um, it's interesting though, because, like, okay, so let's just, I'm not trying to call you out or anything. You're new here. I'm not trying to get you to be scared away, and I'm not trying to other anybody or myself. I get that. Yeah, I totally, that's great. I feel the same. I feel like my body's young and I am old, really. I feel like 400 plus years old. I've lived so many lifetimes in this life. And then I just came back like a time traveler, just landed here and was like, oh yeah, I'm only this old. That's cool. Human span. That's crazy to even think about. Like I've been having a great time with it lately. My time has felt so infinite, and suddenly it's like, cool. That was a very long 30 years that I have in the bag. Let's go again. Get 30 more, I'm so excited. And I'm very youthful, but I feel very ancient at the same time. So I want to not establish ground rules or mutual understandings by any means, but I want to dissect a little bit of what happened in this conversation and why you still seem a little sus to the rest of us. No offense. And hey, if you were some kind of underground trying to fucking crack me or some shit, listen, I ain't nobody really. But at the same time, I'd only be helping you if you listened to the feedback, right? So let's take very basic examples of, like, this sounds terrible, but human sex trafficking. We know it's a problem. We know kids go missing. We know, hey, you're good. We know that, ooh, I don't even know what that is. Feel free to elaborate. We know that it's a problem. We know that it's something that exists. We know that it's happening. But then we want to exempt the only people who could really truly be guilty of it, of being guilty of it, and dissociating everything they do with these actions that we can infer. And half the reason we discredit them for being those people is because of the greater conspiracy surrounding it. And this is a great tactic to turn people off of certain beliefs by making them so extreme. And while you get a cult following hooked into a rabbit hole of ideals or of even like messenger, what is it called? Just like cult shitting, you know what I mean? Like having a following. And it can be very satisfying or gratifying on a personal level. There's something quite dangerous about letting people get away with what they're doing by discrediting yourselves as some kind of subgenre or cult or following of a specific person who comes up with these theories. So it's just something where it's like I do tread pretty carefully in context of conspiracy, because a lot of what we consider conspiracy is blatantly true and we have evidence and proof of it, but people are so in denial or up their own asses or up these other people's asses that they don't really care and nothing changes. And there's a big difference between something being conspiracy and something being unaddressed, right? Okay. That's an odd take from you because I'm much more the oracle or possibly even more of a Neo. But if you were listening to my dialogue, you'd understand, one, that it's a monologue because I'm the only one talking, and two, it's also not really a log at all because I didn't write it. I'm streaming. It's consciousness. So excuse you, this is why you were sus from the start, and now on top of it you're being even rude to me, right? Okay, here we go. And I'm just trying to assess how, oh, this is source. Okay. It's basically Coraline. Yeah, well, okay, I can bring this all full circle. I want to stay on this little analogy for conspiracy that I wanted to just get across, because again, I'm open to conspiracy, but you cannot be ridiculous on my channel or you will get fucking blocked, right? Like it's just a bad take to just be too extremist about anything, let alone conspiracy theories. You got to be open to anything being possible. So once again, going back to sex trafficking, we are aware that this is a problem. We know it's a thing, but people want to exempt their favorites. They want to exempt the people in charge and exempt everyone with money, the people who can afford to buy the children who are being trafficked. You know what I'm saying? Like, the people who can afford to have and cover up these sick hobbies are the ones doing it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem. It's not the guy down the street. It's not the perps who end up on some kind of list for pissing in public when they get drunk. Like, it's the people who can afford it and who can afford the space to do it and can afford the vehicles and the paying off. Nobody said I'm into sex trafficking. It's the opposite. You're clearly not listening to anyone, and you are going to get booted from this fucking stream in about 5 minutes. And 5 minutes is being generous. But you have already been rude to some of my well-liked guests, and now you're putting words in my mouth that have nothing to do with what I'm saying. You're picking and choosing what I'm talking about, and that is exactly why I'm complaining about your type of conspiracy. Yeah, to make the point that it's a fucking issue. What is wrong with you? Honestly, you piss me off enough. I think it's time for you to go. Or get fucked. Like, I don't know. It sounds like you... Yeah, we do talk about heavy shit on this channel, and we're about to channel aliens. So you want to talk about alien species, but can't even talk about the human race being the most disgusting people on the planet. But also, maybe some of it traces back to alien DNA because we've been mixing it with human DNA for fucking centuries. What about this is political? Sorry, but the fact that human rights and humanitarian efforts, hey, what's up, would ever be considered politics is honestly, thank you, source. It's philosophical, if anything, and also it's just human. Thank you, you guys. I didn't want to do it if it seemed unreasonable, because I do try to give people the chance. That's cool, and your opinion. Yeah, right? Completely derailed for no reason. Can't even hear the lesson. Because actually, let's not block them yet. The whole point in me bringing up sex trafficking is the reason that people don't believe that celebrities actually do sexually assault children is because of the conspiracy that they're Satan-worshipping, blood-drinking, sadistic weirdos. And the thing is, there are parts of it that are probably true, but there are more parts of it that no one will believe because the surrounding conspiracy is so fucking ridiculous, even if at the core it's reasonable or true, because we have people like Epstein with these said contacts, and once again he was selling to somebody. So if you cannot see how this is relevant to, I love you, I would hug you so bad, thank you. We are gonna block this fool, y'all, but he probably already left. It's just like the message that people refuse to get across. Yeah, you're kind of really unintelligent, and I really wish you well. Goodbye. That's crazy. I feel bad for people like that. It's just like, it's one thing to have conspiracy and then to miss what I'm saying at all and get defensive. And it's like something that I've noticed a lot lately is that I'm sick of dealing with people who automatically do get defensive. I understand if I've been there before, or sometimes I take things personally, but if you want to be on the defense when no one's even playing offense, then that's on you, and you need to leave me the fuck alone, bro. Yeah, super specific. Just like, I mean, it's almost like when you see people with narcissistic tendencies being bad at it, where like those are tactics that a narcissist would use, belittle their opponent, or, you know, cyclical conversations, focusing on the wrong thing and misguiding the conversation. Like that's exactly the kind of behavior that we've been talking about. Yeah, and thank you, because I do try to stay calm, because At times when people have pissed me off, like in real life, I'll just fucking swing, and I'm not joking. I'm trying to be a better person. Okay? My hands are dirty, they're bloody, they're far from being clean no matter how many times I wash them. I am trying to be a better person. Please refrain from fucking testing me, man. Especially when oh my God, I am working so hard. I am working so hard to, to be less confrontational and less of a conflict person and less aggressive and less offensive. And so when people come at me on the defense like that, I do have very little patience because it's like, oh, you want to act like that? Then you should go because I'm trying not to act like that. Thank you so much. Please respect my boundaries. Also, when is this ad gonna roll? Because I feel like it was only supposed to have 30 minutes or whatever the fuck. And it's been a while. I don't want the ads to auto roll, but I haven't gotten a notification or I wasn't paying attention to it. They usually tell me when it's about to auto roll on me. And I took that route for a long time, but like I said, I'm trying to clean my hands of this, so I'm trying to be more peaceful. But exactly, I would like to be more stern in forming my boundaries so that I am not tested in that way. Okay, so let's take a quick ad break. Let's take a quick ad break. That was a very unfortunate derailment, but honestly, it was necessary. And I think the point of the conversation definitely got across to the people who are paying attention to it. And I hope that y'all don't get mad that I use the tarot channel for whatever the fuck we're talking about. It's funny how comfortable they were talking about anything unrelated to tarot, but if I wanted to do it, suddenly I wasn't supposed to be on the tarot channel. Okay. So, anyways, I'm gonna roll the ad break because I'm worried it's gonna auto roll on us. And when we come back, we'll get back to the alien stuff. Dom, if you're still here, I'd love to talk more, like I said, about species, and if I could describe some of them, and we can maybe narrow down who we might be talking to. That would be super cool. So, let's take a few minutes to compose ourselves once more, and like get back into it. Okay, y'all, let's just talk about it. So, when I say that I had an incident, like, y'all, I just, before I say anything, you gotta, like, understand, like, I am right here. It's just me, I'm right here. There's, like, a desk that has a pull-out drawer, and I know this sweater has, like, a lot of grippy stuff. And, like, I'm not even wearing layers today. And, like, I do have carpet, but it's light colored carpet. So tell me what happened, okay? Tell me what happened. Just now on my ad break, like I had packed this beautiful bowl, for myself in this bong, and it sat in front of me. We love froggies. I was just listening to Ginger Ale Afternoon, so like, there you are, connected to the water strain, wash your car. Fish and frogs come screaming down like rain. Okay, so anyways, where'd the weed go? That's my point. I packed this bowl. It was fresh as fuck. I hit it like one time, and I was about to hit it again, and then I went to go type something to somebody, and then I went to go hit it, and it's empty. It's like pretty much empty, and I'm like, where the fuck did the weed go? And I can understand I spilled it, and with this sweater in particular, I tend to pick things up, especially weed, right? But then, if that's what happened, where the fuck is it? I'm thinking it was a gnome. Yeah, I agree with you, because where the fuck is it? It was just like a joke. The aliens were like, whoop, we're gonna make her think she did that. Like, what the fuck? You should see this, honestly. Okay, it's legal where I live to smoke weed, so I'm allowed to smoke it on screen. I don't know if I'm allowed to show it, so please don't flag me, but like, this is like, there's definitely still some shit in there. But this bitch was packed, and I wish you could see them. It's like standing on it's like a mohawk of weed in there. I know the bowl is dirty on the outside. It's not as dirty. You see what I'm saying? I keep it scraped. But there's like a mohawk of weed. It's like the parted sea of weed in there. And I just am like, well, where the fuck did it go? It's not on my sweater. It's not on my dress. It's not on the floor. It's not on the desk. It's nowhere to be found. The weed is literally just gone. Okay, because my weed disappeared straight from the bowl without explanation or trace of any evidence of it ever existing. So I'm tripping. Where the fuck is the weed? Where did it go? And why do I have the fucking Dead Sea of weed? Whatever the one Joseph parted. Okay? What the... Listen. What do you mean disappearing? This is, the bowl was packed in front of me, bro. And then I went to go type something to you, and it's been gone ever since. I just wasn't on camera when it happened, so like I'm filling all in. That's when I was like, I'm just having an incident. Because I looked around, and once again, nowhere to be found. No trace of the weed. I would assume it was my sweater, but literally it would still be stuck in there. And like based on how packed this bowl was, it would have been a lot. It's upsetting, but it's because they want me to stop. I personally think I get more in tune, like if I'm just stoned and not paying attention and saying whatever, but I guess they want me to be more cognizant of myself, which I find interesting because I don't necessarily want to be, or I find it a little bit more difficult to be like, no, I don't want to say that, or I don't want to do this, or whatever. That's so still weird that there's just no trace of it anywhere. I can't get over that. And they're like really trying to make a point. And it's like, cool, I guess I'll stop. The aliens don't like when you smoke weed, but the dead people make fucking requests for how you smoke your weed and what you have to drink and all this other shit. That's human beings for you, I guess. Okay, so let's get back to the reading, y'all. That was just such a wild time. Okay. I'm hearing Laurie Anderson again. So, I don't know if her song is in reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, or if she says, I don't know what the lyrics are, or what song it is. I think it might be Let X Equal X. I'd have to look it up. But it's like, thanks for all the something. Yeah. Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I always thought they did like it, but I think that I might be getting some kind of like intensity where they're like being a little more strict about it almost. Like something's telling me to drink the Coke that I have instead, where it's almost like they want me to be more alert, but it's not like the weed doesn't make me a good channel. Like you said, like you rarely channel sober. Part of being able to channel is realizing that you need to let go of your cognizant conscious self a little bit to be able to allow other cognizant consciousnesses in. Like that is sort of the point, right? Like I thought that was kind of like what we were going for. Ninth position Earth. There's an offer coming in. There's an offer coming in. I feel like that's been the narrative. Okay, so you know what? I think I might get the Coke. I think I might drink the Coke. You know what I'm saying? I already had a Red Bull earlier because it's like some people will say not to drink caffeine, but I just use it when I need it, you know? Just like anything else. And like, I do tend to rely on weed for my pain and my mood swings in terms of dealing with my PMDD because I've taken the breaks from it to realize that like, yeah, no, some of my cycles are just intense and there's really like, there's so much work to do that I can't always just do in a day. And so it is sometimes easier or based on like what my circumstances or environment is. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is like it does taper for me too, where I've had times where I won't smoke at all, or times where I just smoke socially, times where I'll smoke every few days, sometimes I'll smoke just once a day, and then sometimes I smoke all day every day. And it just fluctuates and always has. I think for a while it's been more excessive because I went from being in quarantine to being social again. And so while I have the self-restraint to pass on it when I'm alone, I get very agitated and aggravated easily when dealing with literally anybody. So I find that when I'm more social, I smoke a lot more weed. And then it's like less effective as medicine because I'm relying on it too much because I have to be medicated to be in public or to socialize. And it's like, why not take meds? And it's like, listen to yourself. Listen to what you're saying. I'd much rather just spend more time alone. Thank you. If I enjoy my time alone and feel fine, then I'm just going to do that as my medicine or for my healing, right? Because it's a PMDD cycle thing. Because when I'm feeling good, I don't need anything. But when I'm feeling like very dismal, despair, suicidal, desperate, and depressed because I'm having premenstrual dysphoria, then like, yeah, I'm just going to smoke weed instead. It's not that hard. All right, so you are saying the Arcturians. Yeah, I'm going to get some caffeine, I think. I know we just took an ad break, so let me just do 60 seconds just because I have to. It's just going to take me a second to go get it. And also, I feel like we keep going in and out of being, I think, like ready or present for this reading in a way. And I think, oh, you are still here. And I think tomorrow I need to do, or today, I should say, depending on the time zone or the time that we are in, today I need to do something for myself and my health. I need to go for a walk. I'm someone who likes to go for big, long walks every single day. It's my preferred method of exercise and keeping my body young. And, lately it's been colder, and I, like I said, had 2 back-to-back wicked fucking cycles that I'm actively in with the second right now, and was sick in between, so it's been hard to be as active as I usually am, even throughout the winter months. And I think I don't realize how much I'm getting pent up, and how much I miss it, and how much I need it, and how much it is good for the soul. It's good for the soul. I have no other way to describe it. It's just good for the soul. So I need to go for a walk tomorrow, and I hope that all of you go for a walk tomorrow, no matter how cold it is. No matter how cold it is. Because imagine we lose all of our resources just because we've been wasteful as human beings, and there's like no Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what the hell we were talking about, but they can get pretty intense. We're getting back into aliens. Oh, but speaking of aliens, they want Coke. So, y'all want to hear about my alien taste buds when I get back with my beverage? Because it is a point of interest, and I wouldn't mind your input if there was some interest to it. And it would possibly include spoilers from the show Roswell, a teen drama series from 1999 to 2002. So, really up to you, but just offer on the table for talking aliens. Otherwise, there's a few cards, but honestly, I'm not feeling the cards as much as I'm feeling the conversation. So, Dom, when I get back, we need to focus. They want some Coke. They want a cola. You know how we were just saying, I thought they don't mind weed. I thought they don't mind alcohol. I thought they don't mind substances. It's like, yeah, they just were kind of being dicks because they weren't getting their way. They know I've got a Coke and they want some caffeine and sugar. So they like carbonated substances. They very much are into textures, but so am I. It's so funny. People like human beings make fun of my taste for things, and I get it because some of it's weird, but it's like, to me. Like eating textures and stuff. Oh my god, I don't know what it is other than maybe alien genetics mixed with human DNA. Anyways, give me 60 seconds so I can appease these alien angel goddesses, people, creature things. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I'm not necessarily feeling the tarot cards, but I'm feeling the council. So let's dive in. Let's get in the zone. Am I allowed to smoke weed now that I got the fucking Coke? I'm pissed. Where's my bowl? Are you gonna refill it too? The fuck was that about? I'm gonna stay pissed about that. Mostly because there's no evidence. I understand if I spill it and it can still be divine and there's like, oh, there's the... But where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? It's just unaccounted for. That's so mysterious and weird. It's not about the weed. It had to be a gnome, right? It had to be a gnome. Cheers. R.I.P. to your lungs. Fuck the vape. But yeah, that's a bummer. I believe you. Okay, so this is really good. It's funny how we go through phases in life. When I was really young, my parents would let us have things like pop. But then as I was older, other family members did, so I had as much as I wanted. But then I got older than that, and I kind of resisted it because I was allowed to have it, maybe, or because I was burnt out on it by the time I was, I don't know, 14. That there was a long period of time where I just didn't really drink it. Switched to tea or liked the occasional energy drink. And for a really long time, I only had it if I was working and was sick of coffee or something. But more recently, I've been like really craving it more. And I think it's because when you cut out alcohol, your body wants some kind of fill, maybe. I don't know. And I still drink the occasional alcohol, but not as often as I have ever that I recall, other than times I was sober. And even then, I had a coffee shop, or like access to coffee shops, so it was really easy to like distract with things like coffee. And I've always had real good taste of like just drinking straight liquor or plain espresso, so it was never the added sugar. And suddenly, like, it's almost like as I get older, or it could be part of the reason I need to cut back on the weed is because I'm increasing the sugar and stuff. It's a little out of character for me. It's funny how often I drink sodas all of a sudden, because it's not something that I've ever really done. Like I said, it'd be a special or an exceptional occasion if I needed an extra caffeine boost while on shift at some restaurant or another, And now I like go to the store and pick out sodas for myself. And I hate that. I hate that, especially because back in the day, if I did choose a soda, it'd be a Jones soda, right? And it'd be like a weekly treat, if that. Like, I hardly knew. What do you mean? I'm really upset about this bowl, you guys. I'm kind of pissed. That was like a full bowl of fucking weed. And the thing is, I like pre-grinding my weed so I can pack bowls, and I don't have any more of the pre-ground shit. That's why I'm so frustrated by that move. Such dick moves, just because they wanted some fucking soda. But that's the other thing. I feel like because I do channel, it's almost like requests. I got you. I was a vegetarian for 10 straight years, and then I've been switching my diet back and forth to vegan, to non-vegan, to strict only eat good meat, to like eat meat because I need to, because I bleed, to whatever, I'm poor, I'm gonna eat whatever's in front of me, to like wanting to be raw vegan diet. Yeah. That's the one thing I have never done, because I honestly could give a fuck less about birds, man. I don't really like fish that much. I like some seafood. But I've never been that into chicken. Thank you, Guttermouth, for the follow. Don't ask me why I said Guttermouth. It says M Gutter. Why would I say Guttermouth? Interesting, right? So yeah, that's the one diet I've not really adhered to. I even think that at a time I was kind of paleo by default, or accident, if you will. Ah, okay, cool. I love your little dinosaur emoji thing, whatever those are. So yeah, we're talking aliens. Welcome to the channel. Really pissed the gnomes stole my weed. It's kind of a big hot topic going on live in front of you right now. I'm very upset about it. It's just gonna be such an adventure to get. Damn gnomes. Good morning, ladies. I love that for you. I would love it for me too. I looked something up recently, and it said that gin and vodka have caused less symptoms of hangovers than other liquors, which I thought was really interesting and almost unquantifiable. But it was a study, no less. I also have the Leonard Cohen song "Who by Fire" stuck in my head like none other lately, so I don't know if that's... Wait, is he dead? Is he dead? Somebody tell me. I do not prefer tequila. I have had too many crazy nights with tequila, and I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not going to say they were all bad, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend they were all good. Tequila makes me a fucking dumbass, more than anything else. He is dead. Okay, maybe I'm just meant to channel him because I can't get that song out of my head. And who by fire, who by water, who in the sunshine, who in the nighttime, who by higher deal, who by common trial, who in the merry month of May, who singing, and who shall I say is calling? I love that song. It's like, I feel like it's gotta be a good song when there was like a way to do something so profound or impactful in such a short amount of time. Thanks. I love singing, so it's really, the pleasure is mine to know that somebody enjoys when I do it. I've gotten a lot of complaints over the years, but now that I know my cycle better, I realize that some people like my estrogen voice and some people like my testosterone voice, and some people like both, and some people like neither. So I realize that the range I have is not necessarily a controllable range, but just what I'm capable of at that point in my hormonal cycles. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So thank you for loving it and loving me and subscribing. I got a little caught up in the Lou, not even Lou Reed, Jesus Christ, it's, what's his name, 222, Leonard Cohen, damn. No, I wake up singing that song lately. It's either like, okay, so for a while it was Ginger Ale Afternoon, or Immortality Blues, I think. Yeah, it was my version of the first track on Hit to Death, because I covered that album. And I'd just wake up every day and I'd be singing this song. I'd see the sunset and I look away, afraid of my food every damn day. But then more recently it's been Kate Bush waking up, singing Great Big Sky, just like immediately, like, you know, look at that cloud. This is, you know, the big, big sky. What is it? Not holding on, but whatever. To the big sky. Just really wild. But the past few days, it's Leonard Cohen, and I don't dislike it because he is amazing. If you guys are responding, I have to catch up on the messages, so I'm scrolled up right now. But he's really good, so I don't mind it. But it is it's very intense energy to wake up to. Whereas Hit to Death or Kate Bush, Hounds of Love especially, are more pleasant things to wake up singing or thinking. Whereas Leonard Cohen's dreariest song, besides like You Want It Darker, just seems foreboding. Okay, so he's dead. Aliens think our vibes are hilarious, especially when we're intoxicated, especially the telepathic ones. That's really funny because when we're intoxicated, I feel like we're easily inhibited. So yes, aliens probably have a great time with that. Whiskey was my drink of choice for a long time, but I realized that it made me more inclined to fight and possibly fuck. It's a very much are we fucking, are we fighting kind of energy, but most of the time we're fighting. And then like some people still want to fuck after that. That's good for them, I guess. Leonard Cohen is also one of my favorite lyricists. Honestly, his voice really is beautiful to me too, and I think that is what separates him from the Bob Dylans of the world. Is like Bob Dylan's lyrics are very cool, but almost like camp in the way he is a storyteller, but his voice is just like, it's iconic, but it's almost comical, right? And that's okay. He's a Gemini. He probably should be pretty funny. And maybe we do need to be able to laugh with him more and take him less seriously. Whereas Leonard Cohen, being a Virgo, is a lot more serious, but he's a lot sexier and he's a lot more, I don't want to say divine, but just like smoother in a lot of ways, and just especially his lyrics rely less on storytelling and more on, I almost said numeric devices. I don't know that that's true, but maybe I am already channeling Leonard Cohen. God damn, that man is sexy as fuck. Is that me or him talking? I don't know, but he's a Virgo, so that's my type, right? Just kidding. Whew. Robots, yeah, I agree. Throw what in the fire? The alcohol? Whiskey? The Gnosis is definitely like the coolest god in Greek or Roman belief. Yes, very cool. Very big Taurus vibes, I feel like. Tripped out to all his songs. Manic. So you mean like tripped out on drugs, or you were tripping out because it was a manic episode? I think God does send messages through music, and I think it's just that the artist themselves isn't sending the messages through the music, but God is, okay? God wanted you to be listening to Leonard Cohen. God knew Leonard's music and wanted you to hear it at that moment. So never discredit your spiritual inclination or discredit your messages that you receive, because those messages were just as equally imperative to deliver to you, but in the sense that you and Leonard Cohen never crossed paths, I assume. And that in itself is God's hand in our work and in our lives and at play. Thank you. I thought you have already been here, this or that, but that's okay. Is that a bisexual thing or something else? Thank you once again, Loving When I Sing. That would be incredible if you channeled him. I'm a Virgo too. I love that. LOL. I've been there in a way, but then also shit got weird because turned around and became true for me, so it was kind of a different thing. But I totally get what you're saying, yeah. I'm kind of revisiting a certain era of my life and not totally addressing it or being straightforward about it at all. Yes, we are talking about Leonard Cohen. Shut the fuck up. Are you a Virgo too? Why do I never remember your birthday source? Probably because you're a Virgo and you're like, oh, I want to be dramatic and make sure you never remember it and make sure it's never relevant. I'm just kidding. Yeah, right? Literally, I know there's a delay on the chat, so I know we were pretty much making the same joke at the same time, you brat. I do love Virgos though, and they are so pretty. Yeah, that's so funny because I wouldn't just think of Leonard Cohen as like sexy, but then when I was talking about him, I was like, damn, he is sexy though. Like he has that look, but also his voice, his attitude, his skills, talent, poetry, like that is such a beautiful thing. All right, you know what? Sidebar. Cool. Should we tap into this Leonard Cohen energy? I have been waking up singing that song. I will pull out the other deck right now, unless we are implying that Leonard Cohen was indeed an alien. Should I pull out the Halloween Oracle? It was on the table. Y'all wanted to do aliens. We can't seem to get a good conversation going in regards to the extraterrestrial life forms. But the Leonard Cohen thing has been more consistent the past 5 minutes. That's what I'm saying. Should we just do that? Should we just do it? I'll leave this deck out in case we're feeling it. It's still relatively early in the evening. Considering I'm feeling good, I'm drinking a cola, and I'm excited, and y'all are here. When is it? Let's be honest, y'all. I may have a lot of lurkers in this moment, but to my hardcore viewers here, when do we ever have this many people? Of course, when I say that, 4 of them leave, but when do we ever have this many people around? It's a good vibe. Let's do Leonard Cohen tonight, okay? We'll come back to the aliens, hopefully. I think I'll be awake. But let's do some Leonard Cohen. Because I was going to pull out the Halloween Oracle. But you know what? We'll do Halloween Oracle this week for channel messages. Because we'll do Leonard Cohen. And then, like I said, I'm going to try to see if we can do our annual Janis Joplin birthday extravaganza. And then during Aquarius season, when we use the Halloween Oracle, it will be for the kind of like shadow work, shadow self readings. But right now, I think I am putting this deck away. I'm sorry, you guys. If I feel like pulling it out, we will. I think the thing with the aliens tonight is that we can tap in and not do a formal reading, and we can still do the kind of like consulate questions, but first we're going to channel some Leonard Cohen because we're all into it right now. And I'm sorry I keep repeating that and not doing it. I'm switching decks. So, hello, Richard. That's what I'm thinking. I have been waking up singing Leonard Cohen and then listening to it right before I stream every night. I don't know. I guess I just didn't think he was dead. So I didn't think that channeling him was an option because I try to avoid channeling the living because that is really annoying when you can literally just talk to me instead. Piss off. And I do hear people. I do see people. I do know when people are trying to get through to me and talk to me and thinking about me and sending me thoughts. Like, just like I can fucking tell you, oh, your dad's concerned from beyond the grave. Like, at a distance, as much as I can fucking hear you whining, crying, and being obsessive. Certified Britta moment. Don't give a fuck I Britted it, okay? I don't care. Britta was an underrated, underdeveloped, unwritten character. And actually, none of those things are true. She's just, like, terrible for no reason. It's not fucking cool. Bitches. Alright, it's like the whole point of the show is they're all flawed, but it's okay. Anyways. Listen, I finished Community today, and it was actually really good. And if you stopped at season 4 like I did initially, it's totally worth the watch to see the last 2 seasons. And I would even say season 6 was better than season 5. Okay. It's 4 in the morning. Something. That's a story. That's storytelling. He did a lot of storytelling. But you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, when I was saying that he was more poetic and didn't rely on storytelling, where I was like, I almost said John Lennon, but I wasn't really going to say John Lennon. I was going to go back to Bob Dylan. And it's not even to compare the two, but if you can pit women against each other all day long, why not talk about Jewish men who singer, songwriter, poetry, guitar, slam nation? Okay. I'm kind of kidding, but I did always really like Bob Dylan until I started listening to Leonard Cohen, and I was like, yeah. I think I like this dude is way better. And it's not that there's not room for both, but it is like almost the same thing, only one is just better. Because he's a Virgo. No, I'm just kidding. I love Geminis too. Okay. Well, we're all just like chilling. I'm picturing him kind of timeless, where he's not super old. Like when he died pretty old, he had like his curly white hair. So I picture him with his comb over, and it's like starting to speckle into being salt and peppery, but it's not so much of salt. That's so real. That is so real. They are heartbreakers, but not even in the way that just like naturally they break your heart. They like go out of their way to break your heart. Feels, yeah. It's like, I can deal with rejection or breakups, but y'all just want to make it hurt for no reason, huh? Love that, don't ya? I do. Practically chugging that shit, bro. So I'm picturing him with the comb over still, and the fedora, with the jackets, and okay, I like that. I will look into that. When's his birthday? Is he immutable too? Instead by the lack of her hair. What's that song about Janis Joplin? Is that why that's coming up? Or that was supposed to be Chelsea Hotel. I remember we were in Chelsea Hotel. We singing songs so sweet. I don't know the words. And giving me head an unmade bed, and I can love you often. But you got away now, didn't you, babe? Just turn your back on the crowd. If you got away, I never once heard you say, I need you, I don't need you, I need you, I don't need you. All of that driving around. You know, it's funny because Leonard Cohen was kind of quintessential to me in high school. I listened to a lot of Leonard Cohen, but it would be the same few tracks because it was the age of the internet where the only time you could get music was like downloading it very illegally and high risk off of sketchy internet services. And I was not permitted to do that on my family computer, so respectably. But I just only had the CDs that my dad collected over the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Okay, not the 60s, really. Music from the 60s, but he is not that old. But, yeah, LimeWire. My cousin would download whatever we wanted and then burn it on a CD for us because, like, that was the only way to safely listen to that shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to do that shit. You kidding me? Tamino? I feel like I've heard of him. He does those, like, in the booth, it's like the dude, and then there's like that guy who plays with him, but it's like Tamino's the name. Yeah, uTorrent was a big one, LOL. Oh, you mean you still do? Okay, fair enough. LOL. Yeah, LOL. I've been saying that a lot today because I don't have the effort to laugh because they ain't shit funny to me when I'm bleeding this much, quite frankly. Oh, yeah. We get downright vulgar on this channel. Sorry if I don't talk tarot enough for you. Man, go find somebody else to watch. Yeah, I'm fucking cranky, bro. You would be too if you would cry like too because you were bleeding and it hurts because cramps hurts and blood and tears and sweating, lots of sweating. So, yeah, you fucking better. And you can tell Ryder and Wait, you can tell Ryder and Wait that I don't give a fuck. Okay, yeah, we're reeling it in. We're dialing it back. I thought we were doing Leonard Cohen. Okay, here's the thing. Can I not focus on anything tonight? Can I not channel at all? Is no amount of processes or steps or things that I do gonna get us to what we want to do right now? Don't say that. Oh my god, that's just like the opposite. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing. I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna say it's a good thing. Did I tell you? Hello? Oh, hello! Hey, lady. I have a great story to tell y'all. You want to hear it? Yeah, of course. You have no choice. Leave now or forever hold your pee. Okay. So, since maybe I did already tell this story, but I'm telling it again. So, ever since I started my stream, and it may have started when I was still doing YouTube videos, I can't really remember, but I would always use the tagline or send off good night and good luck because I couldn't think of anything myself that really flowed as well. I was really good with intros, especially like the quick things that are more personal for me, like Illuminati mistakes with the decks. Simple, easy, fun. So I'm pretty good at that. I love coming up with toast, taglines, mantras, etc. But as for a sign off, good night and good luck was the best. It was exactly what I needed it to be. And so it's just like, yeah, that just feels right. So I used it. And I'm going to be honest, I know it's the title of a movie, and I always thought that it was a movie that was like, oh, maybe this happened while I was on live. But I'm telling all the story again anyways. So I always thought this was like some movie from the 40s, like Casablanca era. Good night and good luck. Like, I guess I just didn't even know what it was. But it turns out it's actually a George Clooney movie from like 2005, which I didn't realize, because it is about a man who was a radio broadcaster in the 40s, hence why the film is made to be like it takes place in the 40s, and I just genuinely thought it was from the 40s at some point, having never actually seen it. But as it turns out, the guy with the radio broadcast used the tagline "Good night and good luck" on his radio show. Okay. Here's where it goes crazy. Here's where if you think I don't know what I'm talking about, or you think I'm some kind of bullshit or joke, blah, 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 this right here should be all the evidence you need to know that I am legit and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. For some reason, God gifted me the gift of necromancy, and the dead people fucking tell me everything, okay? Not only do we believe that, like, we as in I got this from somewhere, right? Inherently was passed on this astrological knowledge that when you are born and die in the same sun sign is a sign that you've completed your life cycle. So not only was this Edward R. Murrow, the guy who coined Good Night and Good Luck, not only was he a Taurus, April 25th, 1908, he died April 27th, 1965. So not only was he a Taurus who died during Taurus season and completed his life cycle, but guess what my birthday is? Y'all know I was a Taurus. If he was born April 25th and died April 27th, you bet your bottom motherfucking dollar my birthday's April 26th. So that to me was just like, that is so cool. That is so fun. It's like, how did I know? What do you mean you've never heard that? Were you here when I went through it, or are you genuinely being a smiley face right now? Sorry, I'm paranoid. The dysmorphia, dysphoria. I think everyone hates me and is making fun of me all the time. Are you being sarcastic? Oh, okay. Yeah, right? Wasn't that a fun thing? It was just such a wild discovery for me, because it was like, I really don't know why I say this. I should know. And I looked it up and it was like mind-blowing. He was born and died literally the days before and after my birthday. That's crazy that I would just pick that as my tagline when I could have been saying Goodnight San Diego would have been way more like me, because I've actually seen Anchorman 20,000 times in my life. And remember, it was the first movie I ever saw in theaters without an adult with my cousins, and we were fucking ruthless because there was like hardly anybody in the theater, and it was fucking Anchorman and nobody gave a shit. Or maybe they did, but they didn't really leave or complain about it. So it was a lot of fun and super funny. Goodnight San Diego would have been much more appropriate than Goodnight and Good Luck, but I know my stuff. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Virgos tend to be my besties too. That's funny. Why are you bringing that up? Are you insulting me? Wait, okay. See, so first of all, it's a lot harder to tell via text, right? Second, for the most part, I do. But like I said, the dysphoria, like I literally get paranoid and assume the worst at different times. It's called premenstrual dysphoria. So like now I'm on my period, and so I'm like less paranoid that people don't like me and more confrontational, like, oh, so you're being sarcastic, so you don't like me, oh, so it's true, and like more upsetting. Yeah. She goes, oh, I got say less, sis. Yeah, no, I know. And yeah, I am. April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the... Turns out I hate that song. I don't. Listen. You want to open a can of worms? Thank you. You're so sweet. I think there's always like two types of every sign, and there's always like different versions of how evolved someone is as a person. So it's questionable. You also might just not see it, or you have a really strong placement in some other aspect. But, gosh, so much for our Leonard Cohen reading. Maybe that's not happening. Maybe he's on the list. Maybe he's on the guest list for, let's do that. Okay, sorry. We're doing so many things. I almost feel like, yeah, I know, right? I almost feel like we should just give up on the fucking tarot cards tonight, but I think I might just switch decks again. Can we just have a chat? Are you all going to be mad at me if I'm not doing the tarot? It just seems like we're all really engaged. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like this is more of a conversational night than a tarot night because, one, my focus isn't where it needs to be. Two, I'm fucking mostly uncomfortable and chugging sodas like I don't fucking know. Oh, you haven't actually listened to his music? No, put the shit on right now. Let us listen to it live, and then if he comes through to say anything, he will. I just feel like I'm not that focused. Yeah, I drink room temp water. I had a heating pad earlier. I stayed in bed all day, and decided to stream because I was kind of like, I'm never really bored, but I know when I'm gonna get bored if I don't get up and do something, so I decided to stream anyway. Um, yeah, especially when it's their music, right? And who by fire, who by a water, who in the sunshine, who in nighttime, who... Oh, I've thought about doing that. Isn't that so funny? I want to have a Halloween party where I have people like do covers of dead people, and then I can channel someone, probably Nico. It'll be so fun. I've been... Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, it's like, yeah, I think it brings joy for both people involved, too. Like, they get the chance to kind of, like, be out there again. Okay, let's go back to Leonard. I feel like he's still pretty present, and he knows that I'm just fucking around, and maybe that's kind of the issue, is that I'm not really focused, but also he's a bit of a quiet person. I don't really know what he was like because I've not read too much about his life. But he is a bit of a quiet person. He's more reserved, and so maybe he will come back for the birthday situation in a few days to say more and to think about this stuff, because this isn't something that he's really participated with or interacted with since he's passed, because I think a lot of his friends from back in the day who were into that stuff died before him, because he did live to be an old age. So he hasn't really he's had people who miss him and pray to him, his family and whatnot, but they are not people who are in touch with all this spiritual stuff. So he hasn't really had the opportunity to do anything like this before, and that's like, he's feeling very present, but not like feeling like he has so much to say or finds that his wisdom would be valuable in this context, to an extent, because he shared so much of himself while he was living, that he's very content to finally observe rather than be observed as he were. So that's kind of cool. It's bright in here. So maybe that was just our brief message from Leonard Cohen for the evening. Now I feel like I'm getting more. It's a cool gift, and remember to ride a train. He says if he could give anybody, he wants to say if he could give young people advice, but it's really anybody, because advice is timeless and life is to be lived at any age that you get to live it. So his advice is ride a train, because he said that he would have never felt the urge to write poetry had he not been on a train to London when he was about 7, and his mother was getting impatient with him telling stories or something, and she said, here, write a poem or whatever. I don't know. She said, like, look out the window. You know, she was just an annoyed mother, stuck on a train with a really talkative child, and they were going somewhere. No, it wasn't actually London. He was hearing like the Czech Republic. I don't know if we can actually like verify any of that. Is that true that he started as a poet and got into songwriting? Like I said, I've not really read about his life, so I opened my eyes to see that. And of course, while I've got my eyes closed, I'm saying ride a train, and that he got into poetry when he was like 7. So that kind of makes sense that would be true. So, and actually, who by fire was a phrase that he came up with like back then. I don't know if it was that same train ride, but he's kind of showing me like poor children's handwriting
and that phrase in a poem, but not that song. Like, it's a phrase that he always, like, he came up with when he was young, but did it. Mnemonic device keeps coming up. I don't know what that means in context. I thought a mnemonic device is something that you make the letters represent words to remember what something means, right? Isn't that a mnemonic device? So, who by fire? I don't know what he was trying to remember. But he's saying that that's a mnemonic device for something that he came up with when he was like 7. But what the fuck would you need to remember WBF for? Can't think of anything in math or anything like that. So that's interesting. He's showing me that from that time. But he knew that that phrase would be important. So it's funny that I'm stuck on that, or that's why that song is coming up, is because he thinks of that as his masterpiece as well. So when it comes to writing, connecting with the poetry of writing a song or the lyrics of a song, and connecting with the artistry of creating the notes and the rhythm and the power of every strum, and connecting with the creativity that you're engaging with rather than the final product or the outcome or the finished processed engineered song, but rather to feel the music and to feel as it comes, and record the raw takes, right? And that's something I do, is release all of my takes are raw takes, first take, one take, all the way through. Only doing this once a lot of the time. So it's, always keep your drafts, always write things down with a pen. Never use pencil, okay? Because then you just regret what you've done instead of succumb to changing it, right? There's no take backs, there's only edits. That's it's a good one. And the train, if you haven't been on a train, a good long train ride along the countryside, okay? No matter what the countryside is to you. I'm hearing this like accent. I thought he was Canadian, but he's Jewish. I'm wondering if he or his mom was an immigrant, where I'm like hearing this accent suddenly, and was thinking about the Czech Republic for some reason, or hearing Czech Republic, I should say. So I'm just wondering what his descent was. God, he really was attractive and very beautiful. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Pursued a career as a poet and novelist during the 50s and early 60s, and didn't begin a music career until 1967. So you were right. That's crazy. Yeah, he's been writing poetry since he was like 7 years old. Masha, yep. She was probably, well, Kloninsky. So Masha is like a very common name in Eastern Europe, because it's Ukrainian, Russian, etc. It's like the equivalent of Maria, Masha. But Kloninsky sounds like maybe something else. She did immigrate to Canada. So yeah, I'm hearing this like Russian kind of accent. Lithuania. Well, that's interesting. I'm not even sure I really know where that is. His mom? Wow, that was fast, source. I love how close to, that's like Kaunas City. It looks so much like Kansas City. I wonder if that's where we got it from. Is there a big Lithuanian crowd in Kansas City? Because that would make sense. And who by fire, who by water. Stuck in my head.
Oh shit. Gas pipeline hit by large explosion. This is all very full circle moment right now. Ooh, by fire. It's the World Boxing Federation. That can't be it. I don't know. I love it. I'm very curious about people's lives myself, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, going back to the question about whether or not he pulled from personal experience or experiences of others, he almost was baffled. There was this moment of baffled with that question because he couldn't imagine drawing inspiration from other people's experiences and very much was centric to his own experience in like every scenario, even if he wrote from someone else's perspective in a situation he was involved in. He never had told he told secondhand stories or told firsthand stories from a secondhand perspective. Okay, but like yes, most of them were like just he wrote about life, and when you write about life, you write about your own life, or even if you change some of the names or dialogue or whatever, it was very much inspired by his own life all of the time. I don't know why we chugged that Coke. I wonder if it was for Leonard or the aliens. Okay, because when I saw her last name, I was thinking Polish, but I didn't want to sound dumb. But it was like Klanitsky or something, and I was like, that seems very Polish, but the Y threw me off because usually Polish names have an I. So it's funny you say that because that would make sense if that's sort of like more Baltic based, but influenced by Polish and Russian ancestry, I suppose. And my first thought was the USSR, but they would have been gone already and in Canada by the time the USSR rose to power, right? Because that would have been during World War One, and he was born in Canada when she was 1905. When was Leonard Cohen born? Now I suddenly don't remember. 19, not 45. 34. Okay, yeah. So they would have already no, that they would have been there for World War One. Even if he was born in Canada, she could have definitely been there for World War One. So that's interesting. Man, I can't keep track of the ad breaks I've been taking though, and I don't recall it telling me. So now that we're at the hour mark, I am gonna roll an extended ad. Oh yeah, I think you really did, and like confirm that's what the reading is saying. So I would love to keep talking about this. I'm gonna roll the ads just so we can get back on track and I can keep timing. So I will be right back. Give me a few minutes. All right, I'm back, but whoa. Okay, sorry. Somehow my other screen got unmuted, so I'm back, but I'm fixing myself up real quick before I jump back on air. Wanted to keep y'all company while you waited for me, though. So, what's up? How's it going? What's good? What's new? Where did we leave off? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? What's goody? So nobody said anything, and I forgot I was even on here for a second. What's up? Like I said, I'm just freshening up a bit. Oh shit, I forgot something though, so hold please. Okay, I'm back. Not back, because I'm still, like I said, just trying to freshen up a little bit. I messed up my hair. I was eating. My lips feel dry from all this lipstick. Needed to just. And yeah, you could watch me do it, but it would be kind of like a little weird if you did. Bear with me here, people. Okay, I kind of want to go on a tangent. Is that alright? It's not a real tangent. I was just thinking. Oh shit, we went back to the chat box, y'all. We may not get any more of a reading out of me, honestly. Leonard Cohen was nice, but now I'm about to grind up some weed and shit. Maybe we will still, though, because these won't go back in. But I'm not feeling tarot at this moment. I was just thinking about this year, and like, my hair doesn't look as good as it did when I first started the stream. It's okay. Everybody has bad hair days, and when your hair is this length, you have them all the time. Berries and cream, right? So anyway, I kind of want to light incense, even though it makes more sense to light incense when we're like doing a reading or whatever. These are a bit strong. I'll do Gemini instead. And 2, 5. Oh, this is Cancer. It's Gemini. There we go. Cool. So, what we just. I was thinking about how this past year, like, it kind of sucked. And honestly, I typically feel like I wouldn't really regard any year of my life as very bad. Some would argue that, turning 30 is hard on people or takes its toll. But for me personally, I think turning 30 was really sort of an adventure, eye-opening, really evolving. Good evening, Raoul. So I actually quite enjoyed it. But this year kind of sucked. But you know what didn't suck? Me. I finally saw myself for who I really am. I finally put myself out there, did things different, did something new, did things for myself, stopped putting up with fucking bullshit, So even though this year theoretically kind of did suck, I didn't. And so it can suck my dick and kiss my ass and endlessly pursue the search for my clit and lick that when it finds it. Because this year, the one thing it didn't do, no matter how many times I got kicked down and kicked around, I got right the fuck back up. Not to sound like a nostalgic 90s hockey lover or anything. But when I get knocked down, I get back up again. They're never going to keep me down. It is true. I have an unbreakable spirit. How about you? Okay? So I just want to say it was a hell of a year. And it's still going, in my opinion. Zodiac cycle is my calendar. Especially because Aries season is when things really, whoosh, for me, in 2022. Because I did have high hopes and I did think it was off to a really good start because the end of the 2021 Zodiac cycle was good. And then everything's been be a 10-year reunion that I wasn't expecting for some reason, even though it was always part of the plan and it all got shifted to being 11 because that's the way it is, and also because COVID, I guess. But anyways, super cool stuff. And I look forward to all the life I have left to live, no matter how much of it is, you know? Cheers, here, etc. Cool. Yeah. I'm very happy. And I hope you are too. And I'm sorry that the tarot isn't going well for us tonight. You can blame Sarah Paulson. Or me as a person. Or yourselves. For not taking enough breaks. Being too damn connected. Just kidding. Let's talk. Can we talk about tarot before we do tarot? Because this is what I was kind of saying before, and I feel like the conversation keeps getting derailed when I keep bringing it up, and also feel like the greater lesson in that is to see that what I'm saying isn't really true in a sense. But yeah, so been very long since you've been happy, so you're not happy. Well, let's get to the bottom of that. I want to make sure everybody who interacts with me is happy to some degree. I hope you're happy being here with me. And you know what? I need to take the sweater off before I lose any more weight. Because that's going to piss me off. Also, this dress is like so insanely perfect that I actually hate wearing it because it's literally... It's perfect. It's so perfect that I started to hate it because it's literally the best color scheme that matches pretty much everything I own because it's like this dark black gray with just pink tones, and I am a pink person. Everything I own, I go pink. If I have a choice, I'm here pink. I love pink. So like this dress, it's like waffle material. It's so thick, and I live in a cold place during winter, and it's not all the way long sleeves, so it's not too hot, but it is. Listen, y'all, I ain't trying to brag just by standing up, but it's just a humble little slight brag just for me to stand up, okay? We know this. If you want more, you can go find it, but it goes all the way down to like my knees. Okay, so this dress is warm, flattering, great color scheme, simple pattern, sort of a turtleneck, but not fully committed. Okay? It is literally the perfect dress. I hate it. I hate wearing it because it makes me like thank you. It just, no effort goes into my outfit when I wear it. It's perfect. It needs nothing. It needs nothing. It's upsetting. I'm a bit of I wouldn't say fashionista, but I am, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I am a fashion icon. Okay, so this dress is like so good, but oh my god, it's almost limiting how good it is. Thank you, my fucking Freddy Krueger for Friday the 13th, because I'm such a freaking goofball.
so fucking funny. Yeah. I was gonna wear that sweater again, and then I switched to the purple because I wanted to incorporate the purple tones into the outfit. And yet, I decided not to do so much purple. Real quick, y'all, I just gotta do something I forgot about real fast. Okay, I will be right back, but 30 seconds this time, not 3 minutes. I said 30 seconds, but that's not an option. It's 60 seconds. My bad, y'all. Hello? Hello. Oh, why does this keep on muting? There we go. Okay. Back to the chart. Okay. What were we talking about? Thank you. Oh God, whatever we were talking about does not need to be spoken in a British accent. Why would I even start doing that? Out of nowhere, in unprompted. Not sure. Maybe because low-key, I imagine Sauce to be very similar to Richard Ayoade's character in the IT Crowd, based on what you've told me about yourself. And the fact that I think Richard is actually also a Virgo, but I could be totally reaching. Maybe he's a Gemini too. Noel Fielding is Ayoade. Oh, he's a Taurus. Virgo, wrong Earth sign. Oh, cool. I love that he's a Taurus, but he's still North side. So yeah, I feel like in my head that's who you remind me of. Maybe that's why I was talking in a British accent. Not to blame you for my goofiness. Okay. Anyways, what's up, y'all? Did you miss me? 1,000 times I've been gone and back. We've had quite the revolving crowd tonight. Same few people here supporting me. Thank y'all for being with me, chatting it up. Anytime we're on this screen, I have zero intention of doing tarot anytime super soon. You'll know when the tarot cards are out because I switch screens. So feel free to add whatever you want to the conversation, bring up any of your woes, hot takes, questions, comments, concerns, conspiracies, whatever you want. The floor is open. Something I want to discuss is the path of tarot and how things are changing, and I keep getting too derailed from everything, but that's kind of how my periods are. It got brain frogs, bro. They be croaking. I don't know what the fuck anybody's talking about. Like, that's just, it is what it is. So I am easily distracted right now, even though I'm someone with particularly intense focus most of the time. So, okay. Don't be shy. I know it's a lot of lurkers tonight, but again, feel free to add. So I'm going to go back to the tarot thing, and I just want to point out how I got into tarot about 11 years ago, and my first introduction to it was me seeking out spirituality in efforts to comfort myself through a traumatic loss and my first real encounter with my own mortality, despite having always been closely connected to death. So I started my tarot journey at a vulnerable time, for sure, but a pivotal one as well. And I didn't really get into it for a couple of years after that. And I didn't find my first real deck, other than like the practice deck that I bought for myself, until late the following year. So all that just to kind of say that, like, it found me more than I found it, for sure, like any of the practices or guides that I've collected over time. But I have noticed that although it does really apply to my journey, and I even remember a few years ago, an old friend of mine and I reconnected, and she was saying, like, oh, when you stop paying attention to the synchronicities and angel numbers and you seek God, and she kind of got into church. A lot of my friends ended up getting into church, which was another conversation I wanted to bring up when we were still talking about Jesus and aliens and stuff, but then we had to ban that person and things got a little murky after that. Either way, I noticed that on my spiritual journey, of course, that's what brought us in conversation, was my spiritual path. So I kind of can't say that I would take someone's advice on the subject, but I have noticed that in my life, I feel like I brought up earlier, the dangling carrot little bit with tarot. And that's kind of a loaded statement as a tarot reader for me to say that about tarot. And the thing is, you can't really say that about tarot, because what tarot is so broad or vague or interpreted in so many different ways that there's no way to, like, universally claim something is related to the absolute broad subject of tarot. Like, you can't just attribute every negative aspect of a reading to tarot itself, rather than like that reading or that moment or that person, whether it's the reader or the client. So I've always been very hopeful, and I've always seen, look, this is like kind of reminds me of a wishbone, and it's funny because I was listening to a Baba Jolie reading right before I started my night reading. She's a Scorpio, and I feel like a lot of the readers I watch end up being fixed signs. I watch, I think Allie's Tarot is a Leo, and I'm pretty sure Scorched Earth is a Leo, and then Baba Jolie and Sassy Scorpion Tarot, both Scorpios, and then there's a ton of channels like Taurus Talk Tarot and Taurian Tarot and Tea and a whole bunch of other ones, and I'm pretty sure there's like several other readers that I've watched that are like Tauruses, major Taurus placements. I think Ari's a Taurus too. So fixed energy, really good at delivering messages. That's kind of one of the things we're classically known for. But I was watching Baba Jolie, and she said she was scrying with water, which is something I'd be open to trying, but also it's interesting to watch her do it. And she said she was seeing, and I sometimes feel like I don't really need the water. I just see things. And that's not a jab at anyone else's method, just a statement of my own. But she was talking about a wishbone, and I feel like the stem that I just got out of this weed definitely resembles a wishbone, so I'm going to throw it in my box. I recently made like I like making homes for all my stones and such, and I don't know, I don't always share them on camera or anything, because I guess in a way I'm superstitious or even old school about certain things, but this is just like a box of rocks that I made, box of rocks, with some Halloween decor, yeah. So it's not just rocks in there, there's other stuff. So I threw my wishbone in there. I really like it. But yeah, so it has felt over the years like I did have a journey. Don't get me wrong, I definitely had a journey that I needed to embark on that was meant to teach me a lot and show me not only my flaws, but also my celebrations and my wins and my losses and my confidence, my insecurities. Like I've become very self-aware without really becoming self-accepted, perhaps. I don't know if that's really even necessary to say. Either way, sort of coming back to the point of tarot is like I get that my journey the last 10 years even has been very rocky, and it's been a very wild time, and it's been chaotic as hell even, and at this point I feel like I am doing so well and I'm progressing so much and I'm showing so much promise that it's almost like I can't keep up. No, that's not even what I was going to say. That's so odd that that's what came out of my mouth. It's as if spirit can't keep up. Some of us are making such fast progress that, once again, going back to the timeline, feeling like everything's moving so slow or never going to happen and blah, 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 because we were expecting it at this time, per the natural order of things, we have to understand that we're working on a universal level and in tandem with the greater surrounding space around us, and that it involves every aspect of every planet, dimension, creature, existence, parallel universe that we are in or a part of, to work in tandem to get these things to us and to make things work and to make sure that we're all aligned in our correct places at the correct times. Okay, so while many of us feel like, all right, we need to take a break from tarot, we need to reflect on what we've already done, we need to stop being so into it and relying on it for answers and just realize that it's kind of like we're done. It's like a new era. Like I said, I think I'll start using the decks. It's going to be not a new thing. Nothing's going to replace tarot. Tarot is probably not going to be as popular this year as it has been the last few years, because some people are really only interested in certain life cycles, or they're going to repeat the same lesson they're not learning that they were supposed to learn from the tarot readings by experiencing it in a different way and using other means to cope rather than tarot to learn their lesson this time around. Or they're going to shift into the new narrative. And you're going to notice that the readings are going to change a lot. The content's going to be a lot different. There's going to be less tarot, more talking, just like there has been already. And that's because spirit, or whomever you may attribute to these types of conversations, or wherever your spirituality is based, spirit's a little irritated by how misconstrued or misdirected or misfocused some of the messages that come out in tarot can be for people, to where it's almost like we are on punishment as people because we misused as people or as a society on the whole. Like streaming on Twitch, I guess, is one thing, especially because it's so quick to monetize to an extent. Maybe I'm just really good at what I do, but no, I mean, compared to some of these other sites, like the bar is a lot lower on Twitch because it's
that's a good thing, and it gets people money for what they do, and that's great. But some of the other more soul-sucking devices that are intended to disrupt your flow, that's the other thing, is there's no time limit on here, right? There's never been a time limit on Twitch as far as I know. And it gives people the chance to be themselves authentically, editing, whatever. And so I do separate it, not because I use it. I think YouTube is kind of in the same genre of like freedom, so whatever. But these apps that use restrictions, time limits, character limits, so many guidelines to follow, it's just one of those things where a lot of the spirituality is lost by it being rushed or plugged in or repetitive or oversaturated and overdone. So we're going to see a lot change this year, but people who actually practice and or believe in tarot, the channels, the guides, the healers, right? None of those people will fall to the wayside when tarot becomes less popular. The world is about to be shockingly different this year because people are going to start remembering where they were at before COVID. And now while some people see COVID as having happened in 2020, other people really aren't seeing COVID as even having ended, right? And so we live in many different worlds on this planet that we share, and we've never gotten back into, quote, the full swing of things since we shut down globally. But the effects have made changes and adjustments everywhere, except for where it's created more conflict and arguments, right? So everything's been, what I'm hearing is like conflated. I don't know what that means, like blown up, conflated, conspired, I guess. It just seems like, well, I'm lacking ways to explain it. Not conflicted, but conflated, I think, is a word, but I don't know that I'm using it in the right sentence. Everything seems to be contrived, or not like a joke necessarily, but it is like conflict. It's like clown energy. It's like people who stayed so caught up in something that was meant to test us, and it's like being completely enthralled in it, regardless of where you stand on the position, is what makes you fail your test. Being too caught up in any lesson is going to make you fail your test. And that's coming from someone who's taken all their L's to the face, because I decided to opt out of having children, and I often opted out of romantic relationships, and I often, have experienced an increasing number of more casual friendships rather than close-knit, longer, tighter connected friendships. And all of that is because that is how I took my karmic lessons, right? And so people receive their information differently based on how those lessons are taught to them, right? And only in changing your own actions based on what you learn or what you know from these other interactions is how you would say something like, well, I don't remember what I was saying, because I was like, I wonder if anyone is going to notice that I've been eating these stems. And that thought got very loud and distracting, because I was like, I don't think it's exactly subtle, but then if I didn't say anything, maybe people just wouldn't have noticed, or would be left wondering, or maybe would have asked and I would have had to address it anyway, or no one's really paying that much attention. But you can never really know when there's people watching. You don't know who's watching. So sometimes I like to just get it out the way. Okay? And if you've never eaten a stem, I think that's weird. And also, no, it doesn't really taste like weed. It tastes more like gas or something, which some people would use as a phrase for weed. So I meant gasoline, to clarify. Anyway, carrot on a stick. Just kind of that energy of being led to nowhere. But I think that's, once again, because we are seeing this, like,
long-term cycle of not necessarily abuse, but just a cyclical pattern in general can be very difficult to deal with or heal from on so many levels that it did take that time. It did take that time to heal. Like, for example, me personally, I've been dealing with having these wicked ass periods since I started getting periods. So for the first 15 years that I dealt with that, I had no real concept of how much something like my menstrual cycle could affect my daily living, nor did I really understand the concept of ovulation until I was already deep into my sex life, right? So, it's pretty crazy how uneducated we can be, but how much these things or knowing these things about ourselves can change or transform our lives. So while I have been into tarot and I have been into spirituality and I have been a reader or a healer or had these near-death experiences and ego trippings and newspaper trimmings and all that, whatever nonsense, all that, and I still had to learn that about myself. Is that in my pursuit to figure out what was wrong with me, everyone overlooked what it actually was and tried to force upon me a bunch of incorrect diagnoses or assessments to tell me that I had to deal with this or that and try to explain what it was. And anytime I said, I don't think that's what it is, 33313, I don't think that's what it is, this doesn't feel right, this isn't helping, no one believed me. So sometimes it's about sticking to your guns and trusting your intuition for sure, but also part of the reason that some of these things or these readings or this narrative or this spiritual journey that we have been on, of course everyone's is going to be different, for the last 10, 11 years, right, 10 years, because this is the end of 2022, we're seeing a lot of these lessons finally being learned. We're seeing these cycles finally being broken. It's something that we've been talking about or telling ourselves for years past, and something we've been consciously working on as people, as individuals, even a little bit on a societal level from COVID to even just wokeness before COVID. But you know, all these little movements really aren't giving us any kind of range of motion, nor is it really getting us anywhere because the disorganized and or chaotic nature of it all preventing us from organizing in a more productive way. And that's why for this upcoming year, there will still be spirituality, there will still be tarot, there will still be times to talk about these things, there will still be a need for healers and readers and seers and psychics, right? I'm not just going to automatically be out of a job by 2023 because people aren't as popular on TikTok as they were. But people are going to move on to new things. Tarot's fun when you're stuck in the house, but most people don't like to be stuck in the house that were into tarot. They wanted to be a part of something when they couldn't go anywhere. And so now that people are going out again and seeing that maybe they're bored of these apps, of course these things are going to have a decline. And they're going to get more quiet, and then they'll pick back up again, and they'll be exactly where we need them to be, or where they're supposed to be on a spiritual level, okay? And that's not to discredit or discount or disclude anybody. It's just kind of the way it is. The reason this stuff has always been underground is because you really kind of do want a sense of screening before you just have anybody going and messing with it. And if you hold nothing to be sacred, then nothing will be. Okay. And, you know, it's my own fault for even getting caught up in these kind of ideals because I didn't hold anything sacred, even people's secrets, at a time in my life. And so I understand that this karma I had to serve up, that was a long sentence, let me tell you. Fucking real long sentence, okay? And I know what I did. And I was so repentant for it way before my punishment was served up and over. I mean, really, though. Really, though. It's crazy to think about. But I'm hoping either it's just over or it paid off. And even if it doesn't pay off, it being over is what pays off because it's finally fucking done and I made it without dying, as far as I know. Or if I did die, I came back to life, there's another wishbone. And who by fire, who by water, who in the sunshine, who in the night time, who by ideal, who by common trial, who in the merry, merry month of May, who... I never remember, I gotta look it up. And who shall I say is calling? Bum, 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 bum. Love it. Live it, love it, bless it. That's here. Okay. So how y'all doing? Just still freestyling, just talking. So yeah, this dangling carrot thing, I do feel like sometimes the readings are leading me on because nothing ever really comes out of anything. But in the long run, I look back and I realize how much progress I've made as an individual that I would never discredit any of my work on myself as the work that it is and the work that I put into it in becoming the person that I am today. So, it may feel like a long road. It's been such a long time. I think I should be going. Time don't wait for me. Keeps on going. I love that song. It's been such a long time. Do 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 do. Well, I'm taking my time, moving on. You'll forget about me after I've been gone. Taking my time, don't want no more. Just inside of your front door. It's been such a long time. Well, I'm taking my time, just moving on. Now it's getting repetitive because I don't know any other words, but it's quiet around here. Y'all just lurking? The hell? It's a lot of lurkers. Nah, some of y'all been talking. You don't have to carry this labor. You don't have to do the work. That's literally why it's my channel. So please do not succumb to my bullying tactics, trying to force you to talk to me when in reality I'm the only one who signed up to be talking. It's not your responsibility. Do you, stalker? Just outside of your front door. Some people take that a little too seriously, huh? It's been such a long time. So I think we all have got the tools. We've grown, we've gotten older, but we've gotten wiser, and it does feel like a new era is being ushered in, and it's been feeling that way, and I think it's been even, like, if you would say, predicted to an extent or to a degree, which we've talked about the situation with 2012 and how that seemed to be the end of the world. But a lot of, professionals or historians do see it as the start of a new one, or a very common cycle or life cycle or point in history signified by many, right? So I love it. I'm a little chilly. I don't know if I want to put this purple sweater back on because them damn fucking tips of the sweater, they're so funky, and I already lost a whole bowl of weed, and while it may have been a gnome, I don't want to do anything super risky to encourage any more of my weed to go missing when I inevitably pack this bong with all the weed I just ground up. Just kidding. All that is going to last me for a few days, hopefully a week. It's been such a long time. Yeah, I had to switch back. We love the green anyway, right? It's more comfy. It's a very warm sweater, and because it doesn't have those extra little Chanel pom-pom cuffs, the weed won't just like get picked up and moved by my sleeves as easily. Texting my best friend. We're basically like Abby and Alana, but we just interchange which one's Abby and which one's Alana. So anyway, babbled the hell out of that one. What else is on the agenda? Not that I can think of. And who by fire, who by water. Yeah, I wish there were more songs in my head at any given moment, but usually when it's stuck in there, it is stuck in there. So, it is what it is. Well, I love that. Okay, so. So it's funny how I have like two Instagram accounts and like the same fake accounts will like posts that I post on both of my accounts at like the same time. And it's like, what is that algorithmic pattern? Because that one throws me off a little bit where it's like these spam bots know that I'm the same person and they look at my account directly after one another. That's sick to me. Like, that's sick. But whatever, none of my business, I guess. It's how their business thrives. Wow. Okay. Well, what's up, y'all? See, again, with the labor of carrying conversation with me, totally unnecessary, but honestly, if I was just talking, and I don't know if I really want to commit to doing tarot, I'm just wondering what even we are doing here, in a sense. What's up? What up, what up, what up? In the nighttime. Thank you. Oh, God, that sounds awful. Okay, so that prompts two things in my mind. One, the intro to the song "My Didn't Notice" by the Flaming Lips. One of my favorite Flaming Lips songs. They are probably one of my favorite bands, I guess. Sarcasm LOLs because the whole thing. Not undisputably my favorite, but up there for sure. But "My Didn't Notice" is just like one of my favorite songs. It's like a B-side off their 1991 album.
in a priest-driven ambulance, which was before they got signed to Warner Brothers, and it's like very grunge but still very punk, and it's very blasphemous and sacrilegious, and it's fucking awesome. Very much a core of who I am to a degree, even before I listened to it, from the sheer color scheme of black and pink being my punk color scheme of choice, to like the sacrilegious content of it all. Having gone to Catholic school, it just becomes very relatable. But I feel like you should listen to it. I can't remember who the fuck it is, but there's like some audio of somebody talking about a dream, and he's like, and we start shooting, and just like whatever you said reminded me of that. That's so funny, because like I have a stalker that used to drive a red truck. I don't think that they still have the truck anymore, and I don't know if they still stalk me. And I'm not really sure that you would have a dream about something that would connect to me, especially when we haven't been in touch in the past couple weeks. But perhaps that's something somehow applies to you, or I don't know. I haven't heard anything major happening in Arizona in that regard. Hell yeah, punch a Nazi in the face vibes. Love it. Love it, love it. Don't love that you're dreaming about school shootings. It's really sad that it's even like conceptually a thing, you know? But that's what's so funny about people in the modern world. Is like, we were raised to believe that history is history, but we fail to recognize that history is happening every day. And the fact that we're like up to date on current events is a little overwhelming, but it's no real difference than any other point in history where things were just happening and we just maybe didn't know about every single one of them because there wasn't a globally connected news source that would deliver those messages to us, right? So it's just interesting to think about the way we kind of like perceive history and the way that things are constantly happening, and how hearing about it while it happens does take away like the learning process, because we're all just dealing with it live together, you know? It's crazy. And you would think that would make tragedies like more preventable or like more up for discussion somehow, but it doesn't. It makes them almost worse because we just have to be complicit to something that we know exists, whereas before we were being complicit to something we didn't know about. Yeah. But that's the thing. I don't think it's any different than how things were. It's just our awareness of it. And you would think that the awareness would be empowering, but so many people are so turned off by the thought of their own discomfort that they choose a life of luxury and lies over actually doing what it would take to overthrow these systems in place that are causing human suffering across nations. So, you know how it is. You know how it is. But instead they're arming themselves with guns, and it's like, damn, if there was anything I could take back in alternate history, it'd be like the gun, because that shit is so fucking lame to me. And I know that bombs are like way worse for the environment, but how many weapons would have never prospered had we not had guns in the first place? Honestly, grow up and fight each other with your motherfucking bare hands, or at least take the time to learn a skill like sword fighting. I'm sorry, but pussy ways of fighting is just shooting guns at each other. And like, you can intimidate me and prove me wrong. Like, I would hate that, obviously. I would hate to be shot. I think it's still very violent. It's still very scary. But it's like opting out of actual combat. You're opting out of actually being strong or like taking any skill or pride in what you're doing because you're hiding behind a gun because you know the gun will win. And it's like, cool. So I guess that's all that fucking matters. And it's like, I don't know. Y'all are kind of bullies for that. It's like, you're kind of bullies for that because You basically eliminate the competition by changing the game, and it's like, okay, cool. You could have just been like a better, like rather than be a sore loser, you wanted to be a fascist winner. Congratulations, I guess. Like, way to ruin it for everything. Just everything's ruined now. So that's fucking cool. And then y'all complain about gun control, but you're not even ready to discuss the actual definition of birth control. Like, that's insane. That's insane. It's none of my business, except it is. It's all of our business. And the more we refuse to talk about politics, religions, beliefs, personal opinions, the more we have societies that breed people who tote guns and want to kill people and feel misunderstood. Because when you don't talk this stuff out, then there's no way to change someone's mind. Instead, they get radically more infused into their own ideals and can't get themselves out of the rabbit holes that they find themselves in. Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't think that these things still had to be explained, but then we still deal with them on a daily basis. And I honestly have witnessed people fumble the fucking ball in these situations with others who struggle, you know? Like, it's just really bizarre. It's just really bizarre. You would think that we're so evolved, and you would think that humans have made so much progress, when in reality, we must have really been relying on some kind of extraterrestrial creatures for a lot of what we have, because there's no way that humans have ever taken the time to be competent enough to work as a team together on pretty much anything, let alone all this. All this. Too busy fighting, too busy killing each other, too busy making guns, hoarding resources, and contriving schemes to make money and cause suffering. Like, come on. Come on. To think that we're just some beyond divine creatures that just know how to do it. No, come on. There's definitely some outside influence on that. And the fact that Steve Jobs created the whole entire iPhone interface or system or software, like, pretty much on his lonesome, and attributes that to none other than lysergic acid diethylamide 25, that's gotta tell you a lot more than we talk about. Okay? God, I love these conversations that just have absolutely no point or direction. You learn so much just from listening to me. I'm kidding. My attitude changes weekly. We know this. I don't need to be a dick about it. Even if it's funny, even if it's true. I don't need to act like Rick Sanchez for real, for real. Read the room, Gail. Yeah. That's why I've always been one to say, we need a revolution, and not one to say, I'm starting a revolution. Because like we talked earlier, the best leaders of the revolution are appointed by the people. That's the whole point of a revolution, right? People need to stop sweeping these topics under the rug as politics and then saying it's taboo to talk about politics. You need to leave human resources and basic survival necessities out of politics, and that is inherently the problem, is people see that as a political issue when it's fucking not. Human rights, wages, I get that it's become something that is attached to different political platforms or parties or in the hands of politicians, but because we identify those things as politics, they have become political when inherently they never should have been. And that's a big part of the problem, is how much we don't talk about because we put it under the category of politics or even religion. Because like things like abortion is both politics and religion, right? And people don't want to talk about either one. And so we can just never talk about abortion to one another, but then we all want to throw a fit when a law gets passed or changed, but y'all can't even have dining room table conversations about the topic, let alone have any real protective policy in I almost said parliament, but that doesn't apply to me. So, you know what I'm saying? It's just a crazy world we're living in. I'm getting this weird, like, New Jersey accent want to come out, and I'm not really sure if I'm channeling somebody, or if somebody's fucking, it feels like the ancestors. And it's funny because I'm Italian, but I know where I came from, and I'm not like New York Italian, and I am from the Midwest, so I don't know where this accent is coming from. But there is this sort of like, it's maybe not even, is that more of a Boston accent? And I don't even do the Boston accent. That's so weird. Um, there's something that's fading in and out. It's weird, right? It's like la la la. I think I am about to channel something. It's so funny how that happens, where sometimes it's like it's not about the way the accent sounds or where the accent is from, but the fact that I am pitching my own voice would be an indication that someone else is trying to speak. So that being said, yeah, we do censor ourselves dumb because we let them censor us, and it's something that I really like. I, for the most part, don't believe in censorship, but I also think that without censorship, you give rise to fascists in a sense, because if you let freedom of speech be a blanket term to protect people from spewing hatred or planning things like storming the Capitol or whatever the fuck, there's just like so many variables in that. So many variables in that. That's so true. And I love that the universe is truly inside of us, and that's how you can access space, and people just want to ignore that and pretend like psychonauts aren't real. Like, that's the perfect way to describe it, you know what I mean? Um, yeah, let's do some channeling. I'll take a 60-second break. We're going to get back to, I think I'm going to go back to the alien deck, but I think it's really about it's not about the tarot cards. It's just channel messages coming in because it's been a while since I've channeled anything. So they're coming in crystal clear, and I don't need to encourage anybody. They've been asking me to talk for days. So let's take the break so we don't get interrupted during the channel. I'm just going to do 60 seconds so we don't lose it. I will be right back. Yeah, because it's like not a thing, lol, anymore anyway. Or like it's just, yeah, it makes you sound like a drug addict, I guess. Um, okay, so let's go back. I don't understand I wasn't really saying anything with the whole accent. No, I don't have any more sodas to offer them. There's a mix between the New World and the Free World, and what's scary about saying that is it would indicate that the New World is indeed not a free one, and that the Old World would be the free one, but it's not necessarily that the free world ever existed as a world itself, but rather the sovereignty of the individual that can exist freely in the world by recognizing what the world is and how it works and taking control or power over your own domain.
because there is no such thing as the free world other than in your own lane, in your own vision, in your own space, in your own mind, or your own life. I'm hearing like care to join me or something like that. I don't want to talk about abduction week. Oh, so many of my stories were going full circle for that tonight, and like, it's just so exhausting sometimes. I'm really proud of myself for having streamed for 4 hours. I had quite a few viewers, which was really nice, even though a lot of them were quiet and didn't seem very interested. And I literally look like the berries and cream guy, if not Lord Farquaad himself right now. Fucking hair. It looked cute down, but my bangs were bad, so I pulled back. My bangs look better, but this is ridiculous. So anyway, back to the aliens. I'm still hearing that Leonard Cohen song in my head over and over again, and I'm telling you, this has been going on for days from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep. I listen to it at least 3 times typically, just because I just need to, sometimes it helps get it out of the head. But I feel like there's something in the lyrics that need to be said, and that's why I keep singing it, but I don't know all the words because I'm just learning the song. And like I barely have the first verse down. But let me read this. Okay. Or should I sing it? How are y'all feeling? I don't know if I should really be wailing right now. It's kind of an odd time in the morning. If you're watching this lurking and not following me, you should follow me, because one more follower and I'll have 222 followers, and we fucking love angel numbers, okay? So let's just chill and sing some Leonard Cohen, okay? We have the same repetitive shit I've been singing all night, and then the rest of the song, because I feel like there's a message in it, and some people actually like my voice and requested karaoke streams, which I'm open to, but confused by. So we can discuss it if anybody would like to help me logistically deal with that. And who by fire, who by water, who in the sunshine, who in the nighttime, who by high ordeal, who by common trial, who in your merry, merry month of May, who by very slow decay, and who shall I say is coming? So I remember the whole first verse except the who by very slow decay, which is honestly pretty simple. So from the first verse, once again, because I really feel like there's a message at this point, the call for who, this is not really, listen, this is not necessarily a dissection of Leonard Cohen's music, nor is it a channeled message from Leonard Cohen, but it does incorporate both of those things, right? Because that was kind of the whole thing we were doing tonight. But spiritually, I feel like Divine is showing me this song, and we talked to Leonard Cohen tonight for the reason that there is messages in this. So the who, the call, the who, you, the consumer, the reader, the viewer. Who by fire, by water, that's going to be our transition from Pisces to Aries season. That's going to be being at the beginning of a new cycle and a new zodiac year and reflecting back on the past one. Pisces, daydreamy, nostalgic kind of past lifers, right? Okay. And it's funny because fire and water being the transition, sure. Who in the sunshine, who in the nighttime? We're nocturnal over here, so daywalkers do their thing, creatures of the night, we do ours. Here we are, right? But the merry, merry month of May I really like because that is Taurus season, and spring when things are getting loaded and blooming and finally making sense like they didn't last year. Okay? Things fell apart that time last year, most likely for a lot of us. It did for me, and probably many of you if you're tuned in and on this fucking spiritual journey with me. So, um, and slow decay is funny because also just, doing the channeled messages with the deceased. But who shall I say is calling? I really like because there is this narrative of like receiving a message, receiving a call, blah, 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 blah. For me, once again, I hate when the living tries to channel my energy or give me messages because that's going to piss me off quicker than anything else. Talk to my face. Don't be a bitch. Talk to me. Not mental, right? I'm a person and I'm alive, okay? You can. And who shall I say is calling? Second verse. And who in a lonely slip, who by perpetuate, who in these realms of love, who by something blood, who by avalanche, who by powder, who for his greed, who for his hunger, and who shall I say is calling? Still the same song. And it's okay, so this is interesting too because lately, and it's like, it's come up for people like I think cancer was dealing with some kind of addiction stuff all of the past like 2 or 3 years. The cancer readings that I did, I say the past 2 or 3 years because that was really when I was doing the zodiac readings is when I was on YouTube, and that's when cancer readings were consistently about quitting smoking and not doing drugs and giving up vices and blah, 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 dealing with addiction and so on. Just like Capricorn readings were constantly about breaking up and divorce and ongoing process and people screwing you over, blah, 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 where there just seemed to be some really clear narratives when I was breaking up the readings into being by zodiac. But since being on the stream, there really has not been a narrative surrounding too much addiction or vices or anything like that until recently, where, like I said earlier in the stream, that I got a message like that earlier today, like before I was streaming, about someone's father who passed away, like overdosed, and wanted to get a message across and was really concerned for their son, I feel like it was a son, where there was just something with that. And even, I want to say, well, the last thing we left off on was Nico, and obviously Nico chose drugs, and that's like a really hard one. That's a tough pill for me to swallow, right? Not like as a huge Nico fan. So there is something to it. Maybe. I don't know what I mean. For a second, hold on. See, my voice just popped in my head. The Peter Gabriel song with Mr. Reds Fatigue Ali Khan. So good. Because lately it does seem like there might be, like, I don't know. I guess it was when I came back from my break, or right before it. Before Halloween, though. It's very hard to judge the time. I feel like I remember doing so many readings during Libra season, but then for half a Libra season, I just was doing the Halloween reading, so I'm having a hard time really kind of remembering. But it wasn't until more recently that drug addiction has come back up in the readings, where there was something about warning someone about an addict, but also people accepting and forgiving people. I'm getting a ringing of the bells here. Accepting people despite their addictive past or nature, as long as they're truly doing the work. We have to be more supporting and accepting of that. That's come up a lot recently, but more as of late, as of this past couple streams, these past couple weeks, it seems like the situation's getting more tense, as if people or someone in someone's life, or each one of our lives, has picked up some kind of habit more recently or gone back to it. So, The Lonely Slip by Barbiturate is of concern when we look at this and we know we're getting a message from it. And it's funny because I will bring up songs a lot, especially when doing the Alien channels more so than any other readings. But I've never dissected a song like this before, but I would not be able to explain to you how badly this song's been stuck in my head. It's in a show that I watched recently, but that was months ago that I saw it, and it's like it just like comes in, you know. By Avalanche by Powder, it does feel his greed, his hunger. It does feel like drugs are becoming a problem. Okay, so let's put it this way. I'm noticing as much, like even with relapsing, I'm noticing a lot of breakups. Like people just don't always get through retrogrades. Things literally are moving backwards. And if you're already an impatient person, things are moving backwards, or you're in a tense situation, then things are going to get more tense and you're going to lose all patience that you already were missing. So it's kind of understandable, but also in a sense predictable, and yet still so many people are so deeply affected by it. Yeah. Well, because I think music's an entity, like an alien species, and I think there's a plug, and there's like, it's not that music's a drug, but it's a frequency, and like a lot of people can attune to frequencies and understand. That's like when I'm doing my channel messages with the aliens, often what they say is that they can feel what a song conveys to them, rather than actually interpreting the lyrics or understanding what it says or what the intent is or the genre of something, where they can just kind of know what they're supposed to feel when they hear it, and so they know how to use songs as a tool to convey messages, because it's hard to get on the same page or be in the same language. Yeah, I love listening to static and white noise. I've done it since I was a kid. I do a lot of very alien behavior, and it's not like I'm mocking or mimicking anyone. It's like I see these different behaviors that I've had since I was a child being mocked and mimicked in. Yeah. Like, it's funny, right? Because wow, that is such a cool concept. Not cool because it sounds awful, right? And if I'm understanding it correctly, it is awful. But it's so true that we don't really know, like, anything. We really don't. And so we have to stop making the assumption that we know shit, or that we can be confident in our guesses, when in reality we have no other way to interpret any of the things that we have assumed to be true, other than by other human beings telling us that, yeah, it is, like a promise. Like, okay, so let's finish this song. Let's drink some of this water and finish this song. I'm not doing good with the water because I haven't filled it at all since I started streaming, have I? Maybe one time in the beginning. 2 disco balls in 4 hours. I don't think that's a good thing. But I do think I filled it at least once. I hope I did. Okay. And who by brave ascent, who by accident, who in solitude, who in his mirror, who by his lady's command, okay, I don't know, who by his own hand, who in mortal chains, who in power, and who shall I say is calling? Gotta be brave. It's time to face the music. Time to say, hey, where is the fault? Where is the blame? What am I seeing this for? Why is this in my face? Who told me to do it? What made me do it? What brought me to do it? Right? I love it. And how much freedom do I have? Subjective, because as human, I feel at the bottom of some sort of at least cosmic, if not divine, totem chain. Right? Think about the human nature of archangels, and how higher ascended or other being they are from us. And then think about the humanoid gods and goddesses like fuck Zeus, but Zeus and Hera and all of the and Hercules and all of them. And then think about that when you think of like an even higher being, a god who created those god and goddesses, right? And so when you can be in touch and in tune with all the levels of you or levels of human that exist, is when you can experience divine, but also experiencing humility, knowing that you're at such a small capacity as to just being a vehicle or a channel or a passing thought in these notions. But then, LOL, love that. Pocahontas is a great movie, despite the fact that it's a very scary tale of truth behind it that does not reflect what they put in Disney, which is very cruel. I guess in a way it's honorific to try to give her a happy story, if only she would have not chose the white man. Because that's where it gets murky. That's where it's like, no, she didn't have a choice. And y'all make it sound like, no, it's what she wanted. It's like, no, it's not. No, the fuck it's not. But the movie's great. It's very like, they tried something, and from being the 90s and like being uneducated and white, I think it was cool, but man, it's really shitty what they did. It's pretty disrespectful for Pocahontas. But yeah, that song's a banger. And all the characters, I loved that movie as a kid. Yeah. And like I said, the characters, the artwork in it, like Grandmother Willow, it's just like whether or not it was appropriate is questionable, because it's not my culture or faith to say whether or not they did a decent interpretation outside of the fact that John Smith was drawn to be the hero. And that is a gross misinterpretation of the actual historic events that was the life of Pocahontas. So, fuck. How are we feeling? The crowd has died down. Even in peak viewing hours, people were not really feeling very chatty tonight. You're still here. That's the Bible for you. Everything is sugar-coated, but also murder. It's murder, but it was for God. That was their sugar-coating. You know? What's the vibe? I might be getting sleepy-ish? I don't know. I'll probably be on here way longer. I always say, I'm gonna wrap up. I'm getting kind of tired. I'll be at least another 20 minutes, guaranteed. Okay. You went to dress up. What are you doing? Dress up. What time is it? Where are you? Yeah, welcome back, though. I love that. I know your name's Athena, but I just always think Althea whenever I see a name even remotely similar to the name Althea, because I'm a deadhead through and through, and I was there. Getting coffee. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. It's like 3 a.m. Do I know where my viewers are? No, apparently not. Heading to get some coffee. I want some. So bad. I'm gonna have coffee today when I wake up. I try not to drink it every day, because it's, oh wow, yeah. Where are you? 5:42 p.m.? How cool. That is like nowhere near the time I'm in. So it's super fun. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, depending on where I'm at in the cycle, I like caffeine. Like, I drank a Red Bull instead of coffee. So, like, when I say that I try not to drink it every day, it's because it's sacred. I grew up drinking it excessively, way too much. I'm lucky that I don't need to drink it every moment of my life, because I was so dependent on it for so long. I didn't even realize that you could have a dependency on it. I was totally using it responsibly. But it's part of my culture and it's in my blood. I also... Right. See, and I'm more, like, I drink more pop now, but it's because it has a lot less caffeine. So, yep, we're backwards. We're the opposite. Because I don't really like putting sugar and shit in my coffee unless I'm getting it from a place like Starbucks or whatever. I don't really like Starbucks. I prefer whatever's local or like franchises. Um, Caribou was my favorite, but they don't exist in many places outside of Colorado. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Been that way for a long time. I think I would probably still be in the habit of drinking coffee every day, like I was not long ago, if I had a coffee pot. Right now, I only have a French press because making it take so much more work to make actually does help me cut back. And I do believe in decaf coffee. I really like drinking coffee. Like the whole process of it is so far beyond taste or caffeine. It's both, it's neither, it's everything. I love bitter, yeah. Same. Oh shit, I have to run an ad. That's some bullshit. And we missed 420. Come on, man, we're a mess. I'll be right back. I think I'm gonna do 3 minutes though, so that we have 30 minutes instead of 20. Usually after the second hour, third hour, fourth hour, it changes. I don't know why it only gave me 20 minutes. So let's just roll the 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, so if you are a subscriber, then you shouldn't have to be watching or listening to these ads. And a lot of times I forget. And sometimes I like to sing. So I don't really know all the words to Althea. So I thought I would just look it up because we got like 2 minutes until, the ad break ends for, oh my God! Cass, thank you for the subscription. Literally, as I'm talking about how my subscribers do not have to watch ads. I love that. How long have you been lurking? That's what I was saying. Like, what the hell? I love you so much. Um, I know. Like, truly. That's so cute. Okay. How does this start? I told Althea I was feeling lost, right? Lacking, I don't know, in some direction. Althea told me upon scrutiny that my back might need protection. No, I don't think I could sing this without the words. It's just stuck in my head. Ain't nobody messing with you but you. Your friends are getting most concerned. Althea, what was I singing? Althea told me upon scrutiny. Yeah, I don't know how I'd sing that without the words. That's what's so funny is, damn, we still have a whole, yeah, good morning. Still have like a whole minute of these ads for all my non-subscriber people. Yes, good midnight morning. That's what I call this time. Okay, I want to discuss music more and aliens and twin flames, and we're gonna go back to some channel messages. We're gonna do it all. We're gonna do it all. And we're 4.5 hours in. It's 3 a.m. We are wilding out at this point. It is witching hour. It's about to be witching hour, and I love that. I love it. Okay, got like 10 seconds. I'm about to rip the bong. ASMR. All right, you guys, act cool, okay? Act cool, act cool. Oh, hello. It
If you were my subscriber, you would know I was here the whole time entertaining my subscribers who don't have to watch ads. You should consider being a subscriber too. Thank you. It's a gift. It was given to me. I was fostering it during a move, and then, they got more bongs and said, hey, keep it. And I was like, yeah, anytime you're here, smoke it. And I do like it. It's definitely not something I would pick, but it's very practical, because my partner doesn't even really like bongs, and we don't have that many guests. So I keep it a lot cleaner than it has been, just simple routine of using hand sanitizer when I change the water out. But I usually do Cafesa my bongs, but I don't remember what I did with my Cafesa, nor do I think it made it to this house. So I need more, and I need to take the time to actually clean it, but it's pretty practical because it's small and it's got a nice base to it, and I think that's really important, because I would hate to have a super breakable bong, and that's probably what my taste would be more for. I remember back in the day we used to be like 2-foot bong people, and we'd all take turns just completely cashing a very packed bowl of weed in one go on a 2-foot bong rips, like to the extreme. It's insane to think that my lung capacity, I don't know, maybe that's why I don't have one. No, it's probably the cigarettes, but still crazy to think about. And that's why, like, when people think that I smoke a lot of weed, it's like, I know, because let me tell you, I don't smoke nearly as much weed as I used to, so I would just leave me the fuck alone when it comes to all that. You know what I'm saying? Let's light some Jesus Christ incense. So there's a few conversations that we've been having, obviously, all night. And I've made it very clear that when I get my premenstrual dysphoria week, I get pretty paranoid and aggro. And then once I get my actual period, I kind of become a little bit what I call perhaps insecure or skeptical, emotional, but both ways the whole time. Okay, I have brain frogs, so it's a lot harder for me to concentrate, and a lot harder for me to focus and remember what I'm doing while I'm doing it, despite the fact that I'm usually really good with the memory and stuff. So, who even the fuck is this? Are you mad about the bong? I'm so sorry. Okay. Thank you. Glad this is your second message in the chat. No, really though, where did all these people come from? Y'all came at a great time. So we've been talking aliens all night, and we're about to bring the conversation into the front of the room. And since we are on the topic of drugs, y'all are more than welcome to be silly, but part of me is ignoring you because I'm not in a very silly mood, hence why it's suspended in Paffgen. And what costume shall the poker wear? You know, vibes. To all tomorrow's parties. Yeah. You get it. Sorry. I'm a fucking goofball. Okay. Y'all were being silly. So anyway, we're talking aliens, we're talking drugs, we're talking divine connections. And we're gonna mix them all in. We're gonna get to all of these things and more. And I'm wondering, Dom, are you still around? Sorry it's taken us so long. Like I've said a million times tonight, my focus isn't what it usually is, so that's my bad. There's actually a more distinct topic I feel like we were on, and we took that commercial break, and then like everybody got real distracted real fast. What were we talking about? Damn, and we talked about it on the commercial break. Do y'all remember? We talked about bitterness and music. Oh, music being an entity. Is that where we were at? Or no, we were doing something else? I don't quite really remember. There were so many different points to make. Okay.
getting a message. When you think about gaseousness, I don't know why, if that's really relevant, but like, if you understand, there could be life forms on other planets, but other planets, just as we see in our own solar system, have different atmospheres, and those atmospheres can be more dense than ours, and perhaps let in less light. So, like, would we even see beings that lived on those planets, or would they be invisible to the eye because they are gaseous, right? And you can't always see gases. Okay, so um, okay, so I think we need to stop thinking of every form of life being as life we know it on this planet. This is just like the carbon life forms that we are, but not all life forms are carbon based, and not all atoms fly at the same frequency, and not all matter is the same consistency. So we have to recognize that the species that may or may not exist off of this planet are going to be so drastically different from us that we can hardly recognize them on our own planet in context of ourselves, right? There's a lot that you could say when it comes to like species of aliens too. Once again, we touched on this a little bit in other streams, but also I gently brought it up at the very early phases of the stream tonight, that we can kind of see like these different sort of distinct species that inhabit planet Earth, and probably have for like thousands, if not millions of years at this point. And we see that in a major division when we look at things like insects or aquatics or even mammals, right? Because mammals all generally have a similar formula of like basically all of them have two eyes, whether or not they can use them, like have fur, four legs. Even if not just mammals, but just animals in general that don't come from insects or water, like land animals, right? And I'm not really counting birds, because birds are kind of like their own cool fourth thing, right? It does very much seem as though some of these species are ancient versions of different life forms that perhaps did indeed land on this planet. So like I said, this has come up in a stream before, but for some reason I'm feeling inspired to rediscuss it, reopen this conversation, talk about this again. How I remember when I first learned about evolution in high school, freshman year biology, with I had the creepiest fucking teacher at my school, but thought it was cool at the time. And it was very life changing because I went to Catholic school, so I really didn't understand the depth of the theory of evolution, or that it was a lot more complex than we turned into humans after being monkeys. So I will never forget those lessons, and I will never forget the tears that I felt like crying while having them, and maybe even did at times because I was dealing with PMDD then, and I probably used to cry just as much. But at that point, I became atheist, which I'm not anymore, but I definitely believe that life on planet Earth most likely possibly did, or even like, I don't know, I feel like there is quite a bit of evidence to suggest that all life forms on planet Earth really did kind of start by this congregated bacteria and germs forming from the expulsion of heat at the bottom of the ocean, um, where these hydrothermal vents existed, right? But in my spiritual experience, rather than my scientific journey, okay, my spiritual experience tells me that the ocean leads to outer space. That's trippy. That's trippy. That's trippy to think about, because if you were to take those two concepts and let them coincide for a moment, where exactly did those hydrothermal vents expulse from? If indeed the ocean was a portal to space, in order for the universe to be connected enough to be used by intergalactic creatures. Especially, and now this is going way far back because I did not know how to work it into the conversation at the time it came up, and I don't even remember who said it or if they are still here, but I'm honoring. This is where my good memory comes in, and I am honoring what people say to me. Try to get to everybody. But in regards to the universe being, or the world being a simulation, or in what capacity that would be possible, the design of it would have to be much more simple than we think of it as. And the fact that it's ever expanding could indicate that we keep adding panels of a simulation. But I don't know how true of a concept simulation would be to describe what it is that we live in. I think perhaps that you could say Matrix would be more appropriate, but at the same time, there's nothing to really say. I don't want to say otherwise, but once again, we'll never know ultimate truth until ultimate truth introduces itself to us in a way that can confirm that it is somehow ultimate truth. Otherwise, we are simply the opinions of people, for the people, by the people. Right. Or because of the Earth's design having these pits in it that lead to space and filled with water, perhaps even that way. Or if the water existed, but there is like this hole in which not insects necessarily, but probably some of the earliest fucking creatures to inhabit this planet were insects for a reason, because they're probably the most ancient creatures in space because they have exoskeletons, and that makes sense. You have to stop denying things that conceptually do make sense when all science is theoretical, and y'all get so caught up in what is real and what is true, when in reality science is the farthest thing from that. Science and scientists never want to believe anything is completely true. It's all theory. That's the point of science. Any scientist who disagrees with that isn't a true scientist, and that is someone you should be suspicious of. I'm not going to sit here and name names on who to believe or what, or any kind of conspiracy surrounding that, but that's just the basic principles of science. And people who are too stubborn to recognize that science is fluid and ever-changing and relies on experimentation is too ignorant to accept science as the semblance of truth that it's given us. Okay? These glasses are like dirty. What are y'all not seeing about this? What are y'all not seeing about this? What's the hesitation? What are you not seeing about this? What's making you rescind or rethink or requalify your offer? What's making you not move forward with this, by the way? It's like, what in the goddamn morning? What is holding you back at this point? What is keeping you so goddamn quiet? I think I have composed myself well enough to prove that I am more than well adjusted, that I actually know how to cope. So, what is the hesitation? What is the holdup? Please stop pretending that I'm the problem. That's what I'll say for all the scapegoats. And if you need that script for someone, then by all means, fucking say that shit, bro. Love it. Not really sure why that came up. It's like I took my glasses off, and that was immediately what came out of my mouth. Somebody wanted to test me. You wanted to see if I was the real thing. You wanted to see if I was hiding behind these giant ass goofy frames. The answer is nope. Sure wasn't. Thanks though. Shabuya. Yeah, shabuya. Roll call.
Okay, it's a little too early in the morning for all that. Jesus Christ. Okay, I missed a couple. I thought I missed one message, and I was like, what? Okay, so molten rock lava. Watching videos. What is the Black Knight satellite? Sorry, what is that? Oh, we're getting raided! Kitsune reading. Kitsune, that's fox in Japanese, right? Okay, hold on. I will get to the bottom of the chat. Shabuya. Yeah, Shabuya. Roll call. Who just walked in? Who just got here from the raid? Shabuya. Yeah, Shabuya. Roll call. List your sun sign or any part of your chart that you want to share. Hello. I'm reading some messages. I'm so distracted. Thank y'all for being here. Number 11 is a great number. The Black Knight satellite. I would like to know more about that. Okay. Dun-dun-dun. Wish what didn't exist? We need to know. Well, nothing is true. That's the whole thing. It's all theoretical. We don't know what it is, but I love it. Good night, Kitsune. Kind of cute. I love that. Thank you. Oh, Jake the dog. You've been here before. Hey, were you part of that raid? That's really cool. We are vibing. Have a good night. Much love. Okay. Cool. Well, anybody who's still watching, if you're new here, I get that you can't really chat unless you follow me, and at this point you're not convinced that you should. Perhaps I could sway you with some of my womanly charms or absolute chaotic good energy or some kind of intuitive message, but right now we're talking more conspiracy and science than anything. Sorry if that's misleading. I got reamed out earlier for not being on tarot topic. I do have a deck of cards out, but we're mostly doing channeled alien messages, so it's a pretty cool place to be. Happy 3 a.m. witching hour. Do you know where your so-and-so are? Okay, so the Black Knight satellite seems to be topic at hand. Got chills reading that. Wow. Wow. That's interesting. So we are being observed. And they set up shop so easily because we accept a lot of things that we don't understand, and we consent to things and don't really care what they say, 444 all the time. And by that, I mean like Wi-Fi. If you asked me how to explain how Wi-Fi works, I would sound like Jen in the IT crowd. If you were to ask me how my cell phone was made or what the battery operative in it is, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. If you were to ask me to explain the difference between the internet and the ethernet, I would not be able to do it. But I use all that shit. I'm doing that shit on the daily and I don't even know what it is. I consented to it. How many times have you said, yeah, I agree to the terms and services and didn't read that shit? Don't lie. We don't read it anymore. We read it the first few times. We realized how long it was. We realized we were going to consent to a series of terms and agreements for the rest of our lives for as long as we use the internet, and that we weren't going to use all of our time and brain space, nor would any of it be absorbed even if we did. Right? That's a shame. And I'm just as guilty for those things. but we've allowed it to exist. We've allowed it to happen. It's not like we've done anything to make it harder. We've only consented and made it a lot easier, you know? And they could have been telling us whatever the fuck they wanted all this time. Just like going back to the Denver airport conspiracies, which are so funny, but also like there's probably some truth to something about it because they are it's a little weird. It's a little too weird to just be nothing. And to write it off as nothing or let them play the joke like it's a joke is the perfect cover, right? It's the perfect front. That's like when we were talking about earlier with the some of these like conspiracies surrounding celebrities and what they do with their free time. A lot of them are being pedophiles, and we see them doing it out in the open, just like we have for decades and all throughout history and modern history at that. It's just something that never went out of style, and we pretend like it did because we don't want to associate the things we love with people who do that shit. But when you surround those facts with things like ridiculous conspiracy about spilling blood and worshiping deities that who gives a fuck if you worship a deity as long as you're not diddling the kids? Like, that's so crazy that it makes it so much more outlandish to believe. And so, like, there's this need to strip it all back and to focus on what's actually important and to focus on not just what's being said or conveyed in the cards, but what's really going on and what really truly matters in our hearts of hearts, you know? There's something to be said about that, but maybe I'm not the one to say it, you know what I mean? Kind of cute. Okay, well, if you're not going to follow me, you're not going to follow me, but I'd love if y'all wanted to jump in and get to know us over here, but that's okay. You can watch quietly from the comfort of your own homes, and you don't have to do a goddamn thing, but it was very fun to have you raid. And it's much appreciated, babes. Much, much appreciated. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of an extended break right quick. It's just that time in the morning. I've been on here for almost 5 hours, and I hate to do it right after a raid, but once again, if y'all are really gonna like follow me or interact with me, I'm not gonna hold up anything that I'm doing for you. You know what I mean? Sorry if this seems harsh. I'm on my period. Ignore me or don't, because you're here watching me anyway. I mean it all in a jesty kind of lovey, I'm a silly bard type way. I am going to take a few minutes to gather myself, re-inspire, reinvent, get a wind, see what's going on out in the real world for a second. Stand up, because my last couple breaks, I wasn't feeling great and I just sat here the whole time. So I'm about to get out for a minute. So I'm going to roll the extended ads, and I'm going to be in and out for the next 10. And then maybe hour 5, we'll see how I'm feeling, and we'll see how everyone else is feeling. Because if it is going to be quite quiet, I don't want to rely on one person to carry on a conversation with me. But it's been a long night. It's been a long night. But since I didn't really do any formal tarot readings, I'm not super exhausted from it, but I am getting tired. So I'm going to take a break for a quick second. I'm going to check in. I will be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. But I'm gonna do a little recon before I commit to being really back. So actually, hold on. Okay. I just had to move some stuff I didn't need anymore. And then let's see, recharged? Not quite yet. I'm gonna unplug it for a while, even though it'll probably die quickly. Just been plugged in and never fully charged. It doesn't usually do that. Mercury in retrograde, affecting technology. I'm freshening up my lips again because they are getting awfully dry with the matte lipstick I've been using. That's all mattes though, right? God, Matt, you're so annoying. Okay. We have a whole hour of ad-free streaming, and only you will be here to enjoy it, and you have ad-free streaming regardless because you're a subscriber. Oh, the irony. Okay. ASMR. I'm imagining you like sorry to bother you, basically. I thought you worked from home, but maybe you did for a while. Okay. It's weird. It sounded like something fell, but I don't see anything that fell, so that's creepy. But where's this one? Is that a damn cat? What are you doing? Hey, Merle! That's so funny. Okay, anyway. Alright. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. Guess who's back? No, we're not gonna do Eminem. Jesus, alright. Look, I'm on the tarot screen. We're gonna try to get some tarot. It's not really tarot anymore, though. That's what we've been saying. It's more conversation that's based in spirituality. I wish there was a better tag for it on Twitch. But I will take whatever streams we can get. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a hard time of year to be in the middle of winter and like just being wanting to be guided, but rather just reflecting as if though everything were frozen and all you can see is your reflection. I'm picturing this like beautiful place that doesn't exist. It's perpetually winter, but we're just walking through it until we get to spring. And some people find hopefulness amongst the ice, and some people see snow as something of joy. Others find bliss somehow amidst these temperatures being so insanely stupidly cold. But everyone's different. So some of us are holding on, some of us are hanging thin, but others are absolutely fucking thriving. I'm not really sure. Oh, what's that feeling? I'm not really sure what I'm using the Halloween Oracle, but I guess if I picked it up and felt it, then that's what we're gonna do. Something in the distance, but it's in reverse. Questionable if we really do that. I was thinking about Leonard Cohen and then I dropped some cards, so I'm wondering if that's. So I started to hear the dun, 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 dun. I don't know what song. I don't think it was Who by Fire. I think it was something else.
Famous blue raincoat, maybe, because that came up earlier too. I don't know. I just get this feeling that there's a lot of mystery around things, or it's saying to use the mystery deck and that this is the wrong deck. Maybe we will do tarot. We have an hour of ad-free bullshit not gonna get disrupted. Super excited about that. But speaking of disruptions, a surprise eruption. Death, the eternal cycle begins here. One moment. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Anyways, I pulled out the mystery deck because it seemed like things were shrouded in mystery. So I think I'm going to try to do a tarot reading. I think we're being a little resilient earlier. Sometimes when there's more people, I like force them to listen to talk to me instead of getting tarot readings off me, because lately myself and other readers have been protesting the tarot a bit, don't you think? It's kind of part of the conversation we've been having. So all I'm saying is sometimes you've got to be able to sit through the messages in order to get the divinity out of them, right? Something like that. Maybe there is no lesson to it. Maybe I am just bullshitting. Maybe it is just my own brand of narcissism to be on here doing this, even if I felt called to or felt compelled or even like cornered to do so, because how else can someone like me or who does what I do exist in a modern world other than to do this? And I'm still not feeling like actually reading the cards. And I feel like, why is it that every time I fucking pull this deck out, I'm like sniffling? Somebody doing cocaine? Because we drink colas around here. It's the only coke we're doing, alright? And we don't even want to be doing that because high fructose corn syrup. We live in America. Fuck yeah. So, what's going on? Because that's what we talked about earlier, how the drug use is becoming apparent in the readings kind of out of nowhere. There was a few signs that were getting checked for it, like I said, the past couple of years, where it seemed like there was a lot of progress, but relapse energy, breakup energy, that's retrograde, and it's not ending until the 8th. Bro, that's pretty much the whole Capricorn season. Look, desire. Stuff you once desired is going to resurface and tempt you, right? And that's kind of like what the devil wants to happen, theoretically. The maiden is like a journey. Yeah, masculine energy, wisdom. You think that what you're doing is going to bring you wisdom, but that's just perception, you know? So we were talking about Steve Jobs inventing Apple using LSD and then comparing that to like channeling aliens or receiving body and mind higher messages at higher frequencies in ways that we couldn't understand as humans without having an aid of resource such as lysergic acid thiamine. But everything is orchestrated and calculated to be what it needs to be at any given moment. I'm seeing a ton of feminine energy here and even masculine energy being influenced by feminine energy, being able to be dynamic enough to possess both already. Okay. I really love that. That's not to say this is going to be a twin flame reading. Do I not have any tissues or nothing over here? I might have to just get up for a quick sec, which is really annoying. Well, damn. In that fucking 10 seconds, I had to wipe my damn nose. I lost somebody else. Good night to my lurkers. Alright, so back in it. Nobody's gonna watch this reading. I think that's the beauty of it, is like, if you're here now, we're gonna witness this together, we're gonna have this together. But anybody rewatching this reading probably isn't gonna get 5 hours and 15 minutes and 53 seconds in to see the cards actually be dealt, because I didn't really do tarot the whole reading. So this feels really special. This feels really intimate. This feels like it's meant for us. Like, this is for us right now. And you know what? I just found out that I need help getting my life out of pocket or something like that. I don't know what the message is. It's not exactly clear. The crone. The wise old woman. Alright, so let's see. We've got 7th position air. Masculine, acquiring knowledge. Okay, so let's jump back in. We had a good rhythm going with these cards. So what matter is pressing us? What is this pressure? What is this retrograde showing us besides the weaknesses in all of our foundations? This is showing us weaknesses in our rehabilitation. This is showing us weaknesses in our relationships, weaknesses in our domestications, in our skills, our work, our parenting, whatever it is. We are seeing the flaws in everything and everyone, but more particularly in ourselves and in our own work right now. That is the vibe, and it's just a matter of why. You have to understand why those things are happening. It's not about the fact that they're happening, it's about why they're happening. And that is part of your journey. It's simply that these things happen. Sometimes they are easier to deal with when you deal with them as a collective, which is why these retrogrades are high time to highlight these things for everyone, so we can stay on the same page, and so we do get tested at the same time, and so we don't have any preference or preferential treatment. Do you see how aggressively I'm shuffling these cards, and it feels so right even though it's also so wrong? And they went flying and I didn't even pick them up yet. I'm feeling this, like, it's funny how I'll watch readers and they'll say they feel some kind of intense sexual energy, but genuinely in this moment I was like, whoa, this feels like some sexual energy. And I don't just mean like sexy sex, I mean like spiritual sex. Okay, like sexual energy, sexual healing, if you will. Okay, so 5th position, water. Some of these men, these males, these masculines, whoever the fuck you want to identify your masculine as, they're really feeling themselves, but it's because of you femmes. Like, the femmes are giving confidence to these masculines. Like, they're like, yeah, look at me, I'm the shit. But it's only because they got to hit that or be with you or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean? Like, don't get it twisted. Heaven and earth, feminines. We've got this 11th position earth is to bring, it's as above, so below. The very principle in divine nature. So this this breathtaking energy of, like, again, it's sexual, but not a sexy, lusty way, or even love or romance, but like spiritual, almost primal or tribal kind of ancient sexual energy. It's very different. It overcame me just now, like while these cards were being played out, and now they're just kind of lined up, but the one at the beginning and the one at the end are face down. So I do want to talk about that, and this isn't necessarily a twin flame reading, but it's definitely kind of evolving into one, because that is always a possibility when we use the mystery deck, because twin flame connections are cosmic connections and therefore relevant to the alien channeling, and they are the ones who advise or tell the story of or
not necessarily control or manipulate, but somewhere along those lines, where they're the ones who want to see the divine connections come together in this reality because of where they come from. So we have ninth position fire, the masculine holding the world in his hands once again, but if we cut that, we see seventh position fire, the feminine stepping up and saying, who, me? Because I thought you said something. I thought you said you had the whole world, but here I am looking at my reflection and I think it's me. You know, cut it again. What's there? The maiden. The feminine's on a journey of self-discovery. Okay? But this second position water, this was very intimate and romantic scene amongst lovers. This is the Two of Cups in most decks, so very much love. And this is what tips me off into thinking it is a twin flame reading. Especially because it is late night and we have people popping in and out, but it's really down to like, oh, the three of you and me. And once again, if the whole night we didn't actually do any of these tarot readings, it's just like I doubt anybody's going to watch the replay to this point. So that's another thing about twin flames, is that they aren't very common and they are very hard to distinguish in a very practical way. And so I think just the very filtration of this night being so honestly almost insufferable to get through unless you really fucks with me or really are meant to have this message. 14th position, Earth, King of Earth. Okay, masculine stepping into his femininity for the sake of the feminine because she's on a journey and don't need no shit. Look, the crone, before you know it. This is like the future. It becomes the crone. Where you were once the maiden, you become the crone, even if you're not there yet. And I wish there wasn't such a negative connotation. Yeah, but the thing is, if there's no physical reality between two flames, then there is going to be so much to miss out on. And a lot of twin flames are in separation, but they're supposed to be coming. I thought the whole message was that they were coming together in 2022, but that backfired for a lot of people who try to make it work with theirs. And technically the calendar year's over, but I guess we have a couple more months. But it seems like not the time, but maybe it is, or maybe because the masculine needs to be in charge that it's a masculine year that they do. I don't know. But yeah, we've got 11th position, water, emotion, and intellect, and then we also have intuition. So if you know, you know, and we can see that a lot is coming, and that was kind of why I wanted to bring up that narrative earlier, where it's like we're transitioning into a new year, new cycle, so the readings are going to feel different, and the topics will be different, and we are leaving all that shit behind. And it's like, of course, easier said than done, but also to the extent of like, look, like love is coming in. And it's time to fucking call it. It's time to call it on all those people who confuse you. It's time to call it on the people who you're unsure about or who are unsure about you, situations, or getting back this or that, or trying again, or anybody who makes you question. It's not necessarily trying again, as long as you're doing something new and you're doing something different and you're trying in a different way or for different goals or different reasons. But all this like cyclical bullshit of I'll try to be different and nothing ever changes, that's over. Anybody who makes you feel like shit is getting left there. Anybody or any job, any place, anything, any environment, for any reason, look, you're on a journey to just walk away from it, and you really do have to weigh the pros and cons of whether or not something is worth holding on to or letting go of. That is what this year is going to be about. Second position, fire. Being on that masculine shit as femmes. Seventh position, fire again. In our masculine elements as feminines. And 13th position, water, queen of water. Double feminine. Coming back, bubbling down with the double femme and the self. And without no fucking man trying to imitate that because he can't. The new year, although the 3 is the masculine, and we have, okay, so now we've got 14th position, air, king of air.
there is something to this masculine year is like, y'all fucked up in fem year. Y'all were supposed to take our lead. Y'all were supposed to fucking let us have a moment, and y'all did nothing but cause us grief and act out and be childish, immature. The masculines just striking out all over the place, and the femmes giving the fuck up. And sometimes a forfeit can be worse than a strikeout. So it's just one of those things where if you can't find that balance, you need to ASAP. Because this next year is going to rock your world. Because if y'all couldn't behave for this 1 second as the femmes needed you to, then for what do you think or makes you believe that the femmes would do the same for you motherfuckers when it's supposed to be your year? This whole not getting even thing is dead. My Name is Earl arc is completely over, and it is the season of revenge because this is my Veronica Mars era. Okay? Sneezy! Probably gotta go to bed soon. That being said, still choose kindness, do good things, be righteous, whatever. There's so much to say and learn and do and be and discuss and converse, etc. But right now, reel it back into the reading. I see this card, this 9th position air, and this feels like the most important one. It is one of my favorites. She's such a beautiful feminine energy, but she has some masculine qualities when really, I don't know, it's more non-binary. So maybe the 3rd year is non-binary energy, where it's neither. It's the balance, it's the ether, it's the celebratory 3rd option, right? 0 is source, 1 is masculine, 2 is feminine, 3 is, and so on. I don't know. Maybe that's why this year is feeling so different. It's not because it's the masculine energy, but because it's neither feminine or masculine. And that would honestly make sense. Yeah, thought. That's probably accurate thought. So it's going to be a very neutral year where people kind of take a step back and like reflect on things and stop thinking so much of themselves, and they stop having these narcissistic mindsets, and they stop being as competitive or soul-sucking or just draining for the sake of personal gain. Like that it's all done. We're not doing that anymore. We're standing up for ourselves. We are far from accepting it, and people who continue to do it are going to get ostracized, and it's not in a way of censorship or cancel culture like it has been. It's going to be for people who truly have stopped giving a shit and refuse to change. It's not meant for people who make mistakes, and we have to stop letting each little mistake be any moment where things can all go wrong for someone and cancel them and then forget about it, but rather keep tabs on people's actions, reactions, growth, recession, and assess where they're at in any given moment, and know when to create a boundary, know when we need space, know when we need a break, know when someone needs help, rather than cutting people off, or like thinking you're better than others or whatever it is, loving people at a distance, but truly, and not just in a snarky, I'm going to say this on the internet, I can love you from over here. It's okay, sweetie. It doesn't have to be so showy. It doesn't have to be showmanship. It can be genuine. You can love someone and truly be happy for them. It's hard to do. It's very hard to master, and I'm not saying I have, because I have times where my thoughts get dark, so it's hard to remain positive about anyone, let alone someone who has hurt me or walked away in some way. But I have just being the hopeful person I am. I think that unconditional love definitely goes hand in hand with that hopefulness that people are going to choose to be good and to be kind and to do the right thing, or have good intentions, or whatever the case is for each individual. I'm going to just keep putting my best foot forward and hope that everyone else does the same. And when someone reaches out for a hand, I'm going to be the one to give it to them, right? And that's on emotions, and that's on being emotionally apt enough to handle the ups and downs and the unexpected. King of water. Okay. Gentle masculines. The counselor. Go the fuck to therapy, please. Jesus fucking Christ. Go to therapy. Alright? The emotions are running high. Very strong. It's not subtle at all. I can't believe you're awake at such ungodly hours. It is 8 in the morning. What are you doing? Where are you if it's 8 in the morning? I don't even know. Who am I talking to? And why is this message coming across so damn personal when in reality I couldn't think of anybody whose 8 in the morning it would be. So, if that wasn't specific enough, there you go. I have cards everywhere right now. I'm getting tired. I'm trying to make it to that 6-hour mark just because I played so many damn ads that we got a whole hour off of the automatic ad rolls. So I'm embracing that and I'm trying to stream for that whole fucking hour, but we're only halfway through it, fam. So I'm trying to make it. For no real reason. Just seems like I want to. And I've got, like I said, a lot of cards on the table. And I wanted to use the mystery deck all night, and I finally am. So, emotions. I just shuffled so many times. You witnessed it. This was on the top of the deck when I started shuffling, and now here it is again. Let's leave it on emotions for a little bit. So, this is a year where people are going to start addressing their emotions instead of trying to suffocate and hide them. I will never understand people's resilience to feeling things or the reaction of, like, emotions being gross or, like, not wanting to fall for someone because someone hurt you again. Get stronger, get smarter, and stop falling for the same fucking people instead of just saying, oh my God, I'm never doing that again, and then giving yourself time and say, I'm ready to make the same mistakes again. Like, come on, man. Recognize your own power in these situations. Like, goddamn. But y'all want kids, so it makes sense that you wouldn't learn the first time. Just playing. Relax. You can't take that personally when we're talking about 8 billion people on the planet, and that's inherently my issue with it. So, all my bags are packed. I'm ready to go out. I'm standing here outside the door. I'd hate to wake you up to say goodbye. I think I skipped a line. I used to know it all because there was some, like, pop punk cover version that we used to listen to when I was young. I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Oh baby, I'd hate to go. Y'all know about these Temple of India incense? I'm about to light one. I don't remember how I got it out the package the other day. There it is. I was like, I definitely made a hole and burned one. Oh my God, Temple of India. Okay, it's technically India Temple, not Temple of India. Song of India. Okay. These incense... classic. Amazing. I don't know if this is actually what temples in India smell like it says on the package, but I love the packaging. It's very intimate. No, they don't sponsor me. Oh my God. Sometimes I'm just a regular nerd. Okay. But these incense are so great. I hadn't seen them in a long time, and I stumbled upon them the other day when I was out and about adventuring my way down Main Street, and it was so cute. It just was a moment for me. So I bought them, and I maybe shouldn't have, because I'm supposed to be watching my spending and whatnot, being a responsible human being. But sometimes you can't resist how good a few dollars spent can be or feel, right? Love it. Energy. What a deal. Song of India. It really takes me back to so many places I've been. And I love that about sense. They say it's like one of the strongest links to memory, and I totally get that. And I think it's because scents are so universal, whereas perception or taste and color are so personal, right? Maybe the same is true of scents, but it just seems like the most easy to replicate. Okay, so yeah, this whole journey, jet plane business, we see that. Faith. You gotta have faith that you're making the right moves. You gotta have faith that you're going down the right path and you're doing the right thing and you're headed in the right direction. And it's time that you just believe in yourself because you can, because you should, because you know what the fuck you're doing, you know what the fuck you're feeling, and you know what the fuck you're thinking, and you need to just fucking do it then. Just do it then. Like, my God, just do it then. If it's that important to you and if it's that all-consuming and if you're that obsessed, then obviously that is the sign. You really do not need an external sign. You really do not need external validation. However, I feel like you got that anyway, and you decided for some ungodly reason that that wasn't enough either. When in reality, the fact that you can't let it go is the sign that you were looking for. Kind of like, duh. So then if you get signs to affirm that outside of yourself, that's like, what the fuck do you want? And then y'all have the nerve to be like, I'm manifesting this and that, and I'm asking the universe and blah, 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 blah. But then you ignore everything it does for you. Everything it does for you. It's early in the morning. We don't need to wake up raging, no matter who's on their period, okay? Sarah Paulson, you can kiss my ass. That mixtape was so fire. Okay? Okay. So have some faith in yourself. Have some faith in yourself. This union, not only can it happen, but it probably should happen. It feels like if you just have faith, it even will happen. And there's a reason you want it to happen. And that's because on some level, in some way, to some extent, in some reality, you know it's meant to be regardless of what it is. Like, regardless of how you feel or who thinks what of it. That is simply just what is meant to be. And sometimes that's the only way you can describe that sort of twin flame, take time off, it never happened, and always wonder and blah, 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 and want to go back in. And people look at you like you're crazy and say, how could you after all this time, or all these things, or all this and that? And it's just that fucking feeling that never stops nagging. And that's it. Sometimes, imagine. What? Imagine that. Just perpetually, spiritually, in romance and everything. Everything's just annoying. Or a constant reminder. Constant reminder. What? That is the sign. That is the message. That's so dense for y'all to not realize it. But yeah, the union. Because it will itself. Because it wills itself. Let that be your mantra. Not just to call in union with another person, but to call it in union with the two sides of oneself and becoming the dual human being that you need to be in order to be a whole and evolved person so that you can be your highest and best self. The pun may or may not have been intended.
morning. Is it going to be a good day? If you say so, let it be, ho. Let's go. Time to put on a show. Hope it don't snow. Even though, I guess that wouldn't be so bad. Even if the winter makes me a little sad. Even if it would feel kind of bad in my bones, in my head, in my everything. Okay, well, who's freestyling right now? It's like 8 in the morning. Relax. Okay. So, this union probably meant to happen. Like, if that's not, I mean, that is obvious, and that's like the whole eternal struggle with these things is like knowing it's meant to happen and just not making it happen, because if it's meant to happen, it'll happen, but then, like, at the same time, you have to prove that you're putting effort into the things that you desire, or that you're willing to work for your manifestations, and knowing also that everyone has free will, and so you can't expect or manifest a person, and you do actually have to speak up and reach out and do the things that you need to do to be able to talk to another person. Okay? Crap. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. The fuck. Alright. Focused. I'm hearing Lord Huron, very emotional song for me. R.I.P. to my saint range. I'm not the only traveler who has not repaid his debt. Something in for you. Take me back to the night we met. Take me back to the night we met. Yeah, something. I had all about you, haunted by the ghost of you. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. So there are some face down cards on top, and there's face up cards beneath it. And the face up cards were some of the first cards that were on the table. So I think we have to one by one go through each one of these blockages and kind of uncover the truth and let things rise to surface and face the things that we've been avoiding in order to uncover the life we're meant to be for. And there's one that's calling to be flipped so fast, so soon. This one wants to go first, but I think we need to go in order. So let's see what we're working with here. What is behind door number 1? Ah, yes, 4th position, Earth, the masculine, feeling like he's got to hold up the world without even recognizing how much of that work is what the feminines do on the daily, and don't even get the confidence or contribution credits for doing it, okay? So these masculines doing the work of the feminines for 1 second leaves them feeling like they are the backbone of society. The complexities of sexism and misogyny in the workplace or home life. Okay, that's behind door number 1. What's behind door number 2? 6th position, fire. We got 6th position, fire. Creating a truce. You've got to stop fighting. The conflict must end. This cannot be a point of argument. There's no real arguing, okay? It's like what's meant to be is going to be. So holding it up and fighting it and conflicting, what good is it gonna do? What good is it gonna do? You have to put the swords down. It's a draw. There's no winning. There's no fight there, okay? There's just nothing left to get. I don't know, the accent's coming on again. I don't know, it's just somebody's relative, ancestors, some species. I feel like we had a very distinct story, and all of a sudden I'm doing silly accents, so something's being channeled. The fighting has got to stop. The fighting has got to stop. The fighting has got to stop. I've used my bitch finger. Okay, I put a ring on. The fighting has got to stop. That's what they'll say. Now what's behind door number 3? 9th position, water. All eyes on me.
not really, but focusing, spotlight, lifting, elevating, leveling up, rising to the top, rising to the occasion, floating on. She's underwater, but she sees the light coming through. That's giving, okay, if you've ever seen Hunter x Hunter, and there's like so many different kind of like major arcs in that show because it's a very long manga, and the anime, even in its incompletion, is still like over 200 episodes, if I'm not wrong, but it's so much. So I hate spoilers, and I feel like the first time I watched it, I really didn't know anything about it, but there's a character that is reminding me of this card, and it's later in the season, so I don't want to say anything because it would just give away way too much, but love it. And then I flipped this up. Men getting vain at the confidence of women being into them. It's just ridiculous. Why? Why couldn't you finish it? Don't break my heart, Source. What the fuck? It's literally like, yeah, it's one of my, well, okay, it's not my favorite anime, but it is one of my favorite shows. If that makes sense? It's literally like, I love it so much that it's just one of the best things I've ever watched, right? But my favorite anime, easily XXX Holic. It's gotta be. I mean, there's nothing that suits me better than that, right? And there's something else that I watched recently, I feel like, that I was really into, and then didn't even finish it, but then something, I don't know. Either way, yeah. He's 12! What the fuck? You just hate kids? You just fucking hate kids who are fucking ambitious and powerful and innocent and sweet and brave and heroic and Taurus. Tauruses are such good friends, and you don't like gone freakses. You're a fake ass poser ass bitch, bro. And I hate your guts. I'm sorry. The period's talking. I don't give a fuck about Naruto. I can't believe you'd say that about Gon. Especially not to me, okay? I just told you it was one of my favorite things I ever watched. Bro, I got really upset. I don't really hate you, and I don't take it that seriously. But Gon? I question your soul, brethren. I'm questioning your whole soul. The balance with Killua doesn't do anything for you. Doesn't it make Gon so much less annoying because he's with the chill-ass Killua all the time? I am Gon, bro. Not really. I never thought of myself that way, but he's a Taurus, and I was like, oh, shit. That was really eye-opening. Well, yeah, he's, like, more likable, but also less likable. That's the thing. In real life, you'd rather have a Gon as a friend. You've already said that because you're like, I love Tauruses. But Killua is technically a Gemini, and then his birthday got moved to Cancer season, so I'm not really sure how likable he would be in real life, but he's a likable character because you don't have to interact with him. His family, though, so badass. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, don't spoil it for people. That's what I'm saying. I went in with no idea. You've got to keep watching. Okay, I admit it's the weakest arc, but there's a whole next thing that you haven't even gotten to yet. And I'm telling you, like, you gotta watch it, bro. And I'm glad I didn't say anything, and I'm glad I brought this up. No, you said you stopped at the game thing? You kept going? You finished it or not? You said you never finished it. Don't fuck with me, bro. The next arc is so much better. Yeah, you said you couldn't finish it. You gotta get through the game stuff. The game stuff is like this weird, it's the only like real side plot. The rest of it's very upfront, main character, main villain, like square up energy, but that, I get that the gaming stuff's not for everyone. I was really into it because I thought it was kind of cool and rather crafty of them to incorporate, but I realized that it probably wasn't even that original of an idea because it's basically just Tron, right? But I thought it was cool. I thought a lot of the characters were cool, but you gotta get, yeah, okay, relax with the spoilers. Yeah, the shit was so good. Poof. Come on, bro. It was so epic. You're like judging the whole thing based off one lazy arc, which was so intricate and detailed and like
held its own respective. And it was honestly, it was a little bit of a lighthearted break. It was like the first arc of them training to get their, okay, just spoiler alert on Hunter x Hunter. I'm really good at like not spoiling stuff that's important, but I don't even like knowing the plot of stuff before I watch it. Like I refuse to watch trailers if I want to see a movie. I will only agree to watch a trailer if I don't think I'm ever going to watch the movie, because they're just way too revealing. And I've been very disappointed showing people trailers after seeing a movie and being like, damn, that just revealed everything. Never mind, you just watched it, you know? So, anyways, spoilers, Hunter x Hunter, not real spoilers, just basic ones, and I'm a fucking weirdo. The first arc is really lighthearted when they're training, and there's some dramatic ass shit that happens, but obviously the Phantom Troop being the second major arc is super dark and way more mysterious, and it's almost like so grim, even though the ending is like very questionably like meh. It gets so violent at certain points that you kind of forget you are dealing with children. Like, of course, most of the characters in the show aren't kids, but the main characters are all pretty much 12. They don't really, I don't recall them ever really disclosing Krupka's age. But Leorio is supposed to be 12 too. He's just like super tall with your puberty. He's like, I just pretend to be a lawyer. I'm a 12-year-old boy like the rest of you. Or whatever. And he wants to become a doctor instead of a fighter. Okay, sorry if that was too much spoiler. But like they're all young. So you just like, it gets so violent and crazy and deep into the crime scene that you like forget, and they pull you out, I think, with the video game where they get to continue the training arc and they get to kind of like go back to their roots and be children, you know? Yeah, they get to be children again by playing a fucking video game just to be pulled out and have to save the world or whatever, you know? And you realize that like these kids are like, they're not grown, they haven't grown at all, like theoretically they haven't aged at all in the whole series as it is, in anime form, not necessarily in the manga form, because the creator, I can't remember his name honestly, he's still working on it, right? Like he's still actively putting out issues of the manga, so the anime is just part of the story. And God, that show is really good, especially characters like Hisoka, like having true rogue characters that like, you know, may be questionable, but at the same time, there's something reliable about people you can't trust. And it's like the complexities of those characters are so interesting, but also like the weird pedophilia stuff is kind of a bit much. And I admit, it's very strange the way Hisoka's kind of into the kids, but also like the kids are supposed to be like in this phase of like growing up, and he's like demonic for kind of doing it, and everybody's uncomfortable by it, and he never really acts on it. So I wonder if it's his own form of talking shit, which makes the character even more complex. But aesthetically, I love him. So I do have like the lamp and shit. Like I love Hisoka, but I don't because he's creepy, right? Fucking weird. Anyway, we don't have to keep talking about Hunter x Hunter. I do have cards on the table. The fact that I did go off on a tangent, I don't know. I was like studying their fucking nin practices. Like I have notes in my sketchbook being like, yeah, I actually really like this. And ever since, like I've gotten really good at energy work when I decided to like sit and realize that maybe there were ways that you could do those things. So, like, now do I sound insane? Because I've always thought of Mortal Kombat as being a huge basis in my religious beliefs, being a long-time spiritual influence. So I feel like Hunter x Hunter kind of goes right in hand with that on so many levels. So, yeah. Kind of cute, kind of goofy. So what's behind door number 4? Yeah, anyway. Ooh, the gay stuff is no longer happening. Maybe somebody's boyfriend dumped them. I don't know. We're not seeing so much gay stuff anymore. Why? I don't know. No gay stuff going on. Bummer. Not getting any dick, bro? Is that why you're... Oh my god. I don't know. No, but 5th position, fire in reverse. 555. Kind of an odd thing. Because, like, in the upright, it's like, fuck yeah, we got some gay stuff going on. Dudes touching each other's dicks, just like fully naked, like, whatever. All right, bring it. Good for you guys. Homoerotica? Who doesn't love a little bit of dude on dude action, right? Um, who by fire, who by water, right? Ooh, 5555555. Love to see it. Maybe look that one up if you're dealing with a breakup, especially if you're masculine on masculine. So air, fire elements, or just like being assigned male or identifying more with your masculine energy or side. Um, I kind of want to look it up. I feel like 555, because it's in the middle, I feel like it's taking a break almost. Yeah, because it's transitions. Um, External shift, a sign, an omen. Things being taken care of. This is saying associated with action, faith, and emotions, but I do see this as kind of taking a pause in a sense of like, oh, there's about to be a big switch. It's interesting that I would look it up and disagree with it. uh, um, but yeah, maybe things didn't work out with someone, and that's why you're having second thoughts or whatever, or you're finally, looking up and going in the right direction and getting yourself out of being in a situation where you feel like you're drowning because you're letting go of this dramatic ass fucking masculine energy, being back and forth and feeling rejected and wanting validation and going back to toxic masculinity just to come back, blah, 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 blah. And that cycle is finally dropping or ending. And that's a lot of what we'll see in 2023. And I get that it is the calendar year, but so many other, like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Don't get why the fucking new year is just like December, January. We need to get on a better cycle and closer to everyone else's fucking year marks in the world. And I think we need to realize that everything we know that exists that we think is so irreplaceable or unchangeable or stuck in tradition, honestly is not so old that we shouldn't be having an input on it because that's what they did X amount of years ago. You get what I'm saying? Like, truly, why hold up? Why does it even matter? Why not just change it? At some point in history, people just decided to change it. You think we're like too deep in? Yeah, well, that's your fault for populating the earth to the point of 8 billion. Why the fuck do we have so many cell phones? God damn. Alright, so I think my laptop is dying. It is, so I need to plug it back in. Just missed 4:20 somewhere. And I gotta roll the ad. It's been about an hour. So I'm gonna roll the ad and come back. Yeah, it's too many people. And then they go, oh, well, we can't do this and that. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Okay. I'm gonna roll the ads. I'll be right back. Hello. Hello. I'm back. I was snacking, I admit. I had to get some water, got a little carried away. Kind of like, oh shit. Also, only have 30 minutes for some reason instead of 60. So I think the secret to avoiding pre-rolled ads and getting as much time as possible in between them is to just play two back to back, because for some reason they're like, okay, now you don't have to play any for 60 minutes instead of 30, which is pretty cool if you ask me. But you can't play them so back to back because they have to like charge back up like after you use them. So pretty much just as soon as I can, I'll play another one, and then we should have 60. Sorry, I have the hiccups. 68 uninterrupted minutes, which actually, I don't even know if that's a good thing, but sometimes when I'm doing the channeling and stuff, it is nice to just not have to take a break because it does get so disrupted. And there are times I am more easily distracted, and then connections aren't as strong, or I won't be as engrossed into it or as grounded in it, and I can easily kind of lose whatever connection I've got going on, if that makes sense. So, back to the cards. It seems like, yeah, so we're getting rid of like this toxic masculine energy of masculines just competing with each other or fraternizing with each other and what have you. So once you remove those blockages, basically, those are like the four doors of like what's hiding behind there that needs to be addressed or come out. Not necessarily a closet, even proverbially, but at the same time, not a closet, right? So, just saying what is going on there. We're figuring it out, and we're taking it step by step before we can usher in this new era, this new age of what is happening in our lives, as we've been planning or preparing for over time, over the last decade, right? So it feels like it all went nowhere. It feels like we all wasted a lot of time. A lot of people were left this year, like, thinking it was horrible. A lot of people really hated the COVID quarantine experience. People were really struggling before that too, where politics were starting to shift in a lot more radical ways, kind of like a lot of the decades before us, but for the first time in like our modern world. Modern was not the right word, because not the first time in our modern world, but the first time in our generation or decade even. In the 2014 to 2016 is when people started to get really vocal on the internet about political issues. And that at first was a good thing, and it sometimes can be out of little too extreme, and, cancel culture can be really dangerous and shit. But there's just so much to unfold and unpack and get dressed and go face and take out and do with grace, right? Like there's so many things that need to be uncovered or unlocked. And the thing is, we said what's behind our number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And what's funny is June 24th, there could have been something that happened to do with the keys. But January 24th, we get them keys. So whether it's the keys to your life, the keys to success, the keys to a building, the keys to a house, the keys to a car, the keys to anything, the keys to a job, whatever it is, you get the keys January 24th. And it's because of the keys you lost June 24th. That's how that works. Like I don't know, it's weird because for a while the message was get the keys January 24th, and then I would misspeak and say, oh, June, did it get pushed back to June for some reason? And I don't think that's necessarily what it is, unless it's both dates. It's January and June. That'd be the 1st and 6th, so like the halfway point, the beginning and the halfway point. That makes a lot of sense if we did get our 2 separate sets of keys at those times. So those are going to be really important dates to reflect on. And once again, the keys can be proverbial or metaphysical in some way, where even if not in this reality, it comes to you in the form of knowledge to unlock something in you. And that's what the key is. Discovering the tools or services, if it's not physical keys. But for some people, you will be closing on deals or getting what you need or finding the funding to purchase what you want and physically getting keys too.
Okay, so 13th position, Earth, Queen of Earth. It's that feminine energy. That's what you're unlocking when you go through these doors. When you finally get the keys and you immediately start opening these doors, you get the skeletons out your closet, you come the fuck out the closet, and you fucking go hard. You know, you have a fucking party. You finally clean up and you're like, damn, fuck yeah, bruh. And the feminine the whole time is like, yep, I made this happen. I made this happen. She's like, I orchestrated 7th position, water. I orchestrated the world around me, not manipulated, but orchestrated. And 2nd position, Earth. I juggled this. I mastered it. I balanced it. I worked for it. So not only did I make this happen for myself, but I managed to keep it on my own and do all of these things, right? And then on the other hand, we have the masculine, the journey and the father. Whole new perspective he's on. Wow. Finally seeing the feminine for who she really is and realizing they've got to step up their game and saying, wow, I've got a long way to go, don't I, on this journey? Got a long way to go, don't I? Yeah. In order to become this father figure, this father, he's in a contemplative state. He's in an off-guard position. He's got his pride with him by having the lioness, but he's not necessarily sitting in a position of power, but a position of contemplation. So this is not a secure masculine energy, because I truly don't think that being a parent is the identity that gives you that true divine energy. It's very human. It's grounded in our human DNA and therefore our human roots, right? Rather than our divine connections to the cosmos. And as much as that can be a divine thing, it's a very karmic tradition to be in the cycle of reproduction. And so when we see a contemplative father figure, it's because of the complexities that you take on as that role for someone, because there's so much karma tied into passing on your karmic debt down your bloodline. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. There's nothing for or against parenting. But this should go to say that people should stop made to feel bad either way, right? Because people who don't want to be parents get so much hatred and act like there's something wrong with that when, come on, man, there's enough people in the world. Just relax. Don't say nothing and look the other way, because those are the people who are going to help you when you need a break. Let them not have kids. Don't ask people when they're about to. Listen, there's plenty. There's plenty, okay? Just chill, okay? So the masculine is contemplating this fatherly role, where he's like, damn, I have to be the punisher, I have to be the provider, I have to be the hero, the villain, and everything. That's what hell yeah, that's like the dream, right? Is to be able to do that. And I feel like when you get to that point, you are more passing on wisdom than karma, you know? And that's why some people have that mindset, because you take everything at face value in this lifetime. And that's why I'm saying, like, on an environmental or even like economical level, yeah, reproducing is kind of whack. But like on a spiritual level, I still think it's very wholesome. And I think that kids are a joy in this world. And I think it's great that people still choose to do it, even if I find it to be boring. I mean, there's just like, it's just like, just because it's not my thing doesn't make it an evil thing, though it's maybe not the best thing to be doing in our current situation, just because people are so resilient to change. And if we don't make changes, then the planet's going to change and we ain't going to like it. So, yeah, that's so cute. That's so much fun. When it goes well, I guess, and then not fun for them to not have a family, but pretty cool to get a second shot at one, you know what I mean? So yeah, I love that energy, and I hope to do that too someday. But I have so many plans, and as of right now, I just am living the dream, right? So living it as a dream. But I unbreakable spirit, I never lose hope for no reason. So the masculine's really contemplating this role. and realizes that he has a lot further to go on this journey than just simply stopping at father. And I think that's really not necessarily the problem, but it does continuously seem to show up in the classic male female relationships rather than, well, and maybe probably in the masculine feminine relationships too, even in relation to air and earth or fire and water. But kind of noticing it with the parental figures, think father, like literal father and mother. I feel like maternal energy is so tied into like goddess energy or like creator, and goddess woman is such a strong argument because the womb is what creates life and grows a human and births a human and can contract and expand. To be able to do that, it's insane. It's sick. It's like whoa. And the male body's cool. Like it's cool. No, it's cool. It's cool. So I feel like there's this core power in being a mother that doesn't really come with being a father. And that's why men over time became so territorial about what was theirs or who was theirs when it came to women and children, because there was such a lack in the bond that they had to be labeled, and a lot of times the dudes would die. But to keep upholding these random traditions is like, ugh, why are we fostering the fragile male ego? Why are we catering to and walking on eggshells for men who don't give two shits about anyone but themselves? And we're just like letting every aspect of our lives be dictated by their feelings that they don't want to share, but will definitely rage out if you dishonor them. Like, what? Even though they're going to turn around and cheat on your ass? That's the craziest shit I've ever heard, man. That is classic toxic monogamy, bro. It's just, it's wild. It's gone on for way too long. You bitches had no idea what you were doing. And then women don't even have rights? Y'all were in bed with these men, giving them whatever they want, and you ended up with no rights? How the fuck did that happen? Like, really though. How the fuck does that happen? And I can get it on an individual level, but I'm talking on a major societal level. Like, even in American history, the suffragette movement, that's cool. And yet they're like jeopardizing Roe Wade before our very eyes, and y'all have the audacity to say, I'm upset now? What did you do to protect it? What did you do to work for it? What did you do to secure it? What did you do to support it? What did you do to provide? Because y'all are the ones who were in bed with them and got nothing out of it. The fuck kind of moves is that? Amateur hour. And that's just centuries. That's not even specific to this era or this generation. This is something that we actually can turn around and say, what the hell? Instead of keep walking with them while they're saying this shit in their ear, raising you to be a certain way, blah, 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 and you just, excuse you? The fuck did you just say? Do you even think about what you've just passed down all this time? That's so crazy. That is so dumb that I don't think it even answered my rhetorical question or is even really necessarily true. And it's blowing my mind for some reason. Became dumbfounded in that moment. Not really sure why. For sure. That, yeah, true. Facts. Animals do that. Yeah. Tattoos are so hot. And people are really susceptible to that. But that's not exactly what we're talking about. Because this isn't really about people who show off or present themselves as being a prime choice, but rather the overall structural commitments that people have made, which classically is usually tied to the opposite of people who get tattoos and color their hair, so to speak.
on a traditional level. You're going to get that at your wedding when you're older, blah, 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 blah. And so participating in some of these traditions, like the ability to dance, sing, or have colorful displays on their bodies as humans, seems to be an evolutionary plus to an extent that humans stopped participating in during this puritanical era of Christian reign in the modern world. What the fuck, man? I'm seeing some really crazy, knowledgeable shit that I don't even realize I'm really saying, but I know what I'm talking about at the same time. That must be spirit coming through me, right? There's so much possessiveness in it. There's so much possessiveness in it. It's like creepy, you know what I mean? So men are realizing that, though, I think. This men, but also masculines, right? Because air signs can be so detached and cold and selfish, and like fire signs can be so like absurdly self-centered that they have that male ego aspect to them being the masculine elements. So it's like not just targeting men, but just like the proverbial man, masculine, whatever. Like it has nothing to do with gender. I'm sorry that we just have these archaic terms. 7th position air and 3rd position earth. Here is the masculine using what he's learned to put it into practice and approaching things from the feminine perspective, planting the seeds, starting new, coming this spring, etc. So I think I have to be done with the cards, y'all. I'm getting kind of tired. I thought I was going to be done in 20 minutes, like 2 hours ago. So I am probably going to put the cards away and we'll maybe talk for a minute before I wrap it up completely. But I'm done with tarot for the evening. I'm sorry we didn't get to that other deck. We've been using it all week. You can catch it in a couple of the other readings. 2nd position, fire. And who by fire? Who by water? Who in the sunshine? Who in the nighttime? Who by ordeal? Who by common trial? Who by Sunday? Wait. Who by the merry, merry month of May? Who by slow decay? And who shall I say is calling? Yeah, it's so cute, honestly. Bugs are really cute, and I think they're alien species. I do want to talk more about that. That's the thing. We can put the cards away and still kind of chit-chat. I'm not totally opposed to it. It is late, but it's like, why is the fucking stream popping? Who are you lurkers? Who are you lurkers? Daywalkers being like, what is this bitch up to at this hour? It's like, what do you think I'm up to? What would you think that I'm up to? At least I'm honest about it, right, kids? Hey, no kids on my channel. It's like strictly 21 and up. It's just going to be perpetually stuck in my head until the next message comes through as strongly as that one did. Songs that I sing repetitively. At least it's a break from my usual songs or usual bands. Deep in thought, deep in contemplation. Think less, do more. That's gonna be all the action. Oh my god, fought again. I put it back in and it was just like wiggling out. So, just a thought. Remember you're in control. Remember that you have divinely orchestrated this, whether it was from your human flesh in this earthy realm, or it was part of something that you agreed to do before you were born into it. Either way, on some level, at some point in your existence, you decided that this would be best, if not for you, then for all. And that is part of
the human journey or the lifespan that we live, and the reason that so many people have so many different ideas and so many different things that they do, because we're all here to be individuals, and we're all here to gather food and grow from the same roots. It's a good time of healing. It's really a time where we can spend the next few weeks mourning the loss of everything that left us in 2022, or that we left even, or even, I don't know, we left. It sounds so stupid. It sounds stupid to think of that as leave something behind, when it's also like left or right. It's like, do what's right, get left. What's left? That's right. Like, who cares? It's so silly. Especially when people leave things up in the air, open-ended, I love this concept of ghosting, and how many people think that you ignoring a text message is ghosting. No, ghosting is when you completely disappear on someone. It's when you leave without a trace. People who truly get ghosted literally will never know what happened to that other person. Like, I don't think you realize the level to which people disappear on other people, regardless of their relationship. What you're just haunting at best. Just because you don't respond to a text message, or you haven't seen someone, or like you haven't heard from them in a while, but they still have you on social media, left all your shit at their house. No, your friends still hang out at your spots and shit like that. Like, no, get over yourself. You didn't ghost anybody. You're fucking lurking. You're haunting. Like, you have to actually cut contact and make sure there is no bridge to cross if you truly want to ghost someone. And that is a very terrible thing to do to a person, unless they were completely abusive to you, or you are in a situation where you're in danger if you don't do it, because that's a shitty thing to do. But that happens to people. Just completely disappear. No contact. That is true ghosting. You don't get to like leave a trail of tears and be like, I'm ghosting you, I'm not talking to you. I'll be back in 6 months to check out like a true fucking fuckboy status would. Like, you're haunting. And it's annoying. So, you might as well Danny Phantom your way out of that one. Go ghost, brethren. Okay. We're trying to put the cards away, and I feel like that last minute message was just to reiterate that this is not a love reading, and there will not be any love readings until probably at least Valentine's Day, which is coming up a lot faster than you think it is. There's just so many things. But I'm sick of kind of even talking about it or thinking about it. Gotta catch 'em all, because he's Danny Phantom. That's not. Is that how that song goes? Because he is catching ghosts. Intuition. Okay. Yeah. Yo, Danny Phantom, he was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine. I don't think I know. Gotta catch 'em all, because he's Danny Phantom. Glowing white hair and glowing green eyes. He was much more unique than the other guys. Yeah, well, if it was on, I'd probably be able to sing it. Yeah. But also, I'm saying ghosting is like, I think, a professional level. And people need to stop crediting themselves or pretending like they're getting ghosted or being ghosters or ghosting someone when they leave these weak-ass trails that lead right back to them. You know what I'm saying? I feel like ghosting is left for really severe cases, or like really deeply fucked up people. Yeah. And like the fact that people so casually would associate with that, but then also be so fucking bad at it, is literally comical to me anyways. And I don't know who that reiteration for. I feel like I am dealing with someone like that, where it's like leaving unresolved, unfinished business and then being completely available for contact is like the fucking opposite of ghosting. Like, you're just being immature at that point.
And it's like avoidance rather than like ignoring, right? Um, when you can acknowledge someone but not actually address them. That is like the weirdest fucking energy. It's giving Abed. It's giving Abed. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I finished Community today. It was really good. Highly recommend watching the whole series, by the way. Such a good show, even if it's a bit creepy at times because Dan Harmon did make it, but that should not allow, all these other people who worked on it to suffer through his fucking shit ass any more than they probably already have. So, great ending. Great last episode. Sixth season was even better than the fifth season. Go Community Gal. So good. So yeah, they're just like avoiding shit. They're not ghosting, because they want to be available. They don't want you to forget about them. They want to be able to pop back in when it's convenient for them or when things look too good for you because half these people just want to fuck your life up and they really want nothing else from you. They're just drama seekers. It's another really weird thing that I'm kind of seeing in a different way because I guess maybe I used to be more into drama or dramatic myself. I've always made jokes that like my friends aren't dramatic, they're traumatic because we all been so damn traumatized. Ha ha ha. That's not fucking funny. But also I have way lower tolerance for drama because I'm always so caught up in this like traumatic shit, which can be inherently dramatic, right? So, um, I think I have to roll the ad already. Like I think wasn't it the 6 hour mark that we took the break and then he said I only had 30 minutes. I need to roll the ads back to back and just do the hour because now I'm like I don't want to be interrupted right now. Like I feel like it's been so hard to get in the flow of things. We are 6.5 hours into this stream. It's ungodly o'clock in the morning. And it's actually going well for the first time all night. And I have to interrupt myself and this conversation we're having for a fucking ad break. And I'm so sick of having to do this shit for pennies of change. But okay, let's roll the ads. Shall we? Let's. All right. So I'm going to go back to the chat just to make it very clear that I am done with tarot for the evening. I'm down to wrap it up. I love doing post-apocalyptic thoughts after doing tarot readings and kind of assessing some of the things that came up, what we learned, or what it is that we talked about. But of course, the readings were pretty sporadic tonight. The cards were not super bountiful till the end there. It was a good run, a good spread. But overall, the message is ringing true and clear that things are going to change a lot. And, like, even though that's been the narrative, I think that it was a long period of preparing for greater or bigger changes than we could have possibly expected. And that's why it took 10 years of prep work, 10 years of practice, 10 years of dedication, 10 years of loyalty, 10 years of schooling for some people, 10 years of tenure, anything, 10-year fucking mortgage, whatever it is that you're celebrating. This 11th year marks the first year of a new cycle. And that's why things are starting from the beginning, but starting over, starting fresh, starting from the top once again, but with all of the knowledge and wisdom you've gained. It's very cliche. It feels like I've said this before, and of course you've heard it before. And that's what gives me this weird feeling that, like, tarot's got that carrot on a stick energy, but I think that we're supposed to see that had some illusion to it, and what we were really leading to was the self-actualization or the physical realization that some things would only come if you made them come to you, and to understand how free will works in tandem with the power of attraction and manifestation, and to stop focusing on other people or focusing on love and focusing on what you truly want, which is to overthrow the government. No, I'm just kidding. You guys, it was a joke. It was a joke. Come on. Anybody who left the chat was clearly not a Fed, though, right? Anyways, it's a joke. Relax. Nobody's doing that on my channel. Okay, we're talking about people who think they're ghosters and really aren't. You have to be, like, literally a professional con artist and become untraceable in order to be someone who, like, ghosts. Okay, like, that's on God. Only a Virgo has ever done that to me successfully. These, like, weak ass versions of ghosting someone, you're just ignoring them, avoiding your bullshit, and not wanting to deal. And it's like, that's fine with me, because that's my part of my healing is to avoid conflict, because I'm done choosing violence, right? I'm unhappy with the results that violence bring me, so I am turning a new leaf and becoming an even more peaceful person than I already have been. To manage to always find my peace no matter what I'm going through. Yeah, I love that. So just when you feel like everything's been a sham and you can give up, and they say that's the time, so maybe we haven't gotten to our true breaking points. Maybe we haven't really hit rock bottom. Maybe it is just because we're waiting for spring and the new year and everything to kick in. And the whole point in these past few months, or even these past few years, was to really solidly know that these things exist or are true or are happening. And once that is completely solidified in your mind and you can say, ha, I'm so grateful, I'm so glad this is happening, is when, boom, it transitions into finally taking place, finally becoming, finally being what it needs to be, finally walking in it. It takes a lot of prep work to get what you want. And a lot of people settled for less. But the 7 of you and me, here we are, Snow White and the 7 peeps, okay? That's really sweet. That's so sentimental and cute and funny. But here we are at the end of a journey, like, you know what? I didn't ever settle in any aspect. I always put myself first and focused on my needs before I provided for others. I never got too caught up in what anyone else was doing and made sure that I knew what I wanted.
congratulations. This is your time to receive, right? This is your time to understand why you waited. And it's crazy because as the reader, what I'm saying is the stuff that I'm hearing other readers saying. And it's coming out of my own mouth. LOL, you're funny. It's coming out of my own mouth in a way that is the same messages that I deliver. And for me personally, the only way that I can truly confirm any of my gifts or spirituality or my psychic abilities or being a medium or a channel is the stuff that I hear from the deceased. The things that they tell me that I tell their loved ones that is spot on when I never even knew that person. I get chills thinking about it. That's how I know. That's how I confirm. That's how I can say, yes, I'm confident in my skills. Everything else is up for debate, and I get that. And tarot, a lot is leaning on the cards. So, like, I would never take complete credit for everything in that way. But when I'm having this conversation, it's very hard to be the consumer and the creator. I think creator is a bit intense when talking about spiritual topics, but also I have so much fun everywhere I go. It's hilarious. I just love making friends and stuff and then never seeing them again, because being my friend is actually really exhausting and a lot of work for many people who are just far from being anything like me, which most people aren't. So, lucky me. Interacting with people on short-term basis is actually, in a way, preferred for something long distance, you know? So, either way, the word power just makes me want to sing more. But of course, nobody minds that, right? I mean, I just am singing with all your power. I don't think I feel like that one. With all your power, with all your power, what would you do? Either way, sometimes I just straight up don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. That, I think I was making the point where spirit is going to deliver these messages, and I'm going to trust what I'm saying, and I'm going to trust the message because I can confirm so many instances with the deceased and have those moments of like, all right, obviously there's something to this intuition. Obviously there's something to this channeling. So when I channel these messages and it's like, damn, I feel like I'm feeding us bullshit, and I hope that's some kind of like, not necessarily a reconciliation, but it is to reconcile with the fact that it could be just a fun card game that we're playing this whole time. It could just be group psychosis that we share that things are going to get better when in reality we're in some kind of simulation that we have no control over the coding of, you know, like, who really knows? Who really knows? And that could just be the dysphoria of my menses talking, right? Because next week, and still even in this moment, I'm very hopeful that things do get better. And I'm very hopeful that we were just being patient. I'm very hopeful that it is what I was saying, that we just never settled. And for all 10 of these viewers, sometimes it takes 10 years. That's like that Big Sean lyric, right? They say shit it happened to me overnight, right. They say it happened to me overnight. Shit, yeah, I guess it took 10 years for me to be an overnight success, right? That's cute, yeah. I mean, well, and then once you do, it's just like, woo, party. I'm a big hack on some Veronica Mars shit. Sometimes I think you know what really stuck with me? This is okay. So I'm pretty sensitive about the kind of content I consume. and I've never really liked much of what Netflix puts out. I think the things that I like on Netflix, I like a lot. I really liked Wednesday. I know it had its flaws, but I think they did a great job, surprisingly enough. They kept the spirit of the Addams Family consistent with every version of the Addams Family it's ever been, while also having a completely new take on it. Absolutely beautiful. Fucking loved it. Don't care. Judge me. Sex Education, up there with one of my favorite shows ever. So much fun. Inspired me to get into writing again. Literally loved Sex Education. Umbrella Academy, goddamn, was that a clever way to do time travel. I cannot even express how much I love Umbrella Academy, even though it's the corniest of the three that I just named. Stranger Things, not as much, but still a fun watch, I guess. The one thing that I will keep up with for the sake of keeping up with it, I suppose, like everyone else. I never did like the Lord of the Rings or the Game of Thrones or anything like that, so I guess Stranger Things is the thing that I can talk to other people about, right? Yeah, I don't know about Warrior Nun, but yeah, Stranger Things I wouldn't even recommend if you're not already into it, but I like the camaraderie of it. And I mean, it doesn't hurt me, yeah. Oh. Do you want to feel how it feels, yeah. Oh. Do you want to know? No, it doesn't hurt me. Did you hear about the deal? Make it. I don't know why I'm crying. Because someone else is crying. Because they heard me singing that song. What did I do? I'm sorry. And if I only could make a deal with God, and I'd get him to swap our places. Be running up that road, be running up that hill, be running up that building. Melt Like Butter, are you my 222nd subscriber that subscribed to me while I was singing my Kate Bush solo? Who is crying? Who is crying right now? I'm good. I feel like it's weird. Like, I wasn't really getting that emotional. I've been singing all night. That song doesn't really have that visceral reaction for me. Is someone literally crying? I'm really sorry. If that song triggered something in someone else, that's not my Vecna song. If you want to make me tear up to a Kate Bush song, throw on Under the Ivy. Don't get me started on singing that shit. But who's fucking crying about Ruth right now? It's sweet, but I'm so sorry if I triggered something in somebody. I felt that shit, okay? Thank you. I have so many pairs of glasses, but these are my blue light blockers, so I like to wear them when I'm streaming. Obvious reasons. We're not doing tarot right now. We were doing tarot, but this screen would indicate that we are done doing tarot for the night at this point. Earlier, it's like I have like the half screen for when I'm doing tarot and the chat's on the other side, just for future reference if you ever scrolling through the tarot. I can't play chess. I'm sorry. This is not how I ever wanted this to come out. I've never played chess, never learned how to play chess, don't know how to play chess, don't really want to know how to play chess. It's very odd because it does seem like something I would enjoy. Yet, no thanks. I think I have to play in real life before I would play on a stream or like play digitally. So I guess I'll learn chess. Okay, and my uncle tried to do, my godfather tried to do one time a long time ago, and I was like, honestly, boring, not into it, not gonna learn it. My cousin did instead, and I was like, yeah, that's cool, I'm over it. Never learned. The pieces are cool. I think I learned how to set up a chessboard, at least, which is better than nothing, right? But yeah, maybe New Year's resolution, learn how to play chess. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think it's actually a good idea. I play mental chess all the time. I play like psychotic Joker game chess, right? No, I'm joking. It's not really quite that sadistic of a level of hatred for humanity at all. More of a little jokey joke in poor taste, probably.
the LOL Marvel movies. All right, y'all. This is fun and hilarious, and I was actually really enjoying myself, but I think I'm just getting a little too tired. I think I gotta go. It has been like a solid 7 hours. Maybe we'll just get to the 7 hour point. This is my 10-minute warning that I'm leaving. And I'm gonna roll out with a huge ad. And then I'm gonna go to bed. Aren't these cool earrings, by the way? They're like planets. It's Saturn. It's so cute. Mama got them for me for Christmas. Local, handmade, some shit like that. Really cool. Really love them. Yeah, so I hope we had fun. I think I've been getting a lot done when I haven't been streaming. I'm really proud of myself, or also just happy because I had that month of like, it was like being in the Twilight Zone, being unable to do shit. It was just so, it's like I was suffering between having like that body flu and like my bleeding, gushing fucking Sarah Paulson's new mixtapes or like heavy metal. It's been really a painful month, and so I'm starting to pick up my energy, and it's great that I'm getting energy at a time during my low energy points in my cycle, because if I have energy during the time I don't have energy, I imagine I'll have a ton of energy by the time I do have energy again. So things are looking good for me. Forecast looking up. Might take today off just to spend some time. It's Sunday. I don't know. Sometimes I do the Sunday or today is Sunday. Man, I'm so deep in the day already. Today is Sunday morning. Let's go listen to Nico, everybody. I wish I could listen to music with you all on here. Sunday morning. Is that how we should spend the last few minutes? I don't know. Somehow, I don't know all the words to that song. I think I know all the words to like All Tomorrow's Parties and maybe even Femme Fatale. Some of them with assistance. But I might take Sunday off streaming, or the rest of Sunday off streaming. Will I be back Monday? Maybe. Will I be back Tuesday? Possibly. Will I tell you? I don't know. I'm having a hard time with like the scheduling and stuff. Do you find the Discord helpful? I had it on my laptop and it was so fucking annoying that I deleted it, but I still have the account and I have the app on my phone, but I don't really get how to use the phone app Discord. But maybe because I already created some of the chats on there that it'll be more straightforward. I don't know. Maybe I'll make an announcement on there. I don't have a schedule because I really don't know anymore. So maybe I'll stream later. Who knows? I try not to make promises. So, who knows when I'll be back? Who knows what decks I'll be using? I'd love to try the mystery deck again. I feel like we had plans for something coming up. The transition, the Janis Joplin's birthday, the 19th. So if I'm not back before then, I will be back on the 19th, which is Thursday. Yeah, so Thursday to Friday, we will be streaming late night, per usual. Not as late as I have been, but more like tonight's timing. I'm trying to get into like earlier start times, but it's always so bizarre, like the way it'll be so busy or so dead at like the most random hours. So I guess if it's working for me and it works for y'all, then that's good enough and we can keep being pretty nocturnal. So yeah, I'll at least be back Thursday the 19th for Janis Joplin's birthday. I feel like Nico's not necessarily relevant. I'm not really sure that Nico got along with all them, but knew Jim and Jim knew Janice, and so it's like every year it's been like Janice, Jimmy, Jim. But this year we're thinking Leonard Cohen, and maybe Nico just feels so present lately, suspended in Paffgen. I'm very inspired by those ladies, Nico and Kate Bush. the most so far lately. Um, my two biggest musical inspirations, I think. Yeah, definitely those two. Yeah. I guess because I'm a white woman, right? So it's like, I guess, yeah, I wouldn't, I could do that. Um, and it's funny how it's like I love Laurie Anderson so much, but I actually, part of me doesn't really identify with her in a sense. She's so non-binary energy and cool, but a Gemini, you know? And even Grace Jones, where I resonate with her so much, but not her music as much, right? Also pretty non-binary energy. But respects that they identify as female or feminines, right? They're also from a different era. And it always makes me wonder. Just like Elvira. Elvira coming out of the closet and saying, I've been dating a woman for like 40 years. That's so wild that even with a full blown female and female relationship, like you kept it a secret, even in the age where it's okay to be that way. That's so sad. And so it makes me wonder if there was, if you know, there was more open dialogue during the times, like during the 70s and 80s when these women were creating and pioneering a culture surrounding their femininity being out of the box or different or not so much in lieu of what femininity was at the time. And they are just my heroes, so much my heroes. But I feel like as much as I have gender fluidity about me, it could be very masculine presenting at times. I feel like I'm not non-binary enough to be on par with people like Laurie Anderson or Grace Jones as much as I love them and look up to them. Isn't that so funny? Where I feel like Kate Bush and Nico are more my lane. Isn't that cute? It's funny. I don't know. That's kind of random. I think I just am referring back to the title again. I thought that was so hilarious because that just describes me to a T lately. It's like just the rotation of them. So, was I going to serenade y'all with this Sunday morning before I left? I feel like I'm getting another win, and it's like, girl, just call it. It's been 7 hours. Let's just sing and go to bed. I don't even know if I'll sing this whole thing. It sounded like a good idea at the time. But I don't know. I don't know if I really should have committed to this. But I guess I'm practicing for karaoke. Is that like a thing? Can I play karaoke versions of songs on here and not get like flagged for copyright? Because that's typically how karaoke works. Because if that's the case, I'm down. I'm gonna have to do the work and figure out how to do that, which is annoying, but it sounds like it would be fun. And I would do that. Maybe I'll look into it. Okay. In the meantime, we'll just improvise. Sunday morning brings the dawning. It's just a restless feeling by my side. Early dawning, Sunday morning. It's just the wasted years so close behind. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Sunday morning, and I'm falling. I got a feeling I don't want to know. Early dawning, Sunday morning. It's all the streets you crossed not so long ago. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Do. Sunday morning, ooh, Sunday morning, ooh, Sunday morning. And it's like that nice fade out that everybody used to do back then. Woo! Wasn't that nice? It was kind of a nice touch. That was a really beautiful opener, but unfortunately I'm closing. And it's so fun to be here with all of you at these weirdly early, late, midnight morning hours of who knows when. Because as a time traveler, I could care less, but it means a lot to me that you would choose to spend these waking hours with me, whether you're overnighting or getting ready for the day or neither one and just in a completely normal time frame of a time zone that is daytime. I'm glad you've chosen to spend any time of day that you're experiencing with me. I'm going to roll these ads. I think I'm going to go to bed before I say more goofy shit. If I don't, you'll know. And even if I do, I'll be back so soon. At least mark your calendars for Janice's birthday on January 19th, okay? And we'll get into the transition from Capricorn to Aquarius and channel some of our cool rock and roll friends, all right? I love you all so much. I'm probably going to bed. We'll check back in after the ads. Thank you. My knowledge of astrology is so minimal and absolutely so weak, but my knowledge of a bunch of other random shit is unmatched for certain things. So I appreciate your energy and you taking the time to talk to me during my streams because I can go for hours alone, not talking to anyone. But it's weird. So I really appreciate the interactions and when people do make conversation without being completely disruptive and know how to stay on track and know when not to piss me off or talk over the tarot. So thank you so much for participating. Thanks for the support. Thanks for following, subscribing. We got to 222 followers tonight, so I think that's really magical. We've been about the angel numbers, so I think we're doing something right. And I do like country music, okay? Must be doing something right. Yeah, I'm not fooling around. So I love you all. Mwah. Thanks so much. I'm forever grateful for everything that I've got. And not to mislead you from my ads, but I figured why not make some change before I left. I am ending the stream, so I just came back to say good night and good luck, and I hope to see you again soon. At least by Thursday. If we're back before then, you might not know it, but maybe you'll be surprised to see that your timeline is blessed with, me. But until then, ta-ta for now. No, I really like the sign off good night and good luck. Nothing tops it. Nothing has topped it in the last 100 years. So, you stay classy, San Diego. Good night and good luck.